Chapter 1 I'm pregnant, the child is yours. Chen Luo, marry me. Professor Jiang, I'm just here to hand in an assignment. Can you please not force me to marry you? In the professor's office at Jiangcheng University, Chen Luo suddenly felt a tightness in his heart. It's just handing in an assignment, it's not time to talk about marriage, right? I am pregnant. Jiang Ro said coldly. Congratulations, then. Chen Luo was sweating profusely. Congratulations to you, too. The child is yours. The child cannot be without a father. Marry me. I will be responsible for earning money to support the family, and you only need to be responsible for taking care of the child at home. Jiang Ro stared at Chen Luo with her cold eyes. Ah? Chen Luo was so frightened that he stood there in a daze. He did have sex with Jiang Ro, but they were both drunk that time, and Jiang Ro had left when they woke up. Just that one time and she got pregnant? Damn it, even a sharpshooter can't always hit the target, right? Professor Jiang, is the child really mine? Why, do you think I'm lying to you, or do you think I'm a very casual person? Do you know that it was actually my first time that night? No, that's not what I meant. If the child is really mine, I will definitely take responsibility, but if it's not, I will give birth to the child, and then you can do a paternity test. If the child is not yours, you can divorce me at any time. All right. After hearing Jiang Ro say this, Chen Luo was basically certain that this child was most likely his. Since it is his, of course he has to be responsible for it. Are you free now? Come with me to get the certificate. Now. How long do you want to wait? That's fine. Chen Luo gritted his teeth and thought, let him die, it's just a marriage, what's the big deal? Maybe you can even get extra credits. Just like that, Chen Luo came to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Jiang Ro in a daze. Chen Luo, male, 22 years old, a senior undergraduate student, has no bad habits, and has a clear and handsome appearance. Although he is not as good as the likes of Daniel Wu and Eddie Pang, he is actually not much different from Takeshi Kaneshiro and Aaron Kwok. Jiang Ro, female, 25 years old, is the youngest and most beautiful university professor at Jiangcheng University. She has always been known for her aloofness. It is said that she has many suitors both inside and outside the school. She looks very similar to Lu Yifei, both are typical beauties. With long legs, big eyes, a small mouth and a nearly perfect body curve, she is simply a male god harvester. It was not until the moment the stamp was stamped that Chen Luo realized it. He felt as if he had been deceived into marriage. Congratulations on becoming husband and wife, and I wish you a happy wedding in advance. Thanks. Chen Luo still hadn't reacted yet, but Jiang Ro, who was standing next to him, quickly took out the wedding candies she had prepared in advance and distributed them to the staff. Chen Luo, what are you daydreaming about? Jiang Ro touched Chen Luo with her arm. Chen Luo woke up as if from a dream. He actually got married, and married the goddess in the eyes of all the boys in Jiangcheng University. Chen Luo, tell me honestly, do you regret marrying me? No, Professor Jiang, you misunderstood. I was just too excited and didn't react. Chen Luo quickly denied it. Real? Jiang Ro looked at Chen Luo with some suspicion. With her height of 1.7 meters, she is a perfect match for Chen Luo when standing next to him. Her head just reaches Chen Luo's shoulders. Both of them are of good height, and the height of their child will definitely not be too bad in the future. Of course it's true, Professor Jiang. Being able to marry a beauty like you is the greatest blessing in my life, Chen Luo. How could I regret it? Since we are married, shouldn't you change the way you address me? Wife. Chen Luo shouted with great difficulty. Oh, my husband is so good. Jiang Ro smiled like a flower, and her smile really touched Chen Luo's heart. Damn it, who spread the rumor that Jiang Ro is cold and aloof and keeps strangers away? This is simply not too proactive, okay? Wife, I think it's better not to make our relationship public for the time being. This time, Chen Luo was much calmer than last time. Why, do you think it's embarrassing for people to know our relationship? No, I just think it's not a good idea. Think about it, you are a university professor and I am your student. If this gets out, it will inevitably have a bad impact. You are right. So what do you want to do? Wife, how about this? I'll still call you wife in private, but in public, I'll still call you Professor Jiang. How about that? Okay, I'll do as you say. By the way, honey, when are you going to have your wedding?
Although he and Jiang Ro have already obtained a marriage certificate, getting a marriage certificate is getting a marriage certificate and holding a wedding is holding a wedding, and the two are not in conflict.
I'm fine with either. It depends on your schedule. Is that so?
Then I will discuss it with my parents and pick an auspicious day. You can also discuss it with your parents, and then our two families can meet together.
Okay, I'll tell them then. By the way, wife, how much do you plan to take as a betrothal gift? I don't want a dowry. That won't work. If you do that, I'll be a freeloader, right? Then just give it your own opinion. How can that be possible? Marriage is a lifelong event, how can it be so casual? Actually, I don't know how much I should accept as a gift.
Jiang Ro stuck out her tongue.
How about this?
You discuss it with your parents and see how much they want to receive as a gift, so that I can be prepared.
Why do you have to ask them? You are marrying me, not them. Is their opinion so important?
But they are your parents after all. They raised you and they have the right to participate in your life events.
Moreover, when we have our wedding, they will definitely be present as your parents.
Okay, I'll tell them then, but they're abroad now, so it'll probably take some time for them to return.
It's okay, don't worry, the wedding date shouldn't be too soon. In this way, Chen Luo and Jiang Ro reached an agreement. Chen Luo was responsible for communicating with his parents, while Jiang Ro needed to discuss major life events with her own parents. Chen Luo is serious about getting married. If he wants to get married, then he should not get married at all. But if he wants to get married, then he should get married well. Anyway, no matter what, Chen Luo will definitely treat this marriage well. I never thought that such a bloody TV drama plot of getting pregnant before marriage and getting married would actually happen to me.
Chen Luo shook his head, but he didn't think much about it.
There's a first time for everything, just get used to it. Chen Luo, Yang Wei has a cold.
Go to the pharmacy and buy a few boxes of cold medicine right now.
Hurry up, or you won't talk to me anymore. Just when Chen Luo was still daydreaming, the green bubble on his cell phone suddenly rang.
It was a message sent to him by the school beauty Lu Ruyan.
In addition to being Jiang Ro's husband, Chen Luo is actually Lu Ruyan's bootlicker.
Before marrying Jiang Ro, Chen Luo had been pursuing Lu Ruyan, but was rejected by her many times.
Chen Luo, I'm busy, why don't you go buy it yourself? Lu Ruyan, Chen Luo, are you kidding me? You actually asked me to buy it myself. You can't even do a little thing when I asked you to do it. How dare you say you like me? Huh, you even learned PUA?
Without even a second thought, Chen Luo directly deleted Lu Ruyan from his friend list and blocked her from all contact. He is now the husband of the dream goddess of all teachers and students in the school.
Who would still be a bootlicker of the school bell?
Chapter 2, You can fool your buddies, but don't fool yourself.
Chen Luo and Lu Ruyan are childhood sweethearts and grew up together. However, not all childhood sweethearts can have a happy ending, and Lu Ruyan is one of them.
Although he pursued Lu Ruyan for many years, Lu Ruyan always rejected him on the grounds that she was slow to warm up.
Chen Luo, can you wait for me for a few more years? I'm not sure if I really like you.
Chen Luo, after we graduate from high school and go to the same university, I will promise to be your girlfriend.
I'm sorry, Chen Luo, I only treat you as my brother. If you want to be my boyfriend, you must pass my test.
Chen Luo's ears were almost calloused from hearing words like this. Lu Ruyan was indeed slow to warm up to someone, but compared to him, Lu Ruyan had never been slow to warm up to Yang Wei. Chen Luo clearly remembered that Lu Ruyan and Yang Wei had only known each other for less than a month when they started holding hands.
Chen Luo, are you sick? Yang Wei and I are just good friends. Isn't it normal for good friends to hold hands?
Your heart is dirty, so everything you see is dirty. You are not my boyfriend, so it's none of your business who I hold hands with. For this reason, Chen Luo even questioned Lu Ruyan, but was mercilessly retorted by Lu Ruyan. Only then did Chen Luo understand that some people may appear slow to warm up, but are actually passionate inside, it's just that you are not her target. He has liked Lu Ruyan for more than 10 years and has given her more than 10 years. Now, it is time to pursue his own happiness. If he had not met Jiang Ro, Chen Luo would most likely continue to be Lu Ruyan's bootlicker, but since he has already married Jiang Ro, he should completely cut off his past with Lu Ruyan. In the past, Chen Luo really didn't realize that after he stopped being a bootlicker, he felt so relaxed and happy in his heart. Go to hell with the lickspittle, whoever wants to be one can be one, but I want to be one anyway.
Chen Luo hurried back to the dormitory.
He promised Jiang Ro that he would move out and live with her, so of course he had to come back and pack his luggage.
Hey! Our love saint is back, looking for the campus beauty Lu again?
The person who said this was Chen Luo's roommate Jiang Yang, who was known as the Great Thief Jiang Yang, so everyone in the dormitory nicknamed him Brother Thief. Chen Luo ignored him and rolled his eyes at him.
What do you mean by going to find the campus beauty Lu again? So Dad is that kind of person in your eyes? Son, where did you go just now? Why did you take so long? Didn't you say you were going to Professor Zhang to hand in your homework? This is Zhang Yu, another roommate of Chen Luo. Because of his ugly appearance, he is often put on the love confession wall by girls, but Chen Luo knows that Zhang Yu is a very easy person to get along with. I did go to Professor Zhang's place just now. Chen Luo coughed.
Although he and Jiang Ro are already married, he has not announced the good news yet.
He will definitely invite his 3 roommates to the wedding banquet when the time comes. Then why did you take so long? Did you change your goal and want to pursue Professor Jiang?
Son, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but Professor Jiang is the dream goddess of all the teachers and students in Jiang University. She is usually very cold and aloof, so you must not have any ideas about hitting on her.
Chen Luo's last roommate, Wang Hao, finally spoke. Wang Hao is the richest and fattest of the 3 roommates.
Relying on the little money he has, he often treats people to meals.
Is she very cold?
Chen Luo racked his brains to think about it, but he couldn't feel that Jiang Ro was aloof in any way. Stop talking nonsense, Jiang Ro has been like this all these years. Of course, you don't know that many teachers in our school wanted to pursue her, but she rejected them outright. What's even worse is that not long ago, a rich second generation wanted to pursue her, but she also rejected him.
These are nothing.
The coldest thing about her is that when someone sends her flowers, she throws them away without even looking at them. When someone sends her a message, she usually doesn't reply. It is said that Professor Jiang has been working at our school for a year, and very few boys have spoken to her, not even 10.
Chen Luo's 3 roommates complained crazily. Well, actually, she's not as cold as you think. You misunderstood her. She just doesn't like talking to people she doesn't know well. Naturally, Chen Luo had to stand up and speak for Jiang Ro.
Jiang Ro is his wife now, so of course he can't let others slander his wife, even if these 3 people are his sons. Chen Luo, there's something wrong with you today.
You actually helped her. Tell me, what on earth did you do?
The 3 of them stared at Chen Luo. I didn't go there for anything, I just went there to get a certificate.
Get the certificate. What certificate? Marriage certificate. What, marriage certificate? You got married, to whom? With Professor Jiang. Chen Luo, are you kidding me? How could Professor Jiang, who is so aloof, possibly like you?
The 3 were shocked.
What? Chen Luo actually married Jiang Ro. Is this possible? Jiang Ro is well known for being aloof in Jiang University. She even looks down on the rich second generation. How could she possibly look down on Chen Luo? I'm serious. I really married Professor Jiang. Here's the marriage certificate. If you don't believe me, you can take a look for yourself.
Chen Luo had no choice but to take out the marriage certificate. Originally, he didn't want to expose his relationship with Jiang Ro too early, but he was not worried because these 3 people were his sons. Even if they knew about his relationship with Jiang Ro, they would not tell others on purpose.
You are really married, it must be fake. I don't believe it. How could you get married for no reason? That's right, you don't even have a girlfriend, who are you going to marry?
The 3 of them took Chen Luo's marriage certificate, opened it and saw that there was indeed a wedding photo inside. The people in the photo are indeed Chen Luo and Jiang Ro, and it is also stamped with the seal of the Civil Affairs Bureau.
No, are you really married to Professor Jiang?
The 3 of them were stunned.
Jiang Ro is the dream goddess of all the teachers and students in the school. She is pure, sexy, and exceptionally cold. Who among the teachers and students in the school doesn't want to have a story with such a cold goddess? But Chen Luo got there first. I really married her, absolutely.
Chen Luo felt helpless.
It's just a marriage, is there any need to make such a fuss?
People who don't know would think that he used illegal means to force Jiang Ro to register for marriage with him.
Ha, Chen Luo, you are such a good son. I almost got fooled by you. Your fake certificate is really real.
Chen Luo, you can lie to your buddies, but don't lie to yourself.
You're so smart as to ask someone to bear false witness.
Chen Luo, we completely understand that you want to marry Professor Jiang. Everyone in the school wants to marry him, but you can't satisfy your fantasy in such a despicable way.
Chapter 3 Living with Zhang Rou without telling anyone. Since you don't want to believe it, forget it. Chen Luo was too lazy to explain.
When the opportunity arises in the future, his 3 roommates will know that what he said was true.
It's not a matter of whether we want to believe it or not, it's simply impossible. Do you think it's possible for Professor Jiang, who is both pure and lustful, to marry you?
Chen Luo, we admit that you are handsome, but there is no need for you to lie to us, right?
Chen Luo was too lazy to pay attention and took the marriage certificate back from his roommate.
Then he started packing his bags.
Chen Luo didn't have much luggage. He just packed his clothes in. As for miscellaneous things like textbooks, Chen Luo didn't plan to pack them all up and take them away.
Although he moved out, he still went back to the dormitory from time to time, so there was no need for him to take everything with him.
Son, what are you doing? The 3 were also attracted by Chen Luo's strange behavior. Can't you see?
Dad is packing his luggage.
No, why are you packing? Of course I have to move out. Chen Luo replied coldly. Move out? What's the matter? The dormitory can't give you warmth anymore? Or do you have someone else outside?
Neither, but I'm moving out to live with my wife.
Chen Luo answered in a low voice. Son, that's enough. Do you really think Professor Jiang is your wife? Son, you didn't confess your love to the campus beauty of Lu University, and then you became insane after being rejected, right?
Son, if you have anything that makes you unhappy, remember to tell your father.
There is no need to fantasize.
The 3 began to worry whether Chen Luo had mental problems. They all knew that Chen Luo liked Lu Ruyan, and they also knew that Lu Ruyan was keeping Chen Luo hanging.
After Lu Ruyan rejected Chen Luo shifted his target to Zhang Rou, but was rejected by Zhang Rou again. So Chen Luo began to fantasize, is this consistent with Chen Luo's current mental state? Fuck you, do you think daddy is just like you guys, enjoying sexual fantasies? Forget it. I can't explain it to you guys anyway.
Dad is gone, remember to miss him.
Chen Luo walked out of the dormitory pulling his suitcase. No, is he really leaving? What has provoked him? Why did he leave without saying anything? Fuck, is there really something wrong with his mind? Even after Chen Luo left the dormitory, his 3 roommates still hadn't reacted. Wife, I'm here.
After leaving the dormitory, Chen Luo took a taxi directly to Mingyue Community. Mingyue Community is a relatively famous community in Jiangcheng, and Zhang Rou's home is here.
Ding dong. Chen Luo rang the doorbell. Here I come. Zhang Rou walked out and opened the door. Why did you come here alone? Didn't we agree that I would help you carry your luggage? Zhang Rou was a little surprised. I don't have much luggage anyway, so there's no need to trouble you to make a special trip. Chen Luo explained with a smile. He didn't want Zhang Rou to travel a long way to pick him up, and it would be a bad influence if someone saw them. Zhang Rou is pregnant now, so she should try not to make any trouble if possible. It's not a big deal. You are my husband now.
Zhang Rou deliberately shouted the word husband very loudly, and Chen Luo's ears felt numb from hearing it.
Who said Zhang Rou is cold and doesn't like to communicate with others? Isn't that good? Come in first. Zhang Rou quickly welcomed Chen Luo in. Honey, which room do I stay in?
Zhang Rou's house is quite big, with 5 bedrooms and a living room, covering an area of about 200 square meters, so it is definitely no problem for 2 people to live in it.
Of course you live in the same room with me, otherwise you want me to stay alone in the empty room? But you are still pregnant. It's okay.
The doctor said that as long as you move gently, it won't affect the fetus.
Chen Luo was completely speechless. Just live in one room.
He and Zhang Rou are now a legal couple, so it is reasonable for them to live in one room.
Did you have meal? Not yet.
Then sit down and play with your phone for a while, I'll cook for you.
No, let me do it.
You're pregnant now, so I'll be responsible for all the housework from now on. Chen Luo rejected Zhang Rou's offer to cook for him.
Chen Luo, I asked you to move in with me, not to work for me. Zhang Rou was a little angry. I know. This is a special period. Besides, you bought this house.
Just consider it as my housework paying for the rent.
After hearing what Chen Luo said, Jiang Ruo's expression finally calmed down a lot.
Be good, sit down first, the food will be ready soon. While comforting Jiang Ruo, Chen Luo started to make a fire and cook. On the other hand, Lu Ruyan was getting anxious as she hadn't received any news from Chen Luo for a long time.
What the hell is wrong with Chen Luo? Why hasn't he replied to my message in such a long time?
She couldn't help but want to send a message back to Chen Luo, asking him if he had bought the cold medicine. But when she noticed the exclamation mark in the lower right corner, she finally couldn't hold it anymore. Chen Luo, this bastard, actually dared to delete me.
Lu Ruyan was about to explode with anger.
Chen Luo was just her dog. She was kind enough to give Chen Luo a chance to lick her, but who knew that Chen Luo didn't know how to cherish it?
The more Lu Ruyan thought about it, the angrier she became. She couldn't help but call Chen Luo. Chen Luo's cell phone suddenly rang. "Honey, your phone number."
"I'm cooking, please answer it for me first."
Chen Luo didn't care.
He and Jiang Ruo were husband and wife now, so there was nothing to be shy about.
Jiang Ruo didn't say anything and answered the phone. "Chen Luo, you bastard, how dare you delete me as a friend?" As soon as the call was connected, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but burst into cursing. "Chen Luo is not available right now. If you have something to say, you can just tell me directly." "No, who are you?" Lu Ruyan was a little panicked. She clearly called Chen Luo, so why was the person who answered the phone a woman? Is Chen Luo with another woman? "I'm his wife."
As soon as Jiang Ruo finished speaking, Lu Ruyan hung up the phone in a hurry.
"Chen Luo already has a wife, how is this possible?" Lu Ruyan was in a state of confusion. Chen Luo has always been her dog.
She and Chen Luo have known each other since childhood.
Chen Luo doesn't even have a girlfriend, so how could he have a wife? Could it be that Chen Luo has already gotten married without telling anyone? Lu Ruyan thought about it and still felt that it was impossible.
Chen Luo might have hidden it from everyone, but he would never have hidden it from her. Because she is Chen Luo's childhood sweetheart and the person Chen Luo loves wholeheartedly. Chen Luo promised her that he would marry her in the future.
How could Chen Luo marry someone else?
Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan called Chen Luo again.
Chapter 4 helped Jiang Ruo clean the room. The call was quickly connected again. "Who are you?" Let Chen Luo answer the phone. "He's busy and has no time to answer your call." "No, who are you? Why did you answer his call?" "I've already told you, I'm his wife." "Don't think I don't know. You must have stolen his phone to answer the call." "I don't care who you are. Just let him answer the phone. He's busy."
"If you have anything to say, just tell me directly and I'll pass it on to him."
"No, you don't understand what people say, let him answer my call." "You are the one who doesn't understand what I'm saying. I told you he's busy. If you're not busy, just hang up."
Lu Ruyan was about to say something, but Jiang Ruo hung up the phone.
"Honey, who called just now?"
Chen Luo also heard the noise at this time and hurried over. "Lu Ruyan, she seemed to have something to talk to you about, but I hung up on her."
"I see." Chen Luo was not surprised at all. Although he deleted and blocked Lu Ruyan's WeChat friends, he forgot to block Lu Ruyan's mobile phone number as well. "Will you blame me for hanging up the phone on my own initiative? How could that be? From now on, you can hang up on me whenever you want."
Chen Luo smiled slightly, as if he didn't take what happened just now to heart.
"So if he calls you again, should I answer or not?" "Don't answer it, just help me block her." "Is it true or false?" "Of course it's true. She's not an important person. Just block her." "But I heard that you grew up with her and you once pursued her." "Alas, that's all in the past. I don't like her anymore. Having you is enough for me." "Okay then. I'll help you block her later." Jiang Ruo was very satisfied with Chen Luo's answer.
"The food will be ready soon, please wait for me."
Not long after, Chen Luo also came over with a full plate of food. "Wife, how about trying my cooking? Then I must taste it." Jiang Ruo picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of stir-fried meat, and tasted it carefully. "How is it? Is it delicious?" "It's delicious. I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good. If it tastes good, eat more." Chen Luo excitedly picked up a piece of meat for Jiang Ruo. Jiang Ruo is pregnant now, so she really needs to take some good supplements. "Chen Luo, did you often cook by yourself before?"
Not often, except that sometimes when my parents are not at home, I cook for myself.
No wonder you are so good at cooking. Zhang Ro is in a very good mood now. Chen Luo is not only handsome, but also a good cook. She really has found a treasure. If you like, I can cook it for you every day. How can that be possible? You still have classes to attend and so on. It's okay. It doesn't affect me. I'm already a senior now and I don't have many classes. Then I want to eat cherry meat tomorrow, is that okay? Can.
Chen Luo tied Zhang Ro's hair with a doting look on his face to prevent Zhang Ro from eating the hair. Zhang Ro just quietly let Chen Luo hold her hair in his hands. At this time, Lu Ruyan was already furious. She didn't expect Chen Luo to treat her like this. Just when she was about to call Chen Luo to question him, she suddenly found that her cell phone number had been blocked by Chen Luo. Chen Luo, we have known each other for so many years, but I didn't expect you to be this kind of person.
Lu Ruyan was so angry that she almost vomited blood.
She just wanted Chen Luo to help her buy a few boxes of cold medicine, but not only did Chen Luo refuse to help, he also blocked all her contact information.
Senior Ruyan, why don't you just forget it? I can buy it myself. There's no need to trouble Senior Chen Luo. Yang Wei standing by pretended to be very weak. No, you're already so sick, how can I let you go buy it yourself? I'll go instead. It's all this damn Chen Luo's fault.
It's so hard for him to buy something, and he still has the nerve to say he likes me.
He will never get my forgiveness in this life.
Lu Ruyan left angrily, completely unaware that all this was just a disguise by Yang Wei. After dinner, Zhang Ro decided to wash the dishes. Chen Luo had just cooked for her, so it was normal for her to help wash the dishes.
Just leave it there, I'll wash it later.
When Chen Luo saw this scene, he quickly asked Zhang Ro to stop. Zhang Ro is pregnant now, so of course he needs to give her special care.
No, it's just washing the dishes. I can still do it. Let me wash it, you are still pregnant. Chen Luo still didn't want Zhang Ro to be too tired.
If a pregnant woman is too tired, it may affect the growth and development of the fetus.
He certainly doesn't want this to happen to Zhang Ro. What's wrong with being pregnant? Can't I do housework while I'm pregnant?
If you say so, I might as well not even go to class and just stay at home to take care of the baby.
Zhang Ro was a little unhappy.
She could understand that Chen Luo wanted her to rest more, but she was not a disabled person, so there was no need to treat her specially.
Research results show that proper exercise for pregnant women is beneficial to the development of the fetus.
She does this not only to help Chen Luo share the housework, but also for the unborn baby in her belly.
I did not mean that.
Of course I know you don't mean that, but we are husband and wife now, and husband and wife should help each other.
If you are the only one who makes sacrifices, then what is the need for me as your wife? Well, Chen Luo was indeed persuaded by Zhang Ro.
Zhang Ro is worthy of being a university professor, she has a great eloquence.
Soon Zhang Ro washed all the dishes. Next, Chen Luo planned to clean up Zhang Ro's house.
Although Zhang Ro lives alone, her house looks very messy, perhaps because it has not been cleaned for a long time. Looking at the clothes that Zhang Ro had piled up everywhere, Chen Luo felt overwhelmed. He originally thought that girls' rooms were clean and tidy, but Zhang Ro taught him a severe lesson.
I'm sorry, I'm not usually like this. Maybe I've been too busy lately, so I didn't have time to clean up. Zhang Ro's face turned red.
If she had known that Chen Luo would move in so soon, she should have packed up in advance.
It's okay. It's not too messy. Chen Luo smiled.
It was a bit messy, but it was still within his acceptable range.
Honey, do you think I'm a little too sloppy? How could that be? You will always be the purest in my heart. Hubby, why don't I do it?
You take a rest first.
No, I'll do it. Then I'll peel some apples for you. That's fine. Chapter 5. Let us wash together to save some water.
In this way, Chen Luo helped Zhang Ro start tidying up the room. He sorted and folded all of Zhang Ro's clothes.
Underwear and black stockings are divided into one category, and skirts and tops are divided into another category.
I have to say that Zhang Ro did have a lot of clothes. Chen Luo was busy for 2 hours before he sorted all of Zhang Ro's clothes.
Hubby, you've worked hard.
Zhang Ro walked in with the peeled apples and fed Chen Luo herself.
Thank you, wife.
Chen Luo was instantly revived with full health. After cleaning up Zhang Ro's room, Chen Luo decided to clean up the rest of the rooms. It was not until the afternoon that Chen Luo finished cleaning all the rooms. Jiang Ro's home instantly looked brand new, and Chen Luo was very satisfied with the results of his labor. It would be better to do a thorough cleaning someday. Hubby, you've worked hard. Let me give you a shoulder massage. Jiang Ro came over very sensibly. Chen Luo let Jiang Ro hold him like this. He was indeed a little tired. Jiang Ro's massage technique was very good and instantly swept away Chen Luo's fatigue. Hubby, drink some water. After massaging Chen Luo's shoulders, Jiang Ro poured Chen Luo a cup of hot water. Wife, stop being busy and sit down for a while. I'm not thirsty. Chen Luo quickly called Jiang Ro over. He did imagine his future life. I can say responsibly that this is the life Chen Luo wants to live in the future. 2 people in one house, 3 meals a day, 4 seasons. If possible, he hopes to have more days like this. However, Jiang Ro is pregnant now, and it won't be long before their home will welcome a new life. This is a good thing. Chen Luo couldn't help but get excited when he thought that someone would call him dad as soon as he opened his eyes. He is about to become a father. Becoming a father at the age of 22 is much more impressive than many young people. Many young people don't even have a girlfriend at this time, let alone becoming a father. Just after cleaning the house, Chen Luo's cell phone rang again. It was a call from his roommate Wang Hao. Chen Luo answered the phone. My dear son, where on earth have you been? Why haven't you come back for so long? Didn't Dad already tell you that he was going to move out? So you didn't take his words to heart? No, you really plan to move out. We thought you were kidding us. Who are you kidding? Your dad is a married man now. How could I live with a bunch of single guys like you? What do you mean, you're really married? If you don't believe me after I tell you, why are you still asking? My dear son, do you think we are so easy to fool? You are just planning to stay at home for a few days, but you make it seem like the real thing. Obviously, Wang Hao still didn't believe that Chen Luo was really married. Forget it, I won't tell you anymore. My wife is calling me. Chen Luo naturally didn't bother to explain. Believe it or not, he has said this now. Son, wait a minute, don't hang up yet. When are you planning to come back? I'm not going back. Just remember to miss Dad when the time comes. Chen Luo hung up the phone in a hurry. Brothers are not as good as wives. Not to mention that Wang Hao would call him if he had nothing to do. Even if Wang Hao called him if he had something to do, he would hang up the phone immediately. Wife, what's wrong? Chen Luo walked over in a hurry. I see you've been sweating a lot. Do you want to take a shower? I've already heated the water for you. That's fine. Chen Luo thought about it and then agreed. Although he doesn't like taking a shower in other people's homes, this is his wife's home after all. He will be living here for a while in the future, so naturally he needs to adapt in advance. Then wash it quickly. Jiang Ro didn't say anything. Just like that, Chen Luo walked into the bathroom. Just as Chen Luo was popping bubbles, the bathroom door was suddenly opened. No, wife, what are you doing? Chen Luo quickly covered his body with his hands. I want to take a shower with you. Jiang Ro explained in a low voice. That's not appropriate. Chen Luo was a little panicked. This was the first time for him to take a bath with someone from childhood to adulthood, and that person was of the opposite sex. Even if Jiang Ro is his wife, she wouldn't be so proactive, right? Where is the cool and aloof style you promised? If there's anything inappropriate, stop covering it up. Is there any part of your body that I haven't seen? There is indeed nothing wrong with what he said, but Chen Luo still felt a little awkward. It is already very dangerous for a single man and a single woman to be in the same room, and now they are so frank with each other. What if he loses control and accidentally discharges the gun? This could easily cause trouble, especially since Jiang Ro is pregnant. Wife, why don't you go out first? I'll be done with the shower soon. Chen Luo lowered his head, afraid that Jiang Ro would eat him. But I just want to take a shower with you, what should I do? Chen Luo was completely dumbfounded. He was used to Jiang Ro's usual aloof demeanor, so he was a little uncomfortable with Jiang Ro suddenly becoming so proactive. Hubby, let me take a shower with you, it can save some water bills. Wife, what if I can't help it? Chen Luo was a little worried. He is not a gentleman, and enduring humiliation is not his usual style. If you can't help it, then don't bear it. After hearing Jiang Ro say this, Chen Luo immediately had no objection.
Zhang Ro said so, what else could he say?
Zhang Ro herself had agreed, so if he kept refusing, it would seem that he was a little restrained. Zhang Ro began to take off her clothes in front of Chen Luo. Her graceful body instantly made Chen Luo swallow his saliva.
This is too perfect. How can a person's figure be so perfect? Honey, what's wrong with you?
Noticing that something was wrong with Chen Luo, Zhang Ro quickly asked.
Without. Chen Luo blushed, and he dared not say anything. Honey, do you want me to help you wipe your body? Forget about that. I can do it myself. How could Chen Luo dare to agree?
If he agreed, he really wouldn't be able to help himself. The bathroom was filled with smoke and the sound of running water.
Chen Luo could only shrink into the corner cautiously. Honey, can you rub my back for me? I can't reach it.
Zhang Ro's delicate voice sounded like the death calling for death, and Chen Luo's scalp felt numb when he heard it.
Good.
Chen Luo had no choice but to do as he was told.
As soon as his hand touched Zhang Ro's tender skin, Chen Luo felt as if he was electrocuted.
The bathroom was not big to begin with, and Chen Luo could clearly see the beautiful scenery in front of him. After hurriedly rubbing Zhang Ro's back, Chen Luo was about to put on his clothes and leave. But Zhang Ro suddenly hugged him from behind.
Hubby, do you dislike me? Otherwise, why don't you dare look me in the eye? No. Then can you please turn around and take a good look at me? Chapter 6 Zhang Ro is so proactive. Forget it, just die. Chen Luo mustered up his courage and turned around.
What came into view was a petite and pitiful face and Zhang Ro's naked and proud figure.
Chen Luo was beginning to lose control and wanted to kiss her. Is this still the Zhang Ro he knew before, who was aloof from others? Zhang Ro's proactive attack was really hard for him to resist. In the end, Chen Luo raised the white flag and surrendered. It's not the first time. What are you shy about? Zhang Ro looked at Chen Luo with loving eyes. Wife, I can't help it.
Chen Luo's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and a surge of blood rushed to his heart.
Then don't bear it, just do whatever you want. Zhang Ro responded with a smile. Chen Luo hugged Zhang Ro from behind.
Just when Zhang Ro thought something was going to happen, Chen Luo suddenly put on his clothes and left.
Wife, I'm done, you can take your time washing yourself. Chen Luo ran out of the bathroom like crazy.
It's not because he is so tolerant, but because Zhang Ro is still pregnant and he has to restrain himself. He didn't want anything to happen to his child, so for the sake of his child's safety, he could only endure it.
That's pretty tolerable. Zhang Ro smiled.
She was so proactive, but Chen Luo was still so patient. He was worthy of being the man she liked.
Not long after, Zhang Ro also came out of the bathroom.
At this time, she was wearing a sexy little suspender and black stockings on her legs, which made her look particularly charming. It is not an exaggeration to call her a sexy stunner. Zhang Ro has a great figure, especially when she wears a suspender top, which makes her figure look even better. The delicate and elegant eyebrows, big eyes, high nose bridge, cherry-like mouth, and delicate earlobes all speak of Zhang Ro's beauty. Charming long legs, skin as white as cream, and beautiful long hair tied around the waist, exuding a fresh fragrance. Looking at Zhang Ro's huge chest, Chen Luo was very sure of one thing, that is, Zhang Ro should not be wearing anything underneath.
Honey, help me blow dry my hair. Zhang Ro called Chen Luo softly. Good. Chen Luo swallowed and could only come to Zhang Ro obediently.
Suddenly, Zhang Ro sat on Chen Luo's thighs.
Wife, didn't you ask me to help you blow dry your hair? What are you doing? Chen Luo's breathing became a little rapid. Yes, just blow dry your hair. Just do it like this.
Zhang Ro put her arms around Chen Luo's neck and handed him the hairdryer. Chen Luo was complaining in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything.
Zhang Ro's hair smelled very nice.
Chen Luo couldn't tell whether it was the smell of shampoo or Zhang Ro's own unique scent. But there is one thing he can be sure of, that is, Zhang Ro's hair is of good quality and feels very soft in his hands.
What are you standing there for? Help me blow dry my hair.
Zhang Ro let her hair down, revealing a crystal clear and beautiful back.
Chen Luo swallowed again. Zhang Ro is simply a beauty on earth.
No man can resist the charm that Zhang Ro exudes at this moment.
But fortunately, Chen Luo is very patient.
It's not that he doesn't want something to happen between him and Zhang Ro, but because he doesn't want anything unexpected to happen to his child. Chen Luo turned on the hairdryer and patiently helped Zhang Ro dry her hair. After blowing her hair dry, Jiang-ro took Chen Luo's hand.
Hubby, it's getting late, let's go to bed. Rest?
Chen Luo was a little stunned. He certainly knew what rest meant.
Does he really want to sleep with Jiang-ro?
Well, he and Jiang-ro are husband and wife now, so it makes sense for them to sleep together.
But what Chen Luo is more worried about is, what if the gun goes off accidentally and affects the development of his future child? Research results show that pregnant women should try to avoid sexual intercourse during pregnancy to avoid affecting the baby. After all, Jiang-ro is a pregnant woman, and he certainly doesn't want anything to happen to Jiang-ro and his child. Yes, it's already late at night, what else do you want to do if you don't rest?
Jiang-ro leaned on Chen Luo, her eyes full of tenderness.
Then take a rest. Chen Luo didn't say anything. As long as he can exercise a little restraint, it shouldn't affect Jiang-ro and the baby in her belly. Chen Luo held Jiang-ro and walked towards the bedroom step by step, then gently placed Jiang-ro on the bed. Hubby, do you love me?
Jiang-ro suddenly asked.
Of course I do. Chen Luo answered in a low voice. To be honest, he didn't know what love was.
He used to think that liking someone was love, but he soon discovered that liking is liking, and love is love, and there is still a certain difference between liking and loving.
A person can like many people in his life, but can only love one. Of course, scumbags are an exception.
But now, he can be sure that he loves Jiang-ro in his heart. Not only because Jiang-ro was pregnant with his child, but also because Jiang-ro taught him how to love someone.
Yeah, I love you too. Jiang-ro smiled very happily.
From this moment on, she has found the other half that matches her soul. Even though Chen Luo had nothing, this did not prevent him from falling in love with Chen Luo. In fact, her story with Chen Luo can be traced back to a long time ago, but Chen Luo has no recollection of it.
Go to bed, you have to get up early tomorrow. Chen Luo carefully covered Jiang-ro with the quilt. After covering Jiang-ro with the quilt, Chen Luo planned to sleep in the next room. Where are you going?
Just when Chen Luo was about to leave, Jiang-ro suddenly reached out and grabbed him.
I'll sleep in the next room. No. Why not? You are my husband, of course you have to sleep with me. But you are pregnant now.
I don't care, you have to sleep with me anyway.
I'm afraid my snoring will disturb your sleep. It's okay. I don't mind your snoring.
Chen Luo's mentality collapsed. He said his snoring was fake and he just wanted to sleep alone, so why was it so difficult?
What is going on? Why are you so clingy? Hubby, lie down quickly. I'm scared to sleep alone. Didn't you sleep alone before? That's different. I wasn't married before, but now I am married. Chen Luo was completely speechless. Jiang-ro's excuse is really lame. Hubby, didn't you just say you loved me? Why don't you even want to sleep with me?
Jiang-ro spoke in a coquettish voice, afraid that Chen Luo would leave her to sleep alone.
Chen Luo had no choice but to lie down next to Jiang-ro. Honey, can you hug me?
Just when Chen Luo thought he could have a good sleep, Jiang-ro suddenly leaned over. Chen Luo's hand seemed to have touched something it shouldn't have touched.
Well, it's quite soft. Chapter 7 This damn possessiveness. Stop making trouble and go to sleep. Chen Luo could only keep rejecting Jiang-ro.
If he really held Jiang-ro in his arms, he couldn't guarantee that he could control himself. But Jiang-ro kept snuggling into his arms.
With a beauty in his arms, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel flustered. He looked down at Jiang-ro. Jiang-ro also looked up at him. Wife, go to sleep quickly. I feel uncomfortable with you like this. Chen Luo sighed. Jiang-ro is pregnant, and he can't really let anything happen between them. This was simply torture for him. Honey, do you want me to help you? Jiang-ro gave a sly smile. How can you help me? Chen Luo smiled bitterly. What do you think? Jiang-ro asked back. Well, let's not do that. Go to sleep. Chen Luo touched Jiang-ro's head. Then give me a kiss and I'll let you go. Jiang-ro acted coquettishly.
Chen Luo had no choice but to kiss Jiang-ro on the forehead. No one kisses his wife on the forehead.
Jiang-ro expressed strong dissatisfaction. Then where should I kiss? What do you think? Jiang-ro brought her charming cherry lips closer. Chen Luo was about to speak. But who knew that Jiang-ro suddenly launched a fierce attack? Their lips just happened to touch each other. In an instant, Chen Luo's mind went blank. Help! This isn't some cool and charming university professor, this is clearly a warm and clingy little cat.
What is more important is that Jiang Ro actually stuck out her tongue when he wasn't noticing.
How to say it? A bit sweet indeed. So this is what it feels like to kiss someone.
After a long time, Jiang Ro finally opened her mouth with satisfaction.
Chen Luo's mouth was a little broken from her biting.
On the other hand, Jiang Ro has always been the one taking the initiative, and Chen Luo can only face the enemy passively.
Hubby, it's getting late. You should go to bed early too. Good night.
Jiang Ro leaned against Chen Luo very contentedly. The girl's blushing face said it all. Chen Luo's heart was pounding as if it might jump out of his chest at any time.
Even after a long time, Chen Luo still couldn't fall asleep. Honey, are you asleep?
Without getting a response from Jiang Ro, Chen Luo had no choice but to give up. It seems that Jiang Ro really fell asleep. Chen Luo could only help her tidy up the quilt considerately. Jiang Ro pressed her whole body against Chen Luo, and Chen Luo could clearly smell her body fragrance.
Jiang Ro smells very nice, with a light fragrance. Chen Luo could only empty his mind.
He was wondering how to explain this to his parents. After all, he got married to Jiang Ro without consulting his parents.
Marriage is a major event in life and such things cannot be taken lightly.
But he believed that his parents would definitely support him.
I could hear Jiang Ro's breathing. Gradually, Chen Luo also fell asleep.
It was not until the next morning that Chen Luo woke up. He gently lifted the quilt, like a thief, afraid that the noise would disturb Jiang Ro's sleep.
Then he began to prepare breakfast for Jiang Ro. The breakfast Chen Luo prepared was very simple, just a fried egg and a piece of bread. Add a glass of milk. Not long after, Jiang Ro also woke up.
She touched the bedside and found that Chen Luo was not there. Only then did I realize that Chen Luo had already gotten up.
Honey, I didn't disturb your sleep last night, did I?
Jiang Ro came to Chen Luo with sleepy eyes and hugged Chen Luo from behind. She found that Chen Luo seemed to have a special magnetic field, and she wanted to stick to Chen Luo no matter where he went.
Without. Chen Luo shook his head.
He slept well last night. Although Jiang Ro talked a lot in her sleep during this process, it did not affect his sleep much. What really affected his sleep was that Jiang Ro used his arm as a pillow. His arm still hurts a little.
After breakfast, I'll take you back to school. Jiang Ro was very happy. Forget it, I can just take a taxi back.
Chen Luo still didn't want to make his relationship with Jiang Ro public so early. If someone found him and Jiang Ro sitting in the same car, he wouldn't be able to explain himself clearly.
Why do you need to take a taxi? Jiang Ro was a little unhappy.
She has her own car, so she can drive Chen Luo to school, and Chen Luo doesn't need to take a taxi back to school. Wife, our relationship is not suitable to be made public yet, so we should try to keep a little distance from each other while we are in school.
Chen Luo explained patiently. Then I'll drive you back and drop you off when we're almost at school. That's fine. Seeing Jiang Ro so persistent, Chen Luo said nothing more.
Jiang Ro began to wash her face and brush her teeth. She had washed her hair last night, but she washed it again this morning.
Hubby, come and blow dry my hair.
After washing her hair, Jiang Ro called Chen Luo over again. Chen Luo could only patiently help Jiang Ro blow dry her hair. After blow drying their hair, the two sat down together to have breakfast.
Hubby, can you feed me? Jiang Ro looked at Chen Luo with tenderness. Good.
Chen Luo was also helpless. He should spoil his own wife.
Who made him marry such a clingy wife like Jiang Ro?
Chen Luo fed Jiang Ro breakfast and wiped her mouth.
It's like an old father taking care of his bedridden daughter. After breakfast, Jiang Ro decided to change her clothes and go back to school.
She carefully selected a tube-top dress that perfectly showed off her figure.
Honey, what do you think of me wearing this? Chen Luo's eyes widened.
But he still shook his head.
Isn't this one nice? Jiang Ro was a little confused.
She is quite confident in her taste, and this skirt is one of the best-looking clothes she owns. It's not that it doesn't look good, but it's too revealing.
Chen Luo could only explain.
He didn't want his wife to be seen dressed like this.
This man is damn possessive.
Chen Luo is a person who knows how to share very well, but that doesn't mean he is a very generous person. Anyway, he certainly didn't want his wife to be seen dressed like this. If Jiang Ro was not his wife, it would be none of his business what Jiang Ro wanted to wear. But the problem is that Jiang Ro is his husband now, so he certainly won't allow Jiang Ro to dress like that. If Jiang Ro insists on wearing it like this, it can only be seen by him, and no one else can even think about it.
Alright then. Jiang Ro could only change into another skirt.
This skirt was much better than the previous one, but it still failed to satisfy Chen Luo. Jiang Ro has such a good figure that when she puts on a skirt, even if the skirt itself is not very revealing, Jiang Ro always feels exposed when she wears it.
Still not working?
Jiang Ro felt helpless.
Chen Luo's possessiveness is a bit too strong.
It's just a bit of skin exposed, but he thinks this is not allowed and that is not allowed.
Why didn't she realize that Chen Luo was such a narrow-minded person before?
But the more Chen Luo was like this, the more she liked him.
Chapter 8, Going to School in Jiang Ro's Luxury Car. After changing several sets of clothes, Chen Luo finally gave in. Honey, go wait for me downstairs, I'll drive over right away. Jiang Ro seemed extremely excited.
Chen Luo had no choice but to do as he was told.
Not long after, Jiang Ro also drove to Chen Luo.
Looking at the Mercedes-Benz in front of him, Chen Luo couldn't help but take a breath. Although he was not particularly knowledgeable about luxury cars, he could still recognize a Mercedes-Benz.
Could it be that Jiang Ro was a hidden rich woman? No wonder Jiang Ro didn't even want a dowry.
It turned out that Jiang Ro didn't even think highly of her dowry. Jiang Ro is 25 years old this year. Logically, she is not eligible for the title of professor.
However, as far as Chen Luo knows, Jiang Ro was a returned overseas student.
It is said that when she was abroad, Jiang Ro had already been awarded the title of professor.
Hubby, what are you doing standing there? Get in the car. Jiang Ro rolled down the window and motioned Chen Luo to get in the car quickly.
Chen Luo has seen many luxury cars, but this is his first time sitting in a luxury car. He always feels that it is not much different from ordinary cars. It is quite comfortable, but it is too expensive.
Maybe being expensive has its advantages.
Of course, it is also possible that rich people like expensive things and may not like cheap things.
As for performance, rich people never look at performance when buying things. Wife, did you buy this car yourself? Chen Luo got in the car obediently. Not entirely. My parents helped me out with some money. Oh. Chen Luo suddenly felt a little inferior. His wife is so outstanding that he seems a little useless. What's wrong? Nothing, I just feel like I'm not worthy of you. Who said that? You are so outstanding and so rich, and I am just an ordinary college student. In terms of family background, Chen Luo is indeed not as good as Jiang Ro. His parents are ordinary workers and cannot give him much help, while Jiang Ro's parents can help Jiang Ro buy a luxury car. You're not bad either.
Hubby, although you are not as rich as me now, I believe that you will become richer and richer in the future.
From now on my money is your money, you can buy whatever you want.
Jiang Ro held Chen Luo's hand, fearing that Chen Luo would have wild thoughts about this.
Wife, why are you so nice to me? Chen Luo was very touched. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Because you are my husband, if I don't treat you well, who will?
Jiang Ro smiled, her face full of tenderness.
Honey, I've made up my mind. Decide what? I decided to eat your free meal. Then you must seize the opportunity. If you dare to make me angry in the future, I will kick you. Jiang Ro smiled very happily. How could that be?
From now on, you are the boss of our family.
Whatever you say is what I will do. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Chen Luo held Jiang Ro's hand.
Jiang Ro's hands were very tender and smooth, and it felt like they had no bones when held in his hands.
Chen Luo couldn't help but play with them. Jiang Ro did not resist and just let Chen Luo hold her.
Anyway, using one hand doesn't affect her driving. After playing with it for a while, Chen Luo reluctantly let go of Jiang Ro's jade hand. In fact, he wanted to hold it for a while longer, but he was afraid of disturbing Jiang Ro's driving. When they were almost at the school gate, Jiang Ro stopped the car on purpose. After making sure that no one around was noticing him, Chen Luo got out of the car stealthily. Wife, please drive carefully later.
After briefly instructing Jiang Ro, Chen Luo hurried back to the dormitory. Son, where on earth did you go last night? Why didn't you come back all night? As soon as he returned to the dormitory, Chen Luo was blocked at the door by his 3 roommates. I'm going to accompany my wife. Chen Luo replied coldly. Don't give me that. You can get a wife just like this. Who are you trying to fool? That's right, do you think we are stupid? Did you go out and do something bad?
I haven't seen you for one night, but you look much more handsome.
Tell me, which girl did you pick up last night? The three of them took turns questioning Chen Luo.
I really went to accompany my wife, believe it or not.
Chen Luo looked helpless. Come on, if you can really marry Professor Jiang, I'll wash your socks for the rest of your life. Forget about washing socks. If you can really marry Professor Jiang, I would even eat shit in public. I won't eat shit, but if you can really marry Professor Jiang, I will be your slave. The three still didn't believe Chen Luo's nonsense. Okay, then it's settled. Don't regret it when the time comes. Chen Luo smiled very happily. Is there such a good thing? Whoever regrets is a grandson.
The three of them spoke with great certainty. Naturally, Chen Luo was too lazy to argue. When he and Jiang Ro have their wedding one day, he can just invite his three roommates to the banquet. Then they will know that what he said is true.
Wait a moment. Why do you smell like a woman?
Chen Luo was about to get his textbook to go to class, but was stopped by the three men again.
There is no such thing as a woman's smell.
You smelled the wrong thing. Chen Luo naturally didn't want to waste any more time talking to the three of them.
Jiang Ro is still waiting for him to go to class. How could we be wrong? You definitely smell like a woman. Tell me, which woman were you with last night?
The three of them did not intend to let Chen Luo go just like that.
I already told you that I went to accompany my wife last night, but you didn't believe me. Chen Luo could only sigh helplessly. If you don't believe me after I tell you, why are you asking again? So what you mean is that Professor Jiang is really your wife now?
The three of them stared at Chen Luo.
Chen Luo nodded helplessly. Go ahead and brag, I said Professor Jiang is my wife. You haven't even had a girlfriend yet, and you still want to marry Professor Jiang. How can such a cool and aloof Professor Jiang be interested in you? Son, that's enough.
You can make a fake certificate to fool your buddies, but why do you take it so seriously? The three of them complained crazily.
I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go to my wife's class. Chen Luo didn't want to explain anymore and ran to the teaching building with his textbook. Son, wait for us. The three of them were chasing after Chen Luo. Not long after, Chen Luo finally arrived at the teaching building successfully.
As soon as I walked into the classroom, it was already packed with people. Jiang Ro is the most famous beautiful professor at Jiang University, so there are many people who come to listen to her lectures, and most of them are men. Even if they are not Jiang Ro's students, they will come to listen to Jiang Ro's lectures. Basically, every one of Jiang Ro's classes is full. Since Chen Luo arrived late, he was unable to get a front row seat and could only sit in the back row.
Chapter 9. Sorry, I already have a husband.
What a pity, I couldn't get a front row seat, otherwise I might have been able to smell it.
Chen Luo's three roommates also felt it was a pity.
If you sit near the front row, you can definitely smell some fragrance, but if you sit in the back row, let alone fragrance, you can't even smell any stench.
Chen Luo didn't care.
After all, Jiang Ro was his wife now, and he could smell her whenever he wanted.
Not long after, Jiang Ro also walked in with the lesson plan. Professor Jiang, I like you. Please be my girlfriend.
Just then, a boy sitting in the front row rushed up with roses in his hands. Oh my god, how could this person be so shameless to confess to Professor Jiang in front of so many people? Damn, I thought this guy was disgusting when I saw him just now. It turns out that he has something bad in mind.
Heh, he actually dared to confess to Professor Jiang. Doesn't he know that Professor Jiang is famous for being aloof?
Seeing this scene, everyone blamed the boy.
You can confess your feelings, but can you please not do it in front of so many people? Isn't that just disgusting? I'm sorry, classmate, I can't agree to your confession. Why?
The boy in the front row looked unwilling.
Because I already have a husband.
Jiang Ro's words were like a heavy bomb exploding in the water.
Professor Jiang has a husband. When did it happen? It must be fake. How come I've never heard her mention it before? Oh my god, Professor Jiang is actually married. Who is so lucky to marry Professor Jiang?
The classroom instantly exploded with everyone rushing to discuss.
Professor Jiang, who is your husband? Can you introduce him to us?
Yes, Professor Jiang, even if we have to lose, you have to make us lose clearly.
Professor Jiang, how did you and your husband meet? Everyone began to speak.
Zhang Rou did not answer these questions immediately, but glanced in the direction of Chen Luo below the stage.
Can't see me, can't see me.
Chen Luo also felt uneasy at this moment. If these people knew that Zhang Rou's husband was him, they would rush up and eat him alive.
Oh my god, Professor Jiang just glanced at me.
Nonsense, she was clearly looking at me just now.
Bullshit, Professor Jiang is looking at me, he can't be secretly in love with me.
Noticing Zhang Rou's gaze, many people began to fantasize.
Son, you said before that you were married to Professor Jiang, is that true? Chen Luo's 3 roommates were also dumbfounded.
They originally thought that Chen Luo was joking with them, but who could have imagined that what Chen Luo said was actually true?
Now you believe it?
Chen Luo spoke very softly, fearing that others might hear him.
No, when did it happen? The 3 asked in a low voice. Didn't I tell you all about it yesterday?
Chen Luo raised his head with some pride. I told you not to believe it, now you are dumbfounded. You guessed it right, Zhang Rou's mysterious husband is me.
But why would Professor Jiang marry you? Impossible, this must be fake. I must have been dreaming. The 3 still couldn't believe that what Chen Luo said was true. Professor Jiang, who is your husband? When did you marry your husband? Why was there no news before? Professor Jiang, you didn't deliberately fabricate the fact of a fake marriage just to make us give up, did you? Everyone continued to ask questions.
I am indeed married, but as for who my husband is, I am not in a position to reveal it right now.
Zhang Rou replied coldly. Is there anything inconvenient to disclose? Is your husband really ugly? Everyone was obviously a little jealous.
They could accept the fact that Zhang Rou was getting married.
If Zhang Rou's husband was outstanding, they would definitely admit defeat.
But now they don't even know who Zhang Rou's husband is.
On the contrary, my husband is very handsome. Zhang Rou answered very loudly. In that case, why don't you dare tell us who your husband is? Professor Jiang, according to what you said, if your husband is so handsome, why don't you dare let us meet him?
Or maybe your husband is just plain looking, so you don't dare show your true face to others.
After hearing these words, Chen Luo couldn't bear it anymore. What do you mean he looks ordinary and doesn't dare to show his true face? He just didn't want to cause too much of a stir.
If he stood up at this time and told everyone that he was Zhang Rou's mysterious husband, he would definitely be surrounded by people.
Whenever he went out in the future, there would definitely be people pointing fingers at him.
Moreover, he and Zhang Rou have a teacher-student relationship, so if the news gets out, it will inevitably have a bad impact.
Okay, stop talking. My husband's identity will be kept secret for now, but I am indeed married.
You will have plenty of opportunities to meet my husband in the future, so there is no need to rush.
Zhang Rou was still unwilling to reveal Chen Luo's identity.
It's not that she didn't want to say it, but she didn't want to cause too much unnecessary trouble to Chen Luo. Chen Luo is her husband's business, so let us talk about it when there is a chance in the future. Everyone was about to say something, but Zhang Rou was already a little impatient.
Okay, that's enough chit-chat. Class is starting now.
Anyone who doesn't want to listen can leave now and don't disturb others in class.
Everyone had no choice but to give up.
Zhang Rou still has the aura of a professor, but what many people don't understand is how such a cold and aloof person like Zhang Rou could get married to someone else for no apparent reason. And looking at Zhang Rou's expression, she seems to be very protective of her mysterious husband.
This is not like Zhang Rou's usual style at all. Zhang Rou was giving a lecture patiently on the stage, but the audience was already in chaos. Do you think Professor Zhang's marriage is true or false? Of course it's fake.
If Professor Jiang was really married, it would be impossible for her to reveal it now, and she wouldn't even dare to say who her husband is. In my opinion, Professor Jiang deliberately fabricated the fact that she was in a fake marriage in order to make us give up these inappropriate thoughts. The marriage was fake, and the real reason was that she didn't want to accept our confession. Hearing that someone in front was discussing this matter, Chen Luo suddenly found it a little funny. No one knows better than him whether Zhang Rou had a fake marriage or not, because he is Zhang Rou's nominal husband. It's just that he can't show his true face yet.
With so many people eyeing his wife, to be honest, Chen Luo was under a lot of psychological pressure.
But then he thought, so many people like Zhang Rou, but he was the only one who became Zhang Rou's husband. Thinking of this, Chen Luo felt quite a sense of accomplishment.
Chapter 10 Lu Ruyan comes to see Chen Luo. Zhang Ro is indeed very popular in Jiang University, but to what extent is she popular?
It can be said that among the 3 boys in Jiang University, there must be one boy who likes Zhang Ro. On the podium, Zhang Ro was still teaching, but everyone was obviously not in the mood to listen to the class at this moment. Zhang Ro's words "I already have a husband" broke many people's fantasies, and many people were guessing who Zhang Ro's husband was. Of course, more people think that Zhang Ro said this on purpose because she didn't want anyone to confess their love to her. The person who was feeling the most uncomfortable at the moment was undoubtedly the boy in the front row who had just confessed to Zhang Ro. He hung his head and had no intention of listening to the class at all.
Zhang Ro's words of rejection were still echoing in his mind.
He thought it was normal for Zhang Ro to reject him, because he was not the first boy to be rejected by Zhang Ro. But what he couldn't understand was why Zhang Ro made up such a reason to reject him.
Wouldn't it be better for Zhang Ro to just be direct with him? Was there any need to reject him in such a roundabout way?
Instead, Chen Luo listened most attentively. This is his wife's class, so of course he has to listen carefully.
Otherwise, what if his wife finds out that he is daydreaming in class? Son, I was almost fooled by you. That's what I was saying. How could Professor Jiang get married for no apparent reason, and to a guy like you? If Professor Jiang hadn't said that, there would probably be many people who would confess to her.
Now that she said that, I guess no one would dare to confess to her.
Chen Luo's 3 roommates whispered in his ears. Yeah, you're right. Chen Luo couldn't help but roll his eyes. He has said so much, what can he do if others don't believe him?
He didn't mean to hide it, it's just that no one believed him when he said it.
Virtue. Son, do you want to play? Let's form a team of 4.
The 3 of them cursed inwardly, then took out their phones and started playing games. By the way, I invited Chen Luo to form a team. I won't play anymore, you guys play.
No, what are you doing? I never see you study so hard. I'm about to graduate, and I want to be a good student. Chen Luo chuckled.
What a joke, asking him to play games in front of his wife, unless he doesn't want to live anymore. Zhang Ro was paying attention to the situation on his side all the time, so how could he dare not listen carefully?
Student, please stand up and answer my question.
Just when the 3 of them were having fun, Zhang Ro suddenly pointed at Wang Hao among the 3.
Me?
Wang Hao had no choice but to stand up. Zhang Ro never asked them to stand up and answer questions when they were playing games normally, and they were about to graduate.
What was wrong with Zhang Ro today? Why did she suddenly ask questions? Yes, that's you. Zhang Ro nodded.
Of course she doesn't care how others play games, as this kind of thing is common in universities, but Wang Hao playing games next to Chen Luo will definitely affect Chen Luo's studies.
Wang Hao could only stand up reluctantly. Zhang Ro asked a random question, and Wang Hao had no way of answering it.
He was so anxious that he scratched his head and could only look to Chen Luo for help. Chen Luo is the one who listens to the class most attentively among the 4 of them, and Chen Luo can definitely help him. Chen Luo wanted to help, but when he met Zhang Ro's cold eyes, he was so scared that he didn't dare to speak.
I'm sorry, Professor Jiang, I don't know how. Wang Hao's face was filled with embarrassment.
Since you don't know how, then just listen carefully instead of playing games. You don't have to listen, but please don't disturb the students around you from listening attentively.
Your name is Wang Hao, right? I'll remember you. From today on, I will pay special attention to you.
If your test scores are not ideal, then you can expect to fail the course. Zhang Ro's voice was very cold.
The kind that's so cold it makes you shiver.
She had no impression of Wang Hao at first, but because Wang Hao was Chen Luo's roommate, she paid special attention to Wang Hao.
Hearing these words, Wang Hao's face turned pale. He was just playing a game. Did Zhang Ro need to pay special attention to him?
The 2 people who were originally playing games together quickly put down their phones and pretended to listen to the class seriously. Given Wang Hao's failed case, they didn't want to be the focus of Zhang Ro's attention. Until the get out of class was over, the 3 of them didn't dare to play games. Oh my god, Professor Jiang was so terrible today. He even interfered with the way we played games.
That's right.
I never see her intervene when we play games.
What's the matter with her now? It's abnormal. It's very abnormal.
After class, the 3 of them started complaining crazily in front of Chen Luo.
Okay, who told you to play games instead of attending class? Of course Chen Luo had to stand up and speak well of Zhang Ro.
After all, Zhang Ro is his wife, so he certainly won't allow anyone to say bad things about his wife.
Son, speaking of this, we haven't asked you yet. Why do you smell like Professor Jiang?
The three of them plan to interrogate Chen Luo on the spot.
Is it possible that the smell on me is Professor Zhang's? Chen Luo was helpless. He no longer wanted to answer the same question. Stop it, kid. It's just similar. Who told you it's the same? Although they smell similar, the difference is huge. You can fool others, but you can't fool us. Could it be that you saw that Professor Jiang smelled good, so you bought a perfume with a similar smell to spray on him? The three of them attacked Chen Luo. Chen Luo.
At this moment, Chen Luo suddenly heard someone calling his name behind him.
Chen Luo could only turn his head.
The person who called him was none other than Lu Ruyan.
Son, let's go back first. The three of them patted Chen Luo on the shoulder.
Although they really wanted to help Chen Luo, it was better to let Chen Luo solve this kind of thing himself.
Are you okay?
Chen Luo's attitude was obviously not very good.
He didn't want to see Lu Ruyan here.
If it weren't for the relationship between the two families, he wouldn't want to bother with Lu Ruyan.
Why did you delete me as a friend and block my phone number? I need an explanation. Lu Ruyan walked over aggressively. Why so many whys? I just don't want to contact you anymore. Chen Luo answered very coldly. Lu Ruyan actually had the nerve to come over and ask him why.
Lu Ruyan had been treating him as a backup for so many years and had been keeping him hanging.
Did she really think he knew nothing? What childhood sweethearts, what innocent childhood sweethearts, they are all lies. You can probably only see childhood sweethearts who can really be together on TV. Chapter 11. Lu Ruyan asks Chen Luo to apologize. Chen Luo, do you know what you are talking about? You add me back as your friend right now and apologize to me, and this matter will be over. Lu Ruyan was very angry, so angry that she wanted to hit someone.
All along, she has treated Chen Luo as her lickspittle and dead backup.
A lickspittle should have the awareness of a lickspittle.
Chen Luo actually dared to delete her as a friend, which clearly violated the first rule of a lickspittle.
The first rule of a bootlicker is that no matter what she does, Chen Luo must put her first.
As long as she says something casually, even if she asks Chen Luo to die, Chen Luo will have to do it obediently.
Although Lu Ruyan didn't like Chen Luo, she would never allow Chen Luo to suddenly stop licking her. Chen Luo had been licking her for so many years, why did he suddenly stop? Lu Ruyan, are you mentally ill? Chen Luo looked directly at Lu Ruyan without fear.
Chen Luo, you bastard, how dare you scold me?
Lu Ruyan was almost going crazy. What's wrong with me scolding you? Didn't you ask for it? Chen Luo couldn't help but roll his eyes.
He had blocked all of Lu Ruyan's contact information, but Lu Ruyan still had the nerve to come to him. If we follow normal people's logic, we would have killed each other and stopped having any contact with each other long ago.
He didn't know what Lu Ruyan was trying to do. Is it because he is handsome?
But no matter how handsome he is, Lu Ruyan wouldn't be so humble. In the past, Lu Ruyan ignored him and always told him to get out.
Now that he has left, Lu Ruyan is not happy about it.
You apologize to me right now, or I will never forgive you in my life.
Lu Ruyan stamped her feet in anger. Apologize? Apologize to your mother. Do you think I need your forgiveness? Ah, Chen Luo, how dare you do this to me? I'm going to tell your parents. Lu Ruyan was so angry that she almost vomited blood. It's no use telling my parents. I don't want to see you anymore. Do you understand? Why, don't you like me the most? Lu Ruyan was a little confused.
In the past, in order to pursue her, Chen Luo confessed his love to her in front of all the teachers and students in the school, but she rejected him. I don't like you anymore, and please don't disturb my life anymore. Impossible, you must have said that on purpose just to piss me off.
Lu Ruyan didn't believe it at all.
Chen Luo loves her as much as his life, how could he just say he doesn't like her anymore?
There is no such thing in the world. You think too much. I don't have the leisure to deliberately anger you.
Chen Luo shook his head, then turned and left.
Chen Luo, stop right there.
Lu Ruyan hurriedly chased after him. Chen Luo is her loyal dog, so of course she doesn't want to let Chen Luo go just like that.
Are you done yet? Chen Luo was a little angry.
Considering the relationship between the two families, he has tried his best to control his temper.
Who knew that Lu Ruyan would be so lingering?
Chen Luo, if you don't want to apologize, just add me back as your friend and I'll pretend this never happened.
Lu Ruyan could only settle for the next best thing.
Since Chen Luo was unwilling to apologize, there was no need for her to force Chen Luo to apologize to her. Her ultimate goal was to get Chen Luo to add her back as a friend, not to get Chen Luo to apologize to her.
I can't add it. Why can't I add it? My friends list is full. How is this possible? Lu Ruyan's face turned green. If Chen Luo doesn't want to add it, then he doesn't want to add it. Why does he have to find such a lame excuse? Chen Luo is a college student and doesn't have many interpersonal relationships. How could Chen Luo's friend list be full? Why is it impossible? Then show me your phone, otherwise I won't believe it. Why should I show you my phone? Who do you think you are? Because. Lu Ruyan couldn't think of a reason for a moment. Come on, do whatever you want and stop harassing me. Chen Luo took a big step, turned around and left.
Lu Ruyan was about to stop him but was pushed aside by Chen Luo.
Chen Luo, how could you do this to me? Have you forgotten that you once promised that you would marry me when you grow up? Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth. She tried her best not to let the tears flow.
Chen Luo had changed, becoming something she felt extremely unfamiliar with.
I'm sorry, I'm married to someone else now. You should forget the promise we made when we were kids. What did you say, you married someone else? Lu Ruyan was stunned.
She just said it casually, wanting Chen Luo to remember the time when they played together as children, but Chen Luo told her a fact that she couldn't accept.
Any questions? Are you really married? What else? How is this possible? Who did you marry? What does this have to do with you? How can it be okay? Have you forgotten that we are childhood sweethearts and grew up together? Childhood sweetheart? Chen Luo couldn't help laughing. Fuck childhood sweethearts.
You only remember that we were childhood sweethearts now.
Why didn't you remember that we were childhood sweethearts when you were flirting with Yang Wei before? Chen Luo, you must have lied to me on purpose, right? You have no house or car. Who else but me would be interested in you?
That I really have to thank you, but I'm sorry, although I don't have a house or a car, it's not as bad as you say.
Lu Ruyan was right.
He really had no house or car now, but Jiang Ro was pregnant with his child, and he couldn't help but love him.
Anyway, I don't believe you're really married. Believe it or not. Chen Luo left without looking back. Only Lu Ruyan, disheveled in the wind, was left. Is Chen Luo really married? Lu Ruyan didn't come to her senses until Chen Luo walked away.
It's not that she doesn't want to believe it, but most girls nowadays are more materialistic. Chen Luo has no house or car, so it is impossible for any girl to marry Chen Luo.
What if he really marries someone else? But for some reason, Lu Ruyan suddenly became worried.
Although Chen Luo has no house or car, he is good looking. It is not impossible that some short-sighted guy would fall in love with him.
That's not right. His marriage is none of my business. I don't like him. It's better for him to get married. Then he won't bother me anymore.
After a long time, Lu Ruyan finally calmed down. She didn't believe that Chen Luo was really married. Marriage was such a big thing, there was no way Chen Luo would not tell his family. Her family and Chen Luo's family were old friends. If Chen Luo was really married, her parents would definitely know the news first.
Oh, Chen Luo, you're just lying to me. I've seen your hard to get tricks many times. Do you think you can get my attention like this? Lu Ruyan sneered and did not take Chen Luo's words to heart. Chapter 12. Hello, I am Chen Luo's wife Jiang Ro. Room 303, male dormitory of Jiangnan University. My son is back. How did the conversation with the campus beauty of Lu University go? As soon as Chen Luo returned to the dormitory, his 3 roommates surrounded him. That's it. Chen Luo said coldly.
There was nothing much to talk about between him and Lu Ruyan, and he was already married.
No, son, you haven't given up yet? Son, we are not saying anything bad about you.
Although the campus beauty of Lu University is very beautiful, you are really not from the same world as her.
Son, if you really want a girlfriend, we can introduce one to you. There's no need for you to hang yourself on a tree. Seeing Chen Luo's indifferent expression, the 3 thought that Chen Luo still refused to give up. You think too much. She and I have already ended. Chen Luo couldn't help but roll his eyes. Really? You really don't plan to pursue her anymore? The three of them looked at Chen Luo in disbelief.
Whoever wants to chase me can chase me, but I won't chase you anyway.
Chen Luo shook his head.
He already has a wife, and his wife is the dream goddess of all the teachers and students in the school.
Who would still chase after the school bell? It's rare that you have finally come to your senses. You're right not to chase her. The campus beauty of Lu University is not as simple as you think.
I heard that you and the campus beauty of Lu University were childhood sweethearts.
That's a pity.
The three of them patted Chen Luo on the shoulders and were happy for his idea of stopping the loss in time.
What's wrong with childhood sweethearts? Who says childhood sweethearts have to be together?
Besides, childhood sweethearts have to be separated from each other.
It's better not to have a childhood sweetheart like her. Chen Luo disagreed.
If the campus beauty Lu heard what you said, she would be so angry that she would vomit blood.
I'm sure that the campus beauty of Lu University will regret it. Need I say this? My son is such an outstanding person.
Losing him is her greatest loss. The three of them burst into laughter. They were really happy for Chen Luo.
Chen Luo has pursued Lu Ruyan for so many years without success.
Now Chen Luo finally plans to give up pursuing Lu Ruyan, which means that Chen Luo's spring is about to come. Given Chen Luo's conditions, he couldn't find a school beauty like Lu Ruyan, but it was no problem for him to hook up with any beauty in the department.
Dating does not mean marriage, especially during college. As long as you are handsome enough and sweet enough, you can still find a girlfriend.
Take them for example, although they are not as handsome as Chen Luo, fortunately they are good at sweet talk, so they all have girlfriends. Only Chen Luo was hanged on the tree of Lu Ruyan. It's really a pity for Chen Luo's appearance. If they were half as handsome as Chen Luo, they would have won over all the girls in Jiangda University long ago. However, it is not too late for Chen Luo to wake up now, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future.
Son, what kind of girl do you like? Daddy will introduce you to one. Yes, son. You never had a girlfriend during college. If this gets out, we'll all be ashamed of you. You are the only single guy in our dormitory. People who don't know you would think you are gay.
The three of them were very enthusiastic about introducing a girlfriend to Chen Luo. In fact, in the past 4 years, many girls have liked Chen Luo, but Chen Luo's heart was on Lu Ruyan, which caused Chen Luo to miss many opportunities that he should not have missed.
If you don't have a romantic relationship while in college, is it still college?
You should have fun in college, sleep when you need to sleep and drink when you need to drink. Girls of this age are generally not too realistic anyway, and you can win them over by just giving them a few small gifts. Dad will tell you one last time, Dad is already married, so you don't need to introduce Dad to a girlfriend or anything like that, in case my wife misunderstands.
Chen Luo said bluntly. No, you're still here. Do you really think Professor Jiang is your wife? Professor Jiang doesn't even look down on the second-generation rich, but he looks down on a poor boy like you. Wake up.
Son, I admit that you are handsome, but you can't let your imagination run wild.
You dare to think that Professor Jiang can be your wife? Professor Jiang is such a cold person. Even if she really gets married, that person will never be you.
All three of them felt that Chen Luo was beyond saving. Although Jiang Ro admitted in class that she was married, whether this was true or not remained to be verified. Chen Luo, on the other hand, bluntly said that Jiang Ro was his wife.
If Jiang Ro knew about this, Chen Luo would be at least badly injured even if he didn't die. You are the ones who should wake up. Professor Jiang is really my wife. If you don't believe me, forget it. Chen Luo felt a little tired. He didn't want to make any more explanations. Is it difficult to understand that Jiang Ro is his wife? It's not hard to understand at all.
Although Jiang Ro is the dream goddess of all the teachers and students in the school, this doesn't seem to conflict with the fact that Jiang Ro is his wife, right?
Just because Jiang Ro is the goddess of all the teachers and students in the school, does that mean she can't be his wife? Son, you really need treatment for your paranoia. You dare to think about Professor Jiang being your wife. Is there anything else in this world that you dare not think about? Son, it's not that Dad doesn't want to believe you, but your idea is a little too exaggerated. The three still didn't believe it. Chen Luo did not continue to explain. As he was speaking, Chen Luo's cell phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Jiang Ro. Honey, what are you doing? Nothing, just chatting with my roommate in the dormitory. What's wrong? It's okay, I just missed you a little bit, so I couldn't help but send you a message. Yeah, I missed you too. Chen Luo quickly edited the message and sent it out. Wait a moment.
At this moment, his 3 roommates also discovered something.
What's wrong?
Chen Luo looked at the 3 people with confusion. Why is the profile picture of the person who just sent you a message exactly the same as Professor Zhang's? The 3 of them looked at Chen Luo with serious expressions.
Chen Luo marked Zhang Rou's green bubble as wife. The 3 of them could see clearly the chat history between him and Zhang Rou.
Is there a possibility that the person who sent me the message was her? Chen Luo was almost speechless.
Impossible, how could Professor Jiang be your wife? You must have deliberately hired someone to prank us, right? You think you can fool us by paying someone to replace Professor Zhang's profile picture with yours? You really think we are idiots? You keep calling me wife. I never knew you were such a good playboy.
The 3 of them criticized Chen Luo verbally and in writing, because they were unwilling to believe the facts they saw.
Naturally, Chen Luo didn't want to explain anymore, so he directly sent a voice message to Zhang Rou. Honey, can you say hello to my roommates?
Not long after, Zhang Rou also replied with a voice message.
Of course. Hello, I'm Chen Luo's wife Zhang Rou.
Upon hearing this voice message, Chen Luo's 3 roommates were petrified on the spot.
Chapter 13. I want to go back and cook for my wife. It really is Professor Zhang's voice. Son, Professor Jiang is really your wife. You didn't lie to us, did you? You are so lucky to marry Professor Jiang. All 3 of them were extremely excited.
They recognized Zhang Rou's voice instantly.
Do you believe it now?
Chen Luo was also somewhat pleased. I told you before that Zhang Rou is my wife, but you refused to believe me. Now you must be dumbfounded.
Believe me, you big-head ghost, you really think we are idiots.
The voice of the person you found is indeed very similar to Professor Zhang's, but you overlooked a very important detail.
How could someone as aloof as Professor Jiang make such a coquettish voice? Son, you are still too young to deceive us. The 3 of them couldn't help but sneer at Chen Luo.
Just because their voices are similar doesn't mean they are the same person.
There are so many people in this world who speak with similar voices. They even look similar, not to mention their voices. Moreover, voice can be trained.
Some voice actors specialize in imitating other people's voices, and they can make any voice you want. Some boys can even make voices similar to those of girls, but just listening to the voice means nothing.
Forget it if you don't believe me. Chen Luo wasn't that angry. He could have made a video call to Zhang Rou. Voice can deceive people, but video can't. But he thought about it and felt it was unnecessary.
If Zhang Rou is busy at this time, calling her at this time will definitely affect her. Even if Zhang Rou answered his video call, his roommate would definitely say that he had someone create the video.
People who are willing to believe you will believe whatever you say. People who are unwilling to believe you will not believe anything you say. For example, Chen Luo even took out his marriage certificate, and his roommates thought he paid someone to make a fake certificate. Where could he go to seek justice? Okay, let's stop talking about this. What are you going to eat later? Why don't we go out to eat? I'm tired of the food in the cafeteria. We can eat out. There's a new mutton restaurant that opened near the school. I think it's good. How about this one?
The 3 of them have already started discussing what to eat for lunch. Anyway, they have plenty of time now and there is no need to rush.
Son, what do you think?
The 3 of them looked at Chen Luo at the same time.
You guys eat, I have to go to the market to buy some vegetables later. Chen Luo shook his head. It's not because he is not sociable, but because he still has to go back to buy groceries and cook for Zhang Rou. Son, what are you buying vegetables for? We are not allowed to cook in our dormitory. Are you trying to run away? Let me tell you, that mutton restaurant tastes really good. I guarantee that you'll want to go there again after eating there for the first time. If you don't have enough money, Dad will pay for you.
The 3 of them did not intend to let Chen Luo go just like that.
It's not what you think. I buy groceries to cook for my wife. Chen Luo explained in a low voice.
Zhang Rou is still pregnant, and he is worried about things outside, so he can only do it himself. According to his idea, he wanted to buy an old hen for Zhang Rou to nourish her body and make some bone soup. Zhang Rou was in the period of nourishing her body now, so it would be a good idea to buy more.
If you don't want to go, forget it. What excuses are there?
Son, you always say that Professor Jiang is your wife, but you didn't communicate with Professor Jiang at all during class just now.
How can we believe you?
You want us to believe you, but you can call Professor Jiang right now and ask her to come to our dormitory building immediately.
Then we will believe what you say. How about that? Then forget it. Chen Luo rejected the three people's proposal. There are many gossipy people downstairs in the dormitory. If Jiang Ro comes downstairs of his dormitory, I'm afraid he won't be able to hide his relationship with Jiang Ro.
His three roommates would definitely keep it a secret for him, but the same couldn't be said for the others.
He didn't want to make his relationship with Jiang Ro public too soon.
Although he and Jiang Ro have registered their marriage, they have not yet started to get married. At least they have to wait until their parents have met each other.
TSK, I knew you were lying to us. The three of them became even more certain that Chen Luo was lying. If what Chen Luo said was true, Chen Luo would definitely do as they said. Why didn't Chen Luo dare to do that? Because what Chen Luo said was all false. Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to go buy groceries. Chen Luo was too lazy to respond.
He packed his things and prepared to go to the nearby vegetable market. Although there is a supermarket near Mingyue community, Chen Luo is still a little worried about the meat in the supermarket. After all, the meat in many supermarkets is frozen meat, and it definitely doesn't taste as good as freshly slaughtered meat.
Not long after, Chen Luo also came to the vegetable market.
He specially picked out a particularly fat old hen.
Boss, I want this chicken. Little brother, you have a good eye. These are local chickens that are raised here without any feed. However, the price may be relatively expensive. It doesn't matter if the price is a little high, just help me kill it.
Okay.
The boss didn't say a word and just cut the old hen with a knife.
His knife skills were very professional. One particularly convenient thing about buying vegetables at the market is that the animals are slaughtered right on the spot, and they can also help pluck the hair. After a while, a chicken was ready and the boss found a bag to pack it up. After buying the chicken, Chen Luo bought a few large bones, all of which were very fresh, and the boss's attitude was also very nice.
When Chen Luo had almost finished buying everything, Jiang Ro finally called. Honey, I'm done now, where are you?
I'm at the nearby vegetable market.
Then I'll come pick you up now.
Before Chen Luo could refuse, Jiang Ro hung up the phone in a hurry. Chen Luo originally planned to buy a few more dishes, but after thinking about it, it seemed unnecessary as he had already bought enough dishes.
Anyway, it's just him and Jiang Ro eating it. What if they buy too much and can't finish it? Not long after, Jiang Ro also drove to the entrance of the vegetable market. Honey, I'm here. Jiang Ro greeted Chen Luo in the car. Chen Luo got into the car obediently. Honey, why do you buy so many things?
Jiang Ro was also shocked. She has a limited appetite and basically can't eat that much.
I don't know what you like to eat, so I bought a little bit of everything.
And you're pregnant now, so you need to nourish your body.
It's a good idea to buy more. But, you buy so many vegetables, what if you feed me fat? Why worry about her getting fat? No matter how fat you are still my wife. It's better to be a little fatter. A fatter woman can help you give birth to a son. How do you know it's a son? What if it's a daughter? Jiang Ro was a little unhappy. Chapter 14. This is not the right place. This is a parking lot. Sons and daughters alike. Chen Luo smiled slightly.
He doesn't care whether it's a son or a daughter, as long as it's his child, he likes them all.
Honey, I'm a little tired today, how about you drive?
Jiang Ro suddenly said.
Shall I drive? Chen Luo couldn't help but be stunned.
It is true that he has learned to drive, but he has hardly ever driven a car, let alone a luxury car like this.
Any questions? What if it crashes? If you get hit, you can use the insurance. Jiang Ro didn't care much. Anyway, she bought insurance, so as long as no one was hurt, it would be fine. Chen Luo didn't expect Jiang Ro to trust him so much.
To be honest, Chen Luo didn't have much confidence in his driving skills, mainly because he never had the chance to drive a car.
How good can you expect a college student who hasn't even graduated to be at driving a university? That's impossible. Why not just forget it? Chen Luo still didn't dare to try it easily.
It would be a shame if such a nice car were damaged. Although she can claim insurance, Jiang Ro still has to drive to school for classes. If her car is accidentally damaged, does she have to take the bus to class?
It's okay, husband. There's a first time for everything. You have to believe in yourself. Zhang Ro kept comforting Chen Luo. All right then. Encouraged by Zhang Ro, Chen Luo also decided to give it a try. Driving is not difficult at all.
As long as you are skilled enough, everyone can become a skilled driver. Zhang Ro was right, there is a first time for everything.
When he was practicing for his driver's license, didn't he have any problems at all?
It is no exaggeration to say that Chen Luo passed subjects 1 to 4 in one go, and got full marks in all of them. Even his driving school instructor said that he drove well and didn't look like a novice at all.
He drove more steadily than many experienced drivers. Thinking of this, Chen Luo was no longer worried and decided to give it a try.
With Zhang Ro's explanation, Chen Luo has gained a preliminary understanding of the overall situation of the car. He drove the car slowly and then drove out. I have to say that Chen Luo does have some talent for driving, and he drives very steadily. Although this was his first time to drive on the road, he had already learned to keep his eyes and ears open when taking the third driving test. Zhang Ro did not feel any bumps at all.
Honey, you said you've never driven before, but the way you drive doesn't look like it's your first time at all. Zhang Ro was also very surprised. Chen Luo drove so steadily for the first time.
When she drove for the first time, she almost crashed the car.
This is my first time driving. Chen Luo smiled helplessly. Maybe this is talent. Some people are born to drive, and he happens to be one of them. Hubby, it would be a shame if you didn't become a truck driver. Zhang Ro couldn't help but admire.
Chen Luo's driving skills are totally fine, even if he drives a truck.
Don't praise me.
With my driving skills, no one wants me to be a driver.
Chen Luo felt a little embarrassed. It is true that she drives steadily, but stability alone is not enough. How could that be? Others don't want me, but I do. Hubby, you will be my full-time driver from now on, okay?
Zhang Ro looked at Chen Luo with a pleading look on her face.
We'll talk about it when the time comes. Chen Luo did not agree immediately.
It's not that he didn't want to agree, but the car belonged to Zhang Ro after all, so it would be unreasonable for him to keep driving it.
I don't care anyway. You have to drive me wherever I go from now on. Zhang Ro kept acting coquettishly. Okay, I'll drive you wherever you go from now on, okay?
Chen Luo really couldn't stand Zhang Ro acting like a spoiled brat with him.
Thank you, husband. You are awesome. Zhang Ro kissed Chen Luo on the face. Not long after, the car finally arrived at Newlywed community successfully.
Chen Luo parked the car himself, and it was parked quite standardly. Thank you for your hard work, husband.
Zhang Ro gave Chen Luo another kiss on the face. Go up quickly. Chen Luo felt a little helpless.
On the way, Zhang Ro had kissed him several times when he wasn't paying attention. If he hadn't been driving at the time, he would have kissed her back.
Honey, do you want something to happen here? Zhang Ro suddenly hugged Chen Luo's neck. Stop it, this is an underground parking lot. Chen Luo was shocked.
He had only seen this kind of plot in foreign short films and had never encountered it in the real world.
What are you afraid of? No one should come here at this moment. It's not a question of whether or not someone is here. Parking lots are usually monitored. Don't worry about this. The surveillance camera can't capture this. Let's go back first. Chen Luo was speechless.
He had to admire Zhang Ro's courage, but he was not the kind of person who had no sense of propriety. Moreover, Zhang Ro dared to seduce him like this even though she was pregnant. He was afraid that he really couldn't help himself.
No, I'm going to stay here.
But Zhang Ro didn't intend to let Chen Luo go just like that.
She failed yesterday, so today she must take down Chen Luo no matter what. Not here.
Chen Luo was also a little anxious. Zhang Ro had already started tearing off his clothes.
Why not? People will see it.
No, who would come to the parking lot to hang out for no reason? Zhang Ro didn't care how Chen Luo resisted. The more Chen Luo resisted, the more excited she became.
If I were at home, I wouldn't have that feeling. Just right outside. Who's there?
Just when Zhang Ro was about to take a step further, the security guard suddenly came over with a flashlight.
Chen Luo quickly put on his clothes. Uncle Wang, it's me. Zhang Ro could only stop what she was doing and walk out. It turns out to be Professor Jiang. Uncle Wang seemed to recognize Zhang Ro. But he didn't recognize Chen Luo.
Chen Luo just moved here yesterday, so it's normal that he doesn't know Chen Luo.
Professor Jiang, who is this? Uncle Wang looked at Chen Luo with some curiosity.
Zhang Rou had always gone in and out alone, and never brought back a man.
But Zhang Rou actually brought Chen Luo back today, which means that Zhang Rou and Chen Luo must have a special relationship.
Whether they are lovers or some other shameful relationship is unknown.
Uncle Wang, let me introduce you, this is my husband. Zhang Rou introduced with a smile.
Hello, Uncle Wang.
Chen Luo also greeted with a smile. Professor Jiang, are you married?
Uncle Wang was very surprised. He has known Zhang Rou for a long time, but he has never heard that Zhang Rou has a husband.
Could it be that Zhang Rou just found it from outside?
Moreover, he thought Chen Luo was not very old, probably around the age of a college student. Why would Zhang Rou choose such a young man as her husband?
Yes, it was just tied yesterday.
Zhang Rou replied with a smile.
Why haven't I ever heard you mention it? Do your parents know? Uncle Wang also found it strange.
Although he is a security guard in the community, he has a good relationship with the owners and is usually the first to know when something happens in someone's home.
Chapter 15. Young people really know how to have fun. I haven't had time to tell them yet.
Oh, where does your husband work?
He is still a student.
After a few simple exchanges, Uncle Wang was basically certain of one thing, that is, Chen Luo should be Zhang Rou's student. The two of them got excited and ran to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their marriage certificate.
And this happened without Zhang Rou's parents knowing.
Based on his understanding of Zhang Rou's parents, it is certain that Zhang Rou's parents would not agree to this marriage. Zhang Rou's family is well off, and Chen Luo looks more and more like a poor boy.
How could Zhang Rou's parents agree? Uncle Wang, I won't talk to you anymore. My husband and I have to go back to cook. Zhang Rou hurriedly pulled Chen Luo away. Young people nowadays really know how to have fun. Uncle Wang couldn't help but shook his head.
Although he didn't see clearly what happened in the car just now, he could roughly guess it. This was not the first time he had encountered this situation, but what he did not expect was that someone as cold as Zhang Rosie would actually have another side that others did not know.
He was not optimistic that Chen Luo and Zhang Rou would end up together.
Marriage is not just a matter between two people, but the result of friendly communication between two families. As long as one party disagrees, the marriage will most likely not take place. Even if Chen Luo and Zhang Rou have already obtained their marriage certificate, as long as Zhang Rou's parents do not agree, Chen Luo and Zhang Rou will eventually have to divorce.
Not long after, Chen Luo and Zhang Rou finally returned home successfully.
I'll go cook.
Chen Luo didn't say anything in the end.
Thank you for your hard work, husband.
Zhang Rou was a little annoyed.
If Uncle Wang hadn't suddenly appeared just now, she would have succeeded long ago. But she didn't intend to let Chen Luo go just like that. It would be fine if she was interrupted in the parking lot, but she couldn't be interrupted at home. Chen Luo was cooking in the kitchen, while Zhang Rou went back to her room to change her clothes. She deliberately picked a sexy lace dress, which was full of temptation.
Honey, is the meal ready? After changing clothes, Zhang Rou also walked towards the kitchen. Ahem.
Why did you suddenly change your clothes?
Chen Luo was also startled.
Zhang Rou has a good figure to begin with, and after changing into the lace skirt, her figure is even more exposed.
That kind of transparent but not see-through feeling is indeed something that not everyone can handle. Why, does my outfit not look good?
Zhang Rou threw a flirtatious glance at Chen Luo.
It looks good. Then why can't you look at me? You are my wife, how could I not dare to look at you? Really? Then I want you to look at me carefully. Stop it, I'm cooking. Chen Luo's face turned red instantly. Hubby, don't you want something to happen to me? Yes. Chen Luo nodded.
Zhang Rou is so beautiful, it is impossible to say that he has no thoughts at all.
Then why don't you take action? Action what? What do you think? Wife, stop making trouble. You are still pregnant. It would be bad if you hurt the baby. Then I don't care.
Chen Luo was very helpless. Just then he saw a rope nearby, so he tied Zhang Rou's hands to prevent her from messing around again. Zhang Rou was like this right after he got married to her, and that was when Zhang Rou was pregnant. If Zhang Rou was not pregnant, he could already imagine how miserable his future would be.
Hubby, it turns out you like this kind of tune. Zhang Rou did not resist.
Although she didn't like being tied up like this, she would not refuse as long as Chen Luo liked it.
Wife, I have something serious to tell you. Chen Luo suddenly became serious. What?
Zhang Ro didn't expect Chen Luo to suddenly become so serious.
When are you going to tell your parents about us? When do you want to tell me? Of course, the sooner the better. What about you? Didn't you tell your parents either? I'll tell them now.
Chen Luo immediately took out his mobile phone and told his parents the news. He didn't have time to say it yesterday, but it's not too late to say it today. He understood his parents, but the attitude of Zhang Ro's parents was the main thing. After all, the meanings of marrying a wife and marrying a daughter are different. As long as Zhang Ro's parents agree, there will definitely be no problem with his parents. Zhang Ro is such an outstanding girl, his parents are so happy that they can't wait to object.
What did your parents say?
Zhang Ro also started to get nervous at this time.
Chen Luo immediately showed her his phone.
Just as Chen Luo thought, his parents did not object after learning the news.
Instead, they asked Chen Luo about Zhang Ro's family situation, and Chen Luo told them the truth.
At first, Chen's father and mother thought that Chen Luo was joking with them, but when Chen Luo took a photo of the marriage certificate and sent it to them, Chen's father and mother finally believed it. Son, it's a good thing that you're getting married, but this matter still needs to be considered carefully. It would be best if both families sit down together and have a good talk.
Chen's father and mother's attitude is very clear. As long as Chen Luo decides on something, they will support it. The same is true even when it comes to marriage. Now it was Zhang Ro's turn to be in trouble. Her parents are not as open-minded as Chen Luo's parents.
From childhood to adulthood, her parents have always liked to control her. If her parents knew that she married herself without saying a word, her parents would definitely kill her the first time. She could now imagine the scene of her parents appearing in front of her.
Honey, can I tell them in a few days?
Zhang Ro looked distressed. She didn't know how to tell her parents. Of course you can, but you have to understand that this matter can never be concealed.
I know, and I didn't intend to hide it from them. I just didn't know how to tell them. If you don't know what to tell them, let me tell them. Then let me say it.
Zhang Ro shook her head. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. If Chen Luo told her parents about this, they would not be able to help but kill Chen Luo. But she is different. After all, she is her parents' daughter. Even if her parents are angry, they will only force her to divorce Chen Luo.
Chen Luo didn't say anything.
Zhang Ro had her own concerns, which he could completely understand.
Hubby, what if my parents don't agree with our marriage, will you divorce me? Zhang Ro is very nervous now. No. Chen Luo's answer gave Zhang Ro reassurance.
He and Zhang Ro are husband and wife now, and they should face any problems together. No matter what the attitude of Zhang Ro's parents is, he will not give up easily.
Chapter 16. Mother Chen is very satisfied with Zhang Ro.
Zhang Ro was still hesitating whether to tell her parents. After all, she was the one marrying Chen Luo, and she didn't think her parents' opinions were that important. Since she was little, she has always listened to her parents in everything, but she wants to be the boss on this matter. Chen Luo's answer finally made her make up her mind. It doesn't really matter whether she says it or not, as long as her heart and Chen Luo's are connected, no one can separate them.
Then I'll call them later.
Zhang Ro, on the contrary, didn't feel any pressure. She actually had guessed how her parents would react, but she didn't care. As long as Chen Luo doesn't give up, she won't give up.
Whatever. Chen Luo smiled.
It doesn't matter when Zhang Ro says it, he is not that anxious, but this kind of thing should be done sooner rather than later.
Honey, should we continue? Zhang Ro looked at Chen Luo with seductive expression. Ahem, the chicken soup is almost ready. I'll go turn off the fire. Chen Luo fled in panic. Honey, you can drink chicken soup anytime. We have more important things to do. What's more important? What do you think? Zhang Ro hugged Chen Luo from behind. Wife, don't do this. Chen Luo's face was full of headache.
He was already on the verge of losing control in the parking lot, and Zhang Ro's coming at this time was simply the end of him.
What's wrong with me? Don't you like me like this? Zhang Ro was still teasing Chen Luo. I like it, but...
Chen Luo was complaining in his heart.
Zhang Ro's condition is like there is a plate of delicious food in front of you. You really want to eat it, but you can't. This kind of anxious feeling is really uncomfortable. Just what? Zhang Ro began to touch Chen Luo all over his body. Be good, if you do this again, I'm going to tie you up. Chen Luo smiled bitterly. Although he had tied Zhang Ro's hands with a rope just now, he was afraid of hurting Zhang Ro, so he did not tie them tightly, so Zhang Ro easily broke free from the rope. Then you tie it up. Zhang Ro didn't care. Just then, Chen Luo's cell phone suddenly rang. He opened his phone and saw that it was a video call from his mother. Stop it, my mom called me. Then you answer it. How can I answer you like this? Oh. Zhang Ro then let go of Chen Luo very reluctantly. Mom. Chen Luo quickly answered the phone. Son, where are you? Chen's mother recognized at a glance that Chen Luo was not in the dormitory. I'm at my wife's house. Then turn your head and show us. Chen Luo had no choice but to turn around with his phone. Wait a moment. As soon as the phone took the picture of Zhang Ro, Chen's mother immediately called for a stop. Mom! Zhang Ro shouted very tactfully. Well. This word mom made Chen's mother very happy. Son, give the phone to Xiao. Mom will say a few words to her. Mom, are you kidding me? I am your biological son. You called me, didn't you just want to chat with me? Chen Luo felt somewhat helpless and furious. Zhang Ro had just married into their family, and Chen's mother liked her so much. This shows that his status in the family will only get lower and lower in the future. Stop talking nonsense and give the phone to Xiao. No. Chen Luo could only hand the phone to Zhang Ro. What can he do? He is helpless. One is his mother and the other is his wife, he can't afford to offend either of them. Mom, I'm Xiao. Zhang Ro happily chatted with Chen's mother. Seeing Zhang Ro chatting so happily and naturally with Chen's mother, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel relieved. The better the relationship between the two, the more beneficial it is to him. At least Zhang Ro will not have any conflicts with Chen's mother. If Zhang Ro and Chen's mother have a bad relationship as mother-in-law, he will be caught in the middle and it will be difficult for him. Zhang Ro talked a lot with Chen's mother. When she learned that Zhang Ro was a university professor, Chen's mother was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. Chen Luo has really found a treasure. Zhang Ro, a university professor, actually likes Chen Luo who is penniless. This is the blessing that Chen Luo has earned in his previous life. Zhang Ro is a university professor and Chen Luo is a student at a prestigious university. If they have a child in the future, the child's genes will definitely not be too bad. The Chen family is about to give birth to a dragon. If things go well, the child of Chen Luo and Zhang Ro might become a scientist. This would be a great event that would bring honor to the family. Xiao Ro, if Chen Luo dares to bully you, you must tell Mom and I will help you teach him a lesson. Chen Luo's heart sank when he heard this. Is this still my biological mother? Why is she so disloyal? They say you should help your relatives instead of others. Shouldn't you be on my side? How could that be, Mom? Don't worry, Chen Luo won't bully me. Zhang Ro couldn't help but speak well of Chen Luo. She is now pregnant with Chen Luo's child. Chen Luo loves her so much that he cannot bear to bully her. Mom, did you hear that? My wife loves me the most, unlike you who only loves outsiders. What do you mean by outsider or insider? Xiao is our biological daughter now, and you are just someone your father and I picked up from the outside. Okay, she is your daughter, I just picked her up, okay? Chen Luo was completely speechless. How did he end up with such parents? Don't be unhappy. Just be happy that you found such an excellent wife like Xiao. Mom, what you said doesn't seem to make me, your son, that bad, right? Stop talking nonsense. When will you bring Xiao back so that I can meet your father? Haven't you seen it by now? Can it be the same? We'll talk about it when the time comes. Chen Luo didn't know how to answer this question, so he just answered it casually. It's not that he doesn't want to take Zhang Ro back, he just has to find a suitable opportunity. By the way, Xiao, I heard from Chen Luo that your parents are abroad now. When can they return home? I don't know that yet. Zhang Ro started to panic. Chen Luo's parents have agreed to their marriage, but it may not be so easy for her parents to agree. I see. It's okay, don't worry. When they return home, our two families will sit down and discuss your marriage. Mother Chen did not make things difficult for Zhang Ro. By the way, Mom, can you keep my marriage a secret for me? Marriage is a good thing, why keep it secret?
Chen's mother expressed her incomprehension. She was eager to tell the whole world that her son had married a beautiful wife. I don't want to make this matter public too early to avoid unnecessary trouble,
Chen Luo explained in a low voice. Chapter 17 My husband is awesome.
It's not that Chen Luo has to hide the fact of his marriage, but he just doesn't plan to make it public at this stage. After all, Chen's father and mother know Lu Ruyan's parents.
If Lu Ruyan's parents knew that he was married, Lu Ruyan would naturally know it by then.
Once Lu Ruyan knew that he was married to Jiang Rou, almost all the teachers and students in the school would know about it.
I see. Chen's mother understood Chen Luo's approach very well.
Chen Luo and Lu Ruyan grew up together and could be said to be childhood sweethearts. Chen Luo suddenly got married at this time, and Lu Ruyan must be feeling uncomfortable.
But this is not Chen Luo's fault.
Marriage is a matter of mutual consent.
Chen Luo has pursued Lu Ruyan for so long, but Lu Ruyan has not shown any response.
No one would continue to pursue Lu Ruyan.
Mom, if you don't have anything else to do, just hang up first. Okay then, you two should get along well.
Husbands and wives should help each other, especially you, Chen Luo. As a boy, you should give in to Xioro in everything.
No matter what Xioro did wrong, you should be more generous. Do you understand? Chen's mother began to chatter on the phone. Mom, what you said is wrong. What we advocate now is gender equality. There is no such thing as who should give in to whom.
If I really did something wrong, it is right for Chen Luo to criticize me.
Jiang Rou couldn't help but interrupt. Xiao Rou, look at my mouth. You're right. It's Mom who's too much. Mother Chen couldn't stop smiling.
Jiang Rou is not only beautiful, but also sensible. She is very pleased that Chen Luo can marry such a wife.
Mom, let's not talk to you for now.
I made some chicken soup for Xiaro to nourish her body.
Chicken soup is good, chicken soup is good, eat quickly and leave me alone.
As long as you and Xiaro live a good life, your father and I will be relieved.
It is better for you two to be well. Mother Chen hung up the phone very happily.
I was scared to death. Jiang Rou broke out in a cold sweat. After all, this was her first time communicating with Chen Luo's parents.
What if she didn't perform well and was disliked by Chen Luo's parents? Fortunately, Chen Luo's parents are very easy to get along with. Only someone who is so easy to get along with can cultivate an outstanding person like Chen Luo. Thank you for your hard work, wife. Chen Luo smiled and hugged Jiang Rou in his arms. Hubby, you know I worked hard just now, so shouldn't you show some appreciation?
Jiang Rou's eyes were filled with peach blossoms.
Again.
Chen Luo's heart suddenly skipped a beat.
Honey, I want it. The chicken soup is ready. I'll go get you a bowl of it. Eat it while it's hot. But people don't want chicken soup. So what do you want to eat? I want to eat you. Ahem, then you should just eat chicken soup.
Chen Luo ran to the kitchen without stopping and brought out the chicken soup.
In addition to chicken soup, Chen Luo also thoughtfully prepared 4 dishes in one soup.
Although they were all homely dishes, they looked very good.
Jiang Rou was already drooling over it. Wife, please try my chicken soup and see how it tastes. Chen Luo personally served a bowl of chicken soup and placed it in front of Jiang Rou. Hubby, can you feed me? Okay, open your mouth and let your husband feed you. Chen Luo scooped a spoonful of chicken soup, blew on it near his mouth, and after making sure that the soup was cool, he fed it into Jiang Rou's mouth. How does it taste? Chen Luo looked expectant. Honey, your chicken soup is so delicious. Jiang Rou couldn't help but praise. Really? If it tastes good, drink more. Chen Luo scooped another spoonful of chicken soup into Jiang Rou's mouth. Hubby, drink more yourself. Jiang Rou followed suit and fed the chicken soup into Chen Luo's mouth. The taste is so fresh that you will definitely want a second sip after the first one. It smells like my mother's. As expected, it is an old hen, the chicken soup stewed from it is delicious. Don't just drink the soup, eat more rice.
Chen Luo considerately helped Jiang Rou serve the meal.
Thank you, husband. Love you. Jiang Rou secretly kissed Chen Luo when he wasn't paying attention. Chen Luo has already become self-satisfied. It seemed like Jiang Rou would feel uncomfortable if she didn't kiss him for a day. But it was okay this way, because Jiang Rou was his wife now, and she could kiss him whenever she wanted.
Before long, the 4 dishes and 1 soup made by Chen Luo were all finished by Jiang Ro alone.
Hubby, do you think I am too good of an eater? Jiang Ro felt a little embarrassed.
It's not her fault that she is greedy.
The main reason is that the food cooked by Chen Luo is really delicious, with good color, aroma, and taste.
Although she occasionally cooks, her cooking skills are not even half as good as Chen Luo's. Since she started living with Chen Luo, she discovered that there are such delicious meals in this world. Chen Luo's cooking skills are so good that it would be a pity if he didn't become a Michelin chef.
How could that be?
You are my wife, you can eat as much as you want in the future, your husband can afford it. Chen Luo was happy from the bottom of his heart. He wished Jiang Ro could eat more. The more Jiang Ro could eat, the healthier the baby would be. Jiang Ro's appetite now is not just for one person, but for 2 people, and she is pregnant. As the old saying goes, being able to eat is a blessing. Only when Jiang Ro is healthy will she have the strength to give birth to a child.
Chen Luo doesn't want Jiang Ro to have any accidents when giving birth. Thank you, husband. You are awesome. I love you so much.
Jiang Ro sat on Chen Luo's thighs very excitedly. Chen Luo carefully stroked Jiang Ro's belly.
Honey, why is your stomach still not responding at all? Generally speaking, shouldn't pregnant girls have big bellies? Why is Jiang Ro's belly so flat? What nonsense are you talking about?
I've only been pregnant for a short time, how could my stomach react?
Jiang Ro couldn't help but give Chen Luo a blank look.
It seems that Chen Luo really knows nothing about this. Her belly when she just got pregnant is no different from that of an ordinary person. It will take at least 2 or 3 months for her belly to gradually bulge.
That's true. I am the one who is ignorant. Chen Luo was extremely embarrassed.
In fact, it's not that he didn't know this common sense, but he was too anxious. He kept hoping that Jiang Ro's belly would grow bigger quickly so that he could hear the movements of the fetus.
Hubby, we're done with dinner, shouldn't we get down to business?
Jiang Ro suddenly hugged Chen Luo's neck and pressed her body against Chen Luo's.
You're right, it's time to do something. I'll go wash the dishes.
Chen Luo quickly pried Jiang Ro's hand open and hurriedly put away all the dishes. He is not marrying a wife at all, he is clearly asking for trouble.
Chapter 18 Jiang Ro is too fierce. Chen Luo washed the dishes in a hurry. Honey, are the dishes done?
Jiang Ro still walked over wearing her suspender lace dress.
I've finished washing. Chen Luo swallowed. Jiang Ro looks as beautiful as she can be now. It's a pity that he can't eat it now. In that case, follow me into the room. Jiang Ro pulled Chen Luo into the bedroom. Wife, what are you going to do? Chen Luo suddenly had a bad feeling.
But Jiang Ro covered his eyes with a lace blindfold.
Wife, what are you going to do?
Chen Luo was also panicked at this time. He didn't expect that Jiang Ro's home had such props.
Hubby, don't say anything. Feel it carefully. What do you feel? Jiang Ro blew sweet breeze into Chen Luo's ears. I didn't feel anything.
To be honest, Chen Luo just felt his ears were a little itchy.
It's okay, husband. You'll feel it soon enough. Jiang Ro tied Chen Luo's hands without saying anything. Wife, what are you doing? Let me go. Chen Luo was a little anxious. Hubby, stop struggling. You can't escape this time. Wife, you are not. Chen Luo seemed to have guessed Jiang Ro's intention. That's right, husband. Can't. If I say yes, then yes. Before Chen Luo could react, his clothes were torn by Jiang Ro. Chen Luo didn't expect Jiang Ro to be so rude. Is this still the same Jiang Ro who looks so weak and fragile? Where is the gentleness you promised? Wife, can you please let me go first?
Chen Luo said helplessly. He was feeling very uncomfortable being tied up by Jiang Ro, and it was difficult for him to even turn over.
No, what if you run away again? I promise I won't run away this time. Okay, this is what you said. If you dare to run, I will cut your kuan and make you a eunuch for the rest of your life. Jiang Ro threatened. Whoever runs away is a grandson. Chen Luo was also a little angry. He just doesn't like being passive.
Seeing that Chen Luo was speaking so seriously, Jiang Ro also loosened the rope on Chen Luo's hands. At this time, Chen Luo also pushed Jiang Ro down with his backhand.
Honey, be gentle. I'm scared. It's too late to be scared now. You are playing with fire, do you know that?
I'm sorry, honey, but I really want it.
You really want it? Jiang Ro nodded.
What if the child gets hurt? Chen Luo was still a little worried.
Hubby, I asked the doctor, and he said it's okay to be gentle. Okay, I can satisfy you, but. But what? I'm afraid you can't bear it.
Hubby, you said so much, but you didn't take any real action.
Are you not good at that? Jiang Ro couldn't help but laugh. Can I do it? Haven't you experienced it before? Can I learn from you again?
Okay, but will it really not affect the child? Chen Luo was still a little scared. To be honest, he also wanted something to happen between him and Jiang Ro, but reason overcame his desire. No, I hope the child can grow up healthily more than you do.
All right then. Chen Luo also knew that he couldn't escape today. Hubby, what are you still standing there for? Come on, I can't wait any longer. Jiang Ro was lying on the bed, looking ready to be pursued. Chen Luo transformed into a hungry wolf. After a long time, Chen Luo and Jiang Ro were both lying on the bed. The battle just now consumed a lot of his physical strength. Jiang Ro lay in Chen Luo's arms very contentedly. Honey, you just did a great job.
Jiang Ro's face was full of shyness.
Chen Luo had an illusion.
He felt that the person lying on his bed was not Jiang Ro, but someone else.
The impression he had of Jiang Ro shouldn't be like this. Now you know how powerful I am, right? Chen Luo looked very proud. Hubby, you are amazing. Jiang Ro's hands started to get naughty again. No, what do you want to do?
Chen Luo was a little surprised.
Hubby, I still want it.
Jiang Ro said playfully.
Ahem, wife, can you let me rest for a while? Chen Luo wanted to vomit blood.
It is said that women are like wolves at 30 and tigers at 40, but the problem is, Jiang Ro is only 25 years old this year.
How could Jiang Ro's needs be so strong? I don't care. Anyway, you have to serve me well today. Jiang Ro began to get restless again. Help! Flax butterfly. Hashabian sack.
No matter how Chen Luo called for help, Jiang Ro remained unmoved. After almost draining Chen Luo dry, Jiang Ro stopped with satisfaction.
Wife, let me just say, can we be a little more restrained in the future? Hubby, this is only the second time, you won't give up so soon, right? Who said that? How about continuing? Let's not do that. Chen Luo gang wanted to refuse.
But Jiang Ro started again.
No way, again? Chen Luo was about to cry. Jiang Ro was going to squeeze him dry completely.
Fortunately, he is still relatively young.
If he were a few years older, he might not be able to handle it.
It seems that he really needs to buy some wolfberries to replenish his body.
No one told him that married women are so hungry. After a long time, Chen Luo also got down from the bed.
Jiang Ro has fallen asleep soundly. He tiptoed to the balcony and lit a cigarette.
Son, what are you doing?
His roommate Jiang Yang suddenly sent him a message. I'm resting at my wife's house.
Chen Luo replied casually. Son, you've almost had enough. There has to be a limit to your imagination. Are you okay? Son, guess who I just met downstairs in my dormitory? Who is it? The campus beauty of Lu University. Oh. Son, aren't you surprised at all? Why would the beauty from Lu University appear downstairs of our dormitory? None of my business.
From what I saw, she seemed to be here to look for you, but when she found out you weren't in the dormitory, she left.
She seemed quite disappointed when she left. Don't tell me about her affairs in the future. Son, don't you care at all what she comes to you for? I don't care. Son, tell me, has the beauty from Lu University regretted her feelings and wanted to express her feelings to you? What does it have to do with me whether he regrets it or not? Son, do you really not care about her at all? I have disliked her for a long time. Are you bored? After briefly chatting with Jiang Yang, Chen Luo put away his phone.
Just as Chen Luo was looking at the scenery on the balcony, a pair of slender and delicate hands suddenly hugged him from behind.
Chapter 19 Lu Ruyan complains to Chen Luo's mother. Chen Luo knew without thinking who was hugging him. Didn't you fall asleep just now? I can't sleep without you by my side. Jiang Ro pressed her body against Chen Luo's. Then I'll sleep with you? Chen Luo looked helpless. Jiang Ro is indeed a bit clingy, but after all, Zhang Ro is his wife.
Of course, he himself takes care of his wife.
Okay. Zhang Ro nodded very obediently.
Chen Luo squatted down, then carried Zhang Ro to the bed.
Go to sleep. Chen Luo considerately covered Zhang Ro with the quilt. Honey, I want to hold you while I sleep. Zhang Ro kept acting coquettishly. Good. Chen Luo could only let Chen Luo hold him while he slept.
Although it is daytime now, it does not affect their rest.
Just now, he and Zhang Ro were both a little tired.
Zhang Ro rested her head on Chen Luo's arm and soon fell asleep.
Room 404, Jiangnan University Girls' Dormitory. Lu Ruyan was very angry. Just now, she wanted to find Chen Luo to make things clear. But Chen Luo was not in the dormitory. Chen Luo is not in the dormitory at this time. Where can he go? Could it be that he went home?
Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan quickly took out her cell phone and sent a message to Chen's mother.
Godmother, is Chen Luo home? Chen Luo's mother's name is Wang Xia.
The two families live close to each other, so she has always had a good relationship with Chen Luo's mother and even recognized Wang Xia as her godmother. Although she didn't like Chen Luo, Wang Xia really had nothing to say about her, just like a girl would about her own daughter. It is also because of Wang Xia that Chen Luo is so obedient to her.
Chen Luo is not at home. Didn't he tell you? What did he tell me? Nothing. Wang Xia originally wanted to tell Lu Ruyan that Chen Luo was already married and was now living with Zhang Ro.
But when she thought about what Chen Luo had just told her, she finally didn't dare to tell the truth to Lu Ruyan. If Lu Ruyan knew that Chen Luo was already married, she might make a fuss again.
Lu Ruyan is good in every way, but she just doesn't like Chen Luo, which is a bad thing.
Originally, this was a matter between Lu Ruyan and Chen Luo, and as an elder, she should not interfere. However, Chen Luo was her son, so of course she felt sorry for Chen Luo. It's not that Lu Ruyan doesn't like Chen Luo, it's just that she doesn't understand her own feelings. Over the years, Chen Luo has been playing the role of an older brother, so Lu Ruyan naturally regards Chen Luo as her brother.
But in fact, this cannot be blamed on Chen Luo at all.
When she was young, she told Chen Luo that a brother should protect his younger sisters, especially since Chen Luo is a boy, he should protect girls even more.
Since childhood, Chen Luo has always appeared by Lu Ruyan's side as her good brother, causing Lu Ruyan to always think that she doesn't like Chen Luo. Over time, Chen Luo became Lu Ruyan's bootlicker. No matter what Chen Luo did, Lu Ruyan only treated Chen Luo as a brother.
It is the brother's duty to be nice to his sister, but that does not mean he should do it without expecting anything in return. Chen Luo has been pursuing Lu Ruyan for so long, but Lu Ruyan has never understood his feelings.
This is not the fault of others.
Now that Chen Luo is married, it is even more impossible for Chen Luo and Lu Ruyan to be together.
Godmother, Chen Luo is not at home, so where would he be now? Lu Ruyan also found it strange. Chen Luo is neither in the dormitory nor at home. Jiancheng is so small, where can Chen Luo go? I don't know about that. Is it possible that he went out with his roommate? Impossible, I just came back from the boys' dormitory, and Chen Luo's roommates are all in the dormitory. Lu Ruyan denied Wang Xiao's statement. Even if Chen Luo's roommates are not in the dormitory, that doesn't mean anything.
Chen Luo's roommates all have girlfriends, unlike Chen Luo, who doesn't even have a girlfriend.
It's impossible for Chen Luo to go out with them. Then I don't know. How about you send him a green bubble and ask?
I did want to, but he seems to have deleted me as a friend.
Speaking of this, Lu Ruyan became very angry. She couldn't understand why Chen Luo deleted her as a friend. She just asked Chen Luo to help her run an errand. Even if Chen Luo was unwilling to run errands for her, he would not delete her as a friend. What's even worse is that she asked Chen Luo to apologize, but not only did Chen Luo not apologize, he also scolded her. Well, she did do something wrong in this matter. If Chen Luo didn't want to apologize, she wouldn't force him, but why was Chen Luo unwilling to add her back as a friend? It's not like she has done anything outrageous. He deleted you as a friend, what's going on?
Wang Xia was also stunned.
Chen Luo never told her about deleting Lu Ruyan as a friend. She knew that Chen Luo and Lu Ruyan were no longer possible, but Chen Luo wouldn't be so ruthless, right?
The two families still have to visit each other frequently and see each other every day.
Chen Luo's behavior will only make the relationship between the two families more awkward. If you have something to say, why can't you just say it calmly? Why do you have to delete people as friends? Unless Lu Ruyan did something that made Chen Luo extremely dissatisfied.
Chen Luo is her son, and she knows Chen Luo's character.
Chen Luo is definitely not the kind of person who likes to delete other people's friends casually. I don't know either.
I just asked him to help me buy a few boxes of cold medicine, but he deleted me as a friend and even blocked my phone number.
Lu Ruyan kept complaining. So serious? Wang Xia really didn't expect that Chen Luo and Lu Ruyan would get to this point.
To be honest, she was not biased towards anyone, but there were reasons for everything. If Lu Ruyan just asked Chen Luo to buy a few boxes of cold medicine, and Chen Luo was unwilling to go, and then turned around and deleted Lu Ruyan as a friend, then Chen Luo was indeed wrong. However, she didn't believe that Chen Luo would be such a person.
There must be some inside story that she didn't know.
Yeah, he even lied to me and told me he was married and told me to stay away from him.
He was the one who pursued me first. How could he be like that? Ruyan, I mean, what if Chen Luo really marries someone else? What will you do? Godmother, please stop teasing me. I don't have a house or a car. Who would be interested in marrying him?
Ruyan, not all girls in this world are so materialistic.
What if Chen Luo finds a girl who is not so materialistic? That's impossible. I can understand that he doesn't have a house or a car, but the other party can't even ask for a betrothal gift, right? Forehead. Wang Xia didn't know how to talk anymore.
In Lu Ruyan's opinion, if Chen Luo wants to get married, he must have a car and a house, and he must also give a dowry. But the problem is that Jiang Ro doesn't care about these things at all.
Godmother, please stop kidding me. Chen Luo doesn't even have a proper girlfriend. Who did he marry? Chapter 20. Actually, you like Chen Luo too, right? Who says you can't get married if you don't have a girlfriend? What if they get married in a flash? Godmother, what you are talking about does not exist at all. Even if you want to get married quickly, you should consider your own financial conditions, right? What if Chen Luo's marriage partner is not short of money? That's even more impossible. People who are not short of money are all rich women. How can a rich woman be interested in him? Lu Ruyan still doesn't believe that Chen Luo will get married. Chen Luo said that he would marry her when he grew up.
Apart from her, no one in the world would look down on Chen Luo.
Ruyan, you sent me a message, is there something wrong? Wang Xia now finally understood why Chen Luo chose Jiang Ro instead of Lu Ruyan. In Lu Ruyan's eyes, Chen Luo is worthless, but in Jiang Ro's eyes, Chen Luo is a treasure. No wonder Chen Luo suddenly married Jiang Ro. Godmother, I don't have anything to do. I just want you to tell Chen Luo to add me back as a friend.
Ruyan, Godmother can't help you with this matter.
How could that be? You are his mother, isn't it just a matter of your words? As long as Wang Xia gave the order, Chen Luo had to add more even if he didn't want to.
Ruyan, although I am Chen Luo's mother, he is also my son.
I will not force him to do anything he doesn't like. Do you understand?
Just like when Chen Luo was pursuing Lu Ruyan before, although Chen Luo was rejected by Lu Ruyan many times, Chen Luo still moved forward. As Chen Luo's mother, she should have persuaded Chen Luo to give up after being rejected many times, but she didn't. She didn't stop Chen Luo at that time, and she would not ask Chen Luo to add Lu Ruyan back as a friend now. No way, Godmother, you are not even willing to help with this little favor.
Do you want to watch him and I continue to be in this Cold War?
Ruyan, why don't you talk to him again and ask him to add you back as his friend?
If you act more politely, maybe he will agree. Then forget it. If you don't want to add it, then don't add it.
Just don't let him regret it later.
Lu Ruyan was a little angry.
The reason why she was angry was that she felt that Chen Luo was a little too bullying. She didn't even ask Chen Luo to apologize to her. What else did Chen Luo want?
She just wanted Chen Luo to add her back as a friend. Was this request so excessive? The same goes for Wang Xia.
It was something that could be solved with just a few words from Wang Xia, but he was unwilling to even help her. She had always regarded Wang Xia as her godmother, but Wang Xia never regarded her as her goddaughter. Wang Xia also felt a little embarrassed at this time. She had watched both Chen Luo and Lu Ruyan grow up, and the relationship between the two families was so good. She didn't want the relationship between the two families to be affected by such a small matter. After thinking about it, Wang Xia sent a message to Chen Luo to ask what was going on.
Son, what happened between you and Ruyan? Why did you delete her as a friend?
Chen Luo was not surprised to receive the message from Wang Xia. It must be that Lu Ruyan complained to Wang Xia again.
Mom, don't worry about this.
Okay, Mom can ignore it, but you know the relationship between our two families. You should talk to her carefully. Don't let this little thing affect the relationship between our two families.
Mom, I get it. I know my limits.
Chen Luo was also feeling a little annoyed. If Wang Xia hadn't suddenly sent him a message, he would have almost fallen asleep.
Fortunately, he did not wake Zhang Ro.
At this time, Lu Ruyan was still sulking.
Although she didn't show it, her roommate had already noticed something. Ruyan, what's wrong with you? Lu Ruyan's roommate Yan Yan asked in a low voice. Nothing. Lu Ruyan didn't want to answer Yang Yan's question. Did Chen Luo make you angry again? Yang Yan also guessed something.
Lu Ruyan was angry, most likely because of Chen Luo.
As Lu Ruyan's roommate, she was of course no stranger to Chen Luo. In order to pursue Lu Ruyan over the years, Chen Luoka has bought milk tea for them many times.
As the saying goes, one should be grateful when receiving favors, and one should be soft-hearted when receiving favors. In fact, she has seen all of Chen Luo's efforts.
Unfortunately, the person Chen Luo likes is Lu Ruyan, not her.
If Chen Luo was pursuing her at that time, she would have agreed to be Chen Luo's girlfriend long ago.
In fact, she didn't understand why Lu Ruyan looked down on Chen Luo so much.
Chen Luo was obviously outstanding in all aspects and was so devoted to her, but who could tell the truth about matters of the heart? Maybe Lu Ruyan also likes Chen Luo in her heart, but Lu Ruyan herself has not realized it yet.
Can you please stop talking to me about him? Speaking of Chen Luo, Lu Ruyan gets angry. She didn't know why Chen Luo was pretending to be so cool. She had clearly taken the initiative to find Chen Luo, but Chen Luo didn't even add her back as a friend. It's really because of him. Ruyan, I saw you went to the boys' dormitory just now. Were you looking for him?
Yang Yan was even more certain of one thing, that is, Lu Ruyan actually cared about Chen Luo, otherwise Lu Ruyan would not have gone to the boys' dormitory specifically to find Chen Luo.
As for why Lu Ruyan rejected Chen Luo's confession, it is unknown. Who said I was going to look for him? There are so many people in the boys' dormitory, can't I just look for someone else? Of course Lu Ruyan was unwilling to admit it.
She also wants to save her face.
She is the campus belle of Jiang University, and she went to the boys' dormitory to find Chen Luo. If others knew about it, would she still have face? Everyone in Jiangnan University knows that Chen Luo is her dog.
They have seen dogs looking for goddesses downstairs in the dormitory, but they have never seen goddesses looking for dogs downstairs in the dormitory.
Ruyan, don't be so stubborn. You actually like Chen Luo too, right? Who said I like him? Lu Ruyan immediately denied it. If you don't like him, why did you go to the boys' dormitory to look for him? I already told you, I'm not going to look for him. Lu Ruyan still chose to be stubborn. Then why are you going downstairs to the boys' dormitory? It's because he deleted me from his green bubble friend list.
I want him to add me back, but this has nothing to do with whether I like him or not.
Seeing that she couldn't hide it anymore, Lu Ruyan had to tell the truth. What did you say? Chen Luo, that licking dog, actually deleted your green bubble friend?
Lu Ruyan's other roommate, Su Shui, instantly became excited.
To be honest, although they are roommates, their relationship is rather subtle.
There are 4 people in the dormitory, but there are 3 small groups.
Chen Luo deleted your green bubble friend, are you sure you didn't say it the wrong way?
Lu Ruyan's last roommate, Wu Yutong, also looked like a spectator.
Chapter 21 Lu Ruyan loves without knowing it. Chen Luo is Lu Ruyan's bootlicker, this is a fact known to everyone in Lord Jiang.
If Chen Luo were to say that he deleted Lu Ruyan and Lu Paopao as friends, not only would they not believe it, but no one would believe it if it got out.
It would be better if Lu Ruyan deleted Chen Luo Paopao as a friend. Lu Ruyan actually couldn't believe it, but that was the fact.
Moreover, Chen Luo had deleted her from the green bubble friend list for such a long time and never added her back. She went to find Chen Luo in person, but was rejected by him. From childhood to adulthood, she had never suffered such humiliation. She and Chen Luo were childhood sweethearts.
Why didn't they sit down and talk it out properly instead of making it so awkward?
Even if she really did something wrong, Chen Luo had compromised so many times, why was he unwilling to compromise this time?
Okay, stop talking, I'm annoyed now. Lu Ruyan was a little annoyed. He deleted you as a friend, that's a good thing, Ruyan, you can finally get rid of Chen Luo, the dog who licks your bootlicker. Yeah, you know how annoying Chen Luo is.
Even though he is handsome, being handsome can't make a living.
Su Shui and Wu Yutong were secretly happy for Lu Ruyan.
Lu Ruyan is the campus belle of Jiang University and has no shortage of suitors around her.
Chen Luo is just a dog to bootlicker Lu Ruyan.
Even without Chen Luo, there will be another one. Ruyan, why don't you talk to him properly and lower your attitude a little? Maybe there will be room for maneuver.
Yang Yan holds a different opinion.
She could see that Lu Ruyan must like Chen Luo, but she just loved him without realizing it.
Especially since Chen Luo and Lu Ruyan were childhood sweethearts, it was easy for Lu Ruyan to attribute her feelings for Chen Luo to the feelings of a sister for her brother. But sincerity is the hardest to deceive. If Lu Ruyan didn't like Chen Luo, she wouldn't be as upset as she is now.
Yang Yan, what do you mean?
Ruyan finally got rid of Chen Luo, the licker, and you actually want Ruyan to take the initiative to bow down to Chen Luo. You can't be partial to Chen Luo just because you like him. This is unfair to Ruyan. Su Shui and Wu Yuton kept blaming Yang Yan. I don't. Yang Yan quickly denied it. You still dare to say you don't have it? You dare to say you don't like Chen Luo? Don't think we can't see it, we just don't want to tell you. The two still blamed Yang Yan.
Whatever you say, I have a clear conscience.
Yang Yan was really pissed off by the two of them. Even if she really likes Chen Luo, is there anything wrong with liking someone? Okay, stop talking and leave me alone. Lu Ruyan was a little upset by the quarrel between the three people.
She knew that Yang Yan liked Chen Luo, but she felt that Yang Yan posed no threat to her at all. The person Chen Luo likes is her, so no matter how much Yang Yan likes Chen Luo, it is useless. But now, Chen Luo's attitude towards her has changed. She originally thought that this was no big deal. She didn't like Chen Luo anyway, so it was a good opportunity to have some peace and quiet. But why, she couldn't be happy at all. Could it be true that, as Yang Yan said, she actually likes Chen Luo, but she just doesn't know it? She has never understood her feelings for Chen Luo. She grew up with Chen Luo since childhood. No matter what danger she encounters, Chen Luo will always stand by her side, just like a brother protecting his sister. She has always regarded Chen Luo as just a brother. She has never felt that she liked Chen Luo. Who would like someone as boring as Chen Luo? But when Chen Luo deleted her as a friend, she panicked. Especially when she went to see Chen Luo in person, Chen Luo's indifferent look made her feel very strange.
Isn't she Chen Luo's favorite person? Why is Chen Luo so cold towards her? Since when did she start to care so much about Chen Luo's feelings? And since when did she start to like Chen Luo? Ruyan, please listen to our advice. You can't be too nice to a man, otherwise he will definitely not know how to cherish you. Yes, Ruyan, with your conditions, you can find any man you want. Believe us, Chen Luo is just acting like a child. In a few days, he will kneel down and beg for your forgiveness. Su Shui and Wu Yuton thought it was no big deal. They know men too well. A dog will always eat shit. Chen Luo has been pursuing Lu Ruyan for so long, how could he just stop pursuing her? A man's words can deceive you. This was just Chen Luo's trick of playing hard to get. They have seen many men like this. They believe that it won't be long before Chen Luo will come and admit his mistake to Lu Ruyan. Can you please stop talking? Lu Ruyan looked distressed. It was because she believed what these two people said that she kept trying to test Chen Luo. No matter how Chen Luo pursued her, she would not agree, because she also felt that if Chen Luo could not even withstand this test, he was not worthy of being her, Lu Ruyan's boyfriend. As Lu Ruyan's boyfriend, she not only had to obey her in everything, but also had to be available at any time when she called. More importantly, she had to obey her orders. No matter what she said, Chen Luo had to do it obediently. To be honest, Chen Luo almost met all of her boyfriend's requirements, but there was just that little bit missing, and it was this little bit that prevented her from agreeing. She couldn't easily agree to Chen Luo's pursuit, otherwise Chen Luo would definitely think that she was as easy to deceive as those girls outside. What if Chen Luo didn't know how to cherish her at that time? What you can't get is always the best. She has been rejecting Chen Luo just to see whether Chen Luo is sincere to her. But now, she seems to have gone too far. Okay, if you don't like to hear it, we won't say it anymore. But you don't have to worry too much. Even if Chen Luo is gone, there are still many boys in Jiangda for you to choose from. Why do you have to be with him? I think Yang Wei is pretty good. Not only is he good looking, but his family is also quite wealthy. He's a typical second-generation rich man. He's 100 times better than that poor boy Chen Luo. Knowing that Lu Ruyan was in a bad mood, Su Shui and Wu Yutong didn't say anything else. After hearing these words, Lu Ruyan seemed to feel a lot better.
Yes, even without Chen Luo, she has other better options.
What does she have to worry about? She doesn't have to be with Chen Luo. Without Chen Luo, she will only get better and better.
But if Chen Luo leaves her, almost no girl will be able to look up to Chen Luo. The person who should really be worried is Chen Luo, not her.
Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan suddenly understood.
She would wait a few days and see Chen Luo's attitude. If Chen Luo's attitude of admitting his mistakes was good, she might consider forgiving him.
Chen Luo, you want to play the trick of playing hard to get with me? No way. Lu Ruyan's mood improved a lot. Chapter 22 Jiang Ro proposes to Chen Luo. On the other side, Chen Luo and Jiang Ro finally got up. They slept until the afternoon. Honey, are you awake?
Jiang Ro just looked at Chen Luo quietly.
Honey, look at what I'm doing, is it because there's something on my face?
Chen Luo touched his handsome face somewhat unconfidently.
Of course. Jiang Ro smiled. Ah. Chen Luo was extremely surprised. Is there something on his face that can't be washed off?
Otherwise, why would Jiang Ro keep staring at him like that?
Kind of handsome. Jiang Ro chuckled.
I was so scared, I thought there was something on my face.
Chen Luo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Hubby, can you go out with me later? Okay. Chen Luo agreed without even thinking about it. Thank you, husband. Jiang Ro was very happy. You're welcome. This is what a husband should do. Chen Luo kissed Jiang Ro on the face.
Then the two of them put on their clothes and went out together.
Not long after, Chen Luo drove Jiang Ro to the mall. Honey, do you want to buy something?
Chen Luo was a little surprised.
Yes, I want to buy something very important. But there is nothing missing at home. Who said there's nothing missing at home? Honey, what do you want to buy? Chen Luo's curiosity was also aroused. You'll know in a moment. Jiang Ro deliberately kept the secret.
It looked like Jiang Ro wasn't going to say anything for the time being, and Chen Luo didn't continue asking.
Jiang Ro took Chen Luo to a jewelry store on the 5th floor. Hello, how can I help you?
The lady at the booth greeted me with a smile.
Hello, I ordered a pair of diamond rings in your store yesterday. Are they available now? Jiang Ro asked very politely. Excuse me, are you Miss Jiang?
The young lady immediately greeted me with a smile.
Yes. Jiang Ro nodded.
Okay, Miss Jiang, the diamond ring you ordered yesterday has arrived.
I'll go get it for you now.
The young lady went to pick up the goods without saying a word.
Chen Luo was a little confused. He and Jiang Ro just registered their marriage yesterday, and Jiang Ro had already customized a diamond ring for him?
How impatient is Jiang Ro, or has she already chosen him?
Ms. Jiang, this is the diamond ring you ordered in our store yesterday.
The lady at the booth brought over a ring box.
Honey, open it and see if you like it. Jiang Ro gestured to Chen Luo to open the ring box.
Chen Luo had no choice but to do as he was told.
There were 2 sparkling diamond rings in the ring box. Sir, are you Miss Jiang's husband? You are so lucky to have a wife like Miss Jiang.
You know, the diamond rings in our store can only be customized in one pair in a person's lifetime.
The young lady looked at Chen Luo with some envy.
Chen Luo was not very old, but he was able to find a good wife like Jiang Ro. If there was someone who treated her as well as Jiang Ro, she would marry her even if the other person was a woman.
Hubby, don't you feel that my hands are a little empty?
Jiang Ro deliberately stretched out her hand and motioned Chen Luo to help her put on the diamond ring.
Of course Chen Luo saw through Jiang Ro's intention at a glance.
He quickly put the diamond ring on Jiang Ro's left ring finger. The left hand is closest to the heart, and the ring finger is the closest place to the heart. Wearing a diamond ring means that Jiang Ro is now his wife.
Honey, does the diamond ring look good on me?
Jiang Ro swaggered in front of Chen Luo in a somewhat ostentatious manner.
It looks good. My wife looks good in anything she wears.
The young lady next to him felt a little numb on her scalp when she heard these words. This sour smell of love and this dog food have made her a little full. A day at work is already annoying enough, and then I have to eat some dog food.
But who says the customer is God? Husband, will you marry me?
Jiang Ro suddenly knelt down on one knee and then held the ring in her hand. This scene completely frightened the young lady next to her. She had seen boys propose to girls before, but this was the first time she saw a girl propose to a boy. Chen Luo must have saved the entire galaxy in his previous life, otherwise how could he have found such a good wife like Zhang Ro? Zhang Ro is not only beautiful and kind, but also willing to spend money on her husband. Anyone who can marry a beauty like Zhang Ro would wake up laughing in his dreams.
This kid Chen Luo is really lucky. Hurry up and get up, there are so many people watching. Zhang Ro's sudden proposal left Chen Luo confused.
He has never been in a relationship and this is his first time getting married. Logically speaking, it should be the boy who takes the initiative in this matter. But Zhang Ro took the initiative to do everything, which made him seem a little redundant.
What are you afraid of?
If they want to watch, let them watch.
Zhang Ro didn't care at all.
Although a girl proposing to a boy would be looked down upon by others, she never cared about what others thought of her. What she cared about was whether Chen Luo had her in his heart.
Get up quickly, I promise you. Chen Luo had no choice but to agree. Zhang Ro's initiative far exceeded his imagination. He still preferred Zhang Ro's usual cool and aloof look. Honey, let me help you put the ring on.
Zhang Ro smiled with great satisfaction.
She smiled happily and looked very happy. Okay, you've put on the ring. From now on, you're mine. There's only me in your heart and eyes. Do you understand? No. Chen Luo smiled and held Zhang Ro's hand tightly. Hubby, go and pay the bill then.
Zhang Ro suddenly said with a smile.
Pay the bill? Chen Luo was confused. He has no money now, where would he get the money to pay the bill?
It's obvious that this pair of rings are not cheap. If you ask him to pay 100 or 80 yuan, he can still afford it, but if it costs 18,000 yuan, he can't afford it.
Wife, I don't have any money. Chen Luo whispered in Zhang Ro's ear.
I know you don't have money, so I just transferred the money to you. Zhang Ro seemed to have already thought of a countermeasure. Chen Luo is a college student who hasn't even graduated yet, so of course he can't come up with so much money. But when they go out, she always has to give Chen Luo some face. We can't let her, a girl, pay the bill.
If that happens, wouldn't Chen Luo become a gigolo?
Chen Luo immediately opened the green bubble and saw that Zhang Ro had transferred him 100,000 yuan.
Well, miss, pay the bill.
Chen Luo coughed dryly, then followed the young lady to the counter. Sir, the price of this pair of diamond rings is 88,000 yuan in total. Miss Jiang has already paid the deposit. You only need to pay the balance of 52,000 yuan now. Although he was well prepared, Chen Luo's heart still ached when he heard that the pair of diamond rings cost 88,000. This pair of broken rings is actually sold for 88,000.
Is it too late for him to take them off now? Chapter 23, The Fierce and Fierce Zhang Ro.
Sir, would you like to pay by scanning the QR code or swiping a card? The young lady asked with a smile.
Scan the code.
Although she felt that this pair of broken rings was not worth the price, Zhang Ro had already paid the deposit and it would probably be too late to return it now. After all, it is a custom-made model, and the price of 88,000 is indeed not too expensive.
Diamond rings have a price, but love is priceless.
After all, this is the wedding gift Zhang Ro gave him, and it would not be nice to return it now.
And it may not be refundable.
Okay sir, just scan this QR code. The young lady quickly showed the store's QR code. After scanning the code and paying the bill, the young lady happily issued an invoice to Chen Luo and personally sent Chen Luo and Zhang Ro away. After walking out of the jewelry store, Zhang Ro looked at the diamond ring and found it more beautiful. It was definitely worth the 88,000 yuan, at least the emotional value was there.
Honey, let's go to the movies, okay?
Okay.
Chen Luo nodded in agreement. Since we're here now, there's nothing wrong with watching a movie. As long as Zhang Ro likes it, he will accompany her to do it. Hubby, you're so nice. Zhang Ro snuggled happily in Chen Luo's arms.
Along the way, Zhang Ro attracted a lot of attention. The main reason is that Zhang Ro is really beautiful and has attracted the attention of many male compatriots. Chen Luo regretted letting Zhang Ro dress so nicely to go shopping in the mall. Zhang Ro is his wife now, and he certainly doesn't want other boys to look at his wife strangely. As a boy, Chen Luo certainly knew what those boys were thinking.
Chen Luo even had some doubts.
If he was not with Zhang Ro, there would definitely be a lot of boys coming to ask Zhang Ro for her contact information.
Wife, let me discuss something with you.
What's up?
Can you please put on your mask?
Why? Because I don't want other boys to see your beautiful face.
Honey, are you jealous?
No. You're still saying no, you're just jealous. She was not angry because Chen Luo was jealous, but felt a little happy instead. The more jealous Chen Luo is, the more it proves that Chen Luo cares about her.
Okay, I'm just jealous. Who made my wife so pretty? Chen Luo couldn't help but speak out.
He was indeed jealous.
If he were surrounded by a group of beauties, he didn't believe Zhang Ro would not be jealous. Oh well. Zhang Ro simply put on a mask.
She didn't want to wear it at first, but her husband was a jealous person.
Not long after, Chen Luo and Zhang Ro also arrived at the cinema. After buying the movie tickets, Chen Luo also bought a bucket of popcorn.
The two of them were inseparable.
The movie started soon. This is a romance film.
Chen Luo was not particularly clear about the content of the movie. He had not seen it, and he was not particularly interested in the content of the movie. On the contrary, Zhang Ro watched with great interest. Little did they know that this scene had been captured by someone with ulterior motives.
After the movie ended, Chen Luo and Zhang Ro walked out of the cinema. Honey, wait here for me, I'm going to the bathroom. After leaving the cinema, Chen Luo suddenly felt the urge to pee. Okay, husband, please come back soon. Zhang Ro nodded very obediently. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Chen Luo went straight to the bathroom.
Not long after he left, a group of eager boys came over and chatted with him.
Beautiful lady, can I add your contact information? Can't. Because I already have a husband. Beauty, even if you don't want to join, you don't have to find such an excuse. You are still so young, how could you have a husband? Thank you for the compliment, but I really do have a husband.
Beautiful lady, don't worry, I'm not a bad person, I just want to add contact information to get to know you.
I said no, don't you understand what I'm saying? Zhang Ro was a little angry.
She doesn't really like adding green bubbles to strangers, especially since she is married now.
Beautiful lady, you are so unkind. I just added my contact information. I didn't say what I wanted to do. Why can't you even get to know me? I have nothing to know about you. Beauty, what you said is not right. How can there be a story if we don't know each other? Who wants to tell you a story? Go away, or my husband will be back soon. So what if your husband comes back? Can he still beat me?
The man who was trying to flirt with her didn't believe that Zhang Ro already had a husband.
Although Zhang Ro was wearing a mask, he recognized at a glance that Zhang Ro was undoubtedly a great beauty.
To judge whether someone is beautiful or not, you only need to look at the eyes. Zhang Ro's eyes are like a lake of spring water, rippling with endless autumn waves.
Such a person must be pretty.
Putting aside her facial features, Zhang Ro also has a great figure. She is the type that would make boys unable to walk when they see her, with long legs and a slim waist, which makes anyone who sees her confused.
Hey, my husband is here.
Zhang Ro said coldly.
Chen Luo was seen walking towards Zhang Ro quickly. He is your husband?
The guy who approached me was a little surprised.
Chen Luo looks like a college student. Why would Zhang Ro choose a college student as her husband? Could it be that Chen Luo is Zhang Ro's kept gigolo? No. Zhang Ro was very angry.
She really didn't like people saying bad things about Chen Luo.
Beauty, so you like this kind of pretty boy, why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought you were a serious person. You are wearing such a sexy outfit just to seduce men. Why are you pretending to be a chaste woman?
The man who was trying to strike up a conversation became angry and embarrassed. Even though Zhang Ro was dressed warmly enough today, in his eyes she was still just flirting.
Bang!
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Ro slapped him in the face.
You bitch, you dared to hit me?
The man who was trying to strike up a conversation instantly became furious. He came to chat with her, and Zhang Ro not only didn't give him her contact information, but she even dared to hit him.
Can he tolerate this? Don't say bad things about my husband.
Zhang Ro said in a fierce voice.
You fucking.
The guy who was trying to approach her was about to take action. But at this moment, Chen Luo suddenly appeared beside Zhang Ro and grabbed the arm of the man who was trying to strike up a conversation with her.
What do you want to do with my wife? Chen Luo warned the other party with his eyes.
Husband, he bullied me.
Zhang Ro nestled pitifully in Chen Luo's arms.
It formed a sharp contrast with his fierce and ferocious appearance just now. You know, it was Zhang Ro who made the first move just now.
It's okay, my husband will help you vent your anger. Chen Luo kept comforting Jiang Ro. Kid, get your dirty hands off me now. The guy who was trying to strike up a conversation got angry. If you want me to let go, you can, but apologize to my wife right away. Chen Luo said viciously. Just a moment after he left, someone came to talk to Jiang Ro.
Fortunately, he came back in time, otherwise, who knows what would happen next.
You are worthy of asking me to apologize to her? You are a kept little white face, and you want to learn from others to get ahead. You really don't know how to live or die. Chapter 24. Chen Luo stands up for Jiang Ro.
You are probably the one who doesn't know how to live or die.
Chen Luo used a little force on his wrist.
The man who was trying to strike up a conversation broke out in a cold sweat.
He didn't expect Chen Luo to be so strong.
Although Chen Luo doesn't look that strong, he works out regularly. It's no exaggeration to say that he also has 8-pack abs.
My husband is amazing. Jiang Ro kept cheering Chen Luo on. You better let go, brat, or I won't let you go.
The guy who tried to flirt with me turned green in the face. Of course he knew he had hit a wall this time. Although Chen Luo is not that old, he is very strong.
Apologize to my wife. Chen Luo said coldly.
Let me apologize to her, you must be dreaming. Of course, the guy who is trying to flirt with you doesn't want to give in just like that.
Even if Jiang Ro really has a husband, so what? He doesn't believe that Chen Luo would dare to do anything to him. If you don't accept my toast, I'll have to drink the wine for punishment, right?
Chen Luo exerted force on his wrist again.
The man's arm was almost broken by Chen Luo. Let me go. Apologize. Impossible. Then don't blame me for being rude. Chen Luo tried harder again.
Just when the man was about to give up, the security guards rushed over after hearing the news.
What's going on? Who's causing trouble here?
When the man who was trying to strike up a conversation saw the security guard coming, he knew that his savior had arrived.
You came at the right time. This guy dared to commit violence in the mall. Why don't you arrest him immediately?
The guy who was trying to strike up a conversation kept shouting. Sir, please let go of your hand first.
If you have any questions, we can talk slowly.
The security guards also signaled Chen Luo to let go first. No matter what the truth is, Chen Luo shouldn't do it in public. Seeing this, Chen Luo could only let go of his hand.
You two, please follow us to the security room.
The security guards invited Chen Luo and the man who had tried to strike up a conversation with him over.
Jiang Ro also followed. Tell me, what is going on? Comrade security guard, this is what happened.
I just chatted with this beautiful lady, but her husband didn't like me and started beating me up. Before Chen Luo could open his mouth, the man who was trying to strike up a conversation started to complain.
That's not the case.
He harassed me first and tried to hit me, so my husband decided to teach him a lesson.
Jiang Ro defended Chen Luo. Nonsense, it was obviously you who started it, I didn't do anything at all.
You hit me, and I saw that you were a girl, so I didn't bother with you. You obviously saw that I was easy to bully, so you teamed up with your husband to bully me.
Look at the way she beat me.
There are still slap marks on my face. I have to say, the guy who was trying to strike up a conversation put his face close to her. Looking closely, there are indeed 5 bright red slap marks on it.
You guys hit someone?
The security guards immediately believed the man's lies. The main thing is that there was indeed a slap mark on the man's face, and he was indeed not lying about this. I was the one who hit him, but I hit him because he spoke disrespectfully to my husband.
You are talking nonsense. When did I ever say anything disrespectful to your husband?
Of course the guy who was trying to flirt with her wouldn't admit it. Anyway, Jiang Ro had no evidence to prove that he was the one who spoke disrespectfully first.
I think you should just shake hands and make peace. The security guards also didn't want to deal with such trivial matters.
Anyway, no matter what, one side will suffer, and this matter has little to do with them.
If this incident hadn't happened in a shopping mall, they wouldn't have cared at all.
It's not impossible for me to shake hands and make peace, but they have to pay for my medical expenses. My request is not high, just give me 30,000 yuan. The man who was trying to strike up a conversation took the opportunity to file a claim.
A slap in the face for $30,000, it's not a loss no matter how you think about it. What do you think, sir?
The security guards looked at Chen Luo.
We can't possibly pay you back. In my opinion, you should call the police. Chen Luo answered expressionlessly. Of course, he couldn't pay money to settle the matter.
It wasn't their fault in the first place. If he hadn't rushed back in time, the man who tried to flirt with Jong-ro wouldn't know what he would do to her. Today's society is so developed, there is no place without cameras. The place they were in just now happened to be facing the entrance of the cinema, and there seemed to be a camera at the entrance of the cinema. When the man heard that Chen Luo wanted to call the police, he panicked. If this matter really needs to be reported to the police, he may not get any benefits. After all, he was the one who harassed Jong-ro first. Why call the police? There's no need to bother the police with such a small matter.
Just pay the money and leave. I have something else to do later.
You can't bear the responsibility for delaying my important business.
Since this is your first offense, I will forgive you this time. 30,000 yuan is indeed a bit too much. I will give you a discount, 15,000.
It can be seen that the man who was trying to strike up a conversation was indeed a little anxious.
Although 30,000 yuan became 15,000 yuan, he did not lose money. We can't possibly compensate you a single cent.
Not only will we not pay a cent, but you will also have to apologize to my wife.
Chen Luo's attitude was very tough. There's no way you can ask him to pay you money. Comrade Security, did you see that?
With his arrogant attitude, if he hadn't come just now, he would have killed me. The guy who was trying to approach me started to act pitiful.
Stop talking nonsense. You didn't say anything about how you harassed me just now. Jong-ro was also angry. How could there be such people in this world?
Although she is a university professor, this is the first time she has encountered such a thing.
Who saw me harassing you?
Men who flirt with others are fearless.
The movie ended long ago and most people have left. Who will come forward to testify for Jong-ro? Jong-ro didn't even have an eyewitness, so of course he would deny it even if he was beaten to death. I see. Chen Luo stood up and said.
You are her husband, you are in the same group, of course you will speak for her.
In that case, why not just check the surveillance video? Chen Luo's attitude remained extremely strong.
Sir, you may not know that although we have surveillance cameras in our mall, the content is not released to the public. Whether the surveillance camera captured it or not is another matter. The security guard said very embarrassedly. It is true that shopping malls have surveillance cameras, but many of them are out of repair and not every location can be captured by the surveillance cameras. There are still many blind spots in the shopping malls. Even if it is possible to film it, the merchant's consent must be obtained. Otherwise, anyone who wants to watch the surveillance can watch it, and the merchant will no longer be able to do business.
I know, that's why I suggested calling the police.
We don't have the right to view surveillance footage, but the police can always check it.
Chapter 25, 7-Day Administrative Detention.
The security guards were also in a dilemma. Looking through surveillance footage is time-consuming and laborious, and they don't get any benefit at all, so they certainly don't want to waste time. This matter has nothing to do with them, so there is no need for them to waste time on it.
Why call the police? Just compensate and leave. If you really call the police, do you think they will stand on your side?
The guy who was trying to strike up a conversation was a little annoyed. He no longer wanted to bother with Chen Luo, he just wanted to get the money and leave as soon as possible.
If you think you are right, then why are you so afraid to call the police? Who said I was scared?
Although the guy was a little nervous, he still pretended to be calm.
Call the police, I have nothing to say. Chen Luo's attitude was still extremely firm.
No, I don't agree to call the police.
Let's just forget about it. It's not easy for you two young couples. I don't want the money.
Seeing Chen Luo's firm attitude, the man who was trying to strike up a conversation knew that he would definitely not get any advantage today.
Want to leave?
Just when the man was about to leave, he was stopped by Chen Luo.
I'm too lazy to argue with you guys, what else do you want?
The guy who was trying to strike up a conversation was very unhappy.
You haven't apologized to my wife yet. Chen Luo refused to give in. Boy, don't go too far. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The guy who was trying to strike up a conversation got angry.
He got slapped by Jong-ro and had to apologize to her.
How could this be justified in the world?
Call the police.
I don't want to say it again. If you don't, I will. Chen Luo no longer has any patience. All right. Seeing Chen Luo's firm attitude, the security guards had no choice but to agree to call the police.
After calling the police, it has nothing to do with them anymore, and they are happy to have some free time.
Soon after, the police arrived. Who called the police? Comrade Police, I was the one who called the police.
The guy who was trying to strike up a conversation ran over quickly.
What's going on?
Comrade Police Officer, I thought this lady was pretty, so I wanted to get to know her, but who knew that she wouldn't reason with her husband and would just start beating people up? The man who was trying to flirt with her ran over with a look of grievance on his face to complain.
That's not the case, police comrade.
He harassed me first and I got angry, so I hit him.
My husband got into a fight with him just to protect me.
Zhang Ro stepped forward to help explain.
Is that so? The police didn't know who to trust. We don't know.
The security guards knew nothing about anything.
Comrade Police, in my opinion, it would be better to check the surveillance. The surveillance camera at the entrance of the cinema should be able to capture it.
Chen Luo said in a low voice.
Are you teaching us how to handle cases? The policeman frowned. Comrade Police Officer, you misunderstood. I am only providing you with some direction. How dare I teach you how to handle a case? Chen Luo explained calmly. Go check the surveillance camera at the entrance of the cinema. The police called another officer to investigate the surveillance camera at the entrance of the cinema.
It should be said that Chen Luo's mind was still relatively clear, and he didn't start to make a fuss.
Many people like to complain when they meet the police, but they cannot produce any evidence, so the police cannot help them.
Soon after, the surveillance footage was retrieved, and the results were obvious. That's not the case, police comrade, please listen to my explanation. The guy who was trying to strike up a conversation panicked.
He didn't expect that he was actually caught on camera. He didn't even notice whether there were surveillance cameras at the entrance of the cinema. How did Chen Luo know that there were surveillance cameras at the entrance of the cinema? The facts are already before our eyes, and you still want to deny it?
The police took the man away without saying a word. At this point, things are basically over. You also come back to the police station with us to make a statement.
The policeman turned and said to Chen Luo. Me?
Chen Luo pointed at himself.
Either you go back with us, or your wife goes back with us. It's your choice. Then I'll go with you.
Chen Luo said helplessly. It seemed that the police gave him two choices, but in fact he had no choice at all.
Husband.
Zhang Ro looked at Chen Luo with some concern.
It's okay, my wife, you can go back first, don't worry about me. Chen Luo comforted Zhang Ro with a smile. Honey, I'll go with you. Zhang Ro was still a little worried about Chen Luo. Comrade Police, can I send my wife home first, and then go to the police station to take a statement?
In principle, it is not allowed. However, since you love your wife so much, it is not impossible to make an exception. You have 24 hours to come to the police station to give a statement, otherwise we will come to find you in person.
Thank you, police comrade. Let's go. The police didn't want to say anything more.
It's really uncommon for someone to have to eat dog food while working on a case.
Chen Luo quickly sent Zhang Ro back. Zhang Ro was indeed a little scared today. It's okay, I'll be back soon. Chen Luo kept comforting Zhang Ro. Hubby, how about I go with you to the police station to take a statement?
No, just wait for me at home.
Chen Luo kissed Zhang Ro on the forehead and then left. Not long after, Chen Luo also arrived at the police station. After successfully completing the record, the police released Chen Luo. Although Zhang Ro was the first to take action, the police did not cause trouble for Chen Luo because the man harassed Zhang Ro first. Comrade Police Officer, can I ask what you will do with that person?
Generally speaking, it's administrative detention for about 7 days.
Understood. Chen Luo didn't continue to worry about it. 7 days of administrative detention is the best outcome. Okay, go back now.
Your wife must have been quite frightened.
Thank you, police comrade. I'll be leaving now.
As soon as Chen Luo walked out of the police station, he saw a familiar figure waiting for him.
Wife, didn't I tell you to wait at home? Why are you here?
Chen Luo was also a little surprised. He actually didn't want Zhang Ro to come, but Zhang Ro came anyway.
Honey, I'm worried about you.
Zhang Ro breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Chen Luo was fine.
Okay, let's go home.
Chen Luo put his arm around Zhang Ro's slender waist, and they got in the car and went home together.
Honey, you did a great job today. That's even necessary. Chen Luo also felt a little proud.
If he hadn't arrived in time today, who knows what would have happened to Zhang Ro. Fortunately, Zhang Ro did not suffer any harm, which is the best result.
Hubby, I find that I really can't live without you now. Tell me, what should I do if I don't have you in the future? Don't talk nonsense. I will always be with you. What if I did something wrong, or lied to you? Chapter 26. Chen Luo is a scumbag. Wife, I believe you are sincere to me. Even if you accidentally cheated on me, I will forgive you.
Chen Luo held Zhang Ro tightly in his arms.
Hubby, you're so nice. Zhang Ro was overjoyed.
In fact, she had already decided on Chen Luo in her heart, but Chen Luo just didn't know it.
Now with Chen Luo's words, she can finally relax. Honey, do you think I'm wearing something too revealing today?
Zhang Ro said in a low voice. Why do you say that?
Chen Luo's face was full of confusion. If not, why did that man come here to harass me instead of harassing others?
Wife, this is not your fault.
It's that person who has impure thoughts. Chen Luo comforted Zhang Ro.
To be honest, what Zhang Ro wore today wasn't that revealing, and she was already covered up tightly enough. It might be because Zhang Ro's figure was so good. Even if you didn't look at her face, Zhang Ro's figure was still amazing, which brought her unexpected disaster. Chen Luo never believed in the theory of victim blaming. Even if Zhang Ro was wearing revealing clothes, it was not a reason for others to harass her. At the same time, Chen Luo also believed that not everyone in this world had ulterior motives. There were only a few such people, and Zhang Ro just happened to meet them.
There are also bad people among the masses. If you accidentally meet a bad person, you don't necessarily have to look for the reason in yourself. Yeah, that man was really abominable. Fortunately, he was sent to prison. Oh, honey, let me tell you something. Zhang Ro smiled very happily. What's up? My parents may have to go back to their country. You told them? I just said that a while ago. Zhang Ro nodded.
It is a fact that she and Chen Luo are already married, and it is impossible to hide it like this.
Her parents will return to China sooner or later. Instead of waiting for her parents to find out, it is better to take the initiative.
Anyway, she has already decided on Chen Luo as her husband, and she will not divorce Chen Luo even if her parents disagree.
How did they react? They didn't say anything. Now it was Chen Luo's turn to feel nervous. Saying nothing is more terrifying than saying everything. If Zhang Ro's parents said anything, he could at least infer their attitude.
Whether they agreed or not, he could prepare in advance.
But now Zhang Ro's parents' attitude is unclear. How can he guess? Will Zhang Ro's parents acquiesce to their marriage, or will they confront him after returning home? Hubby, don't worry.
No matter what their attitude is, I will stand by your side without hesitation.
Zhang Ro held Chen Luo's hand tightly. When will they arrive? Chen Luo was still quite worried. It will probably be in the next 2 days. They are already rushing back. Okay, I understand. Hubby, no matter what my parents' attitude is, you can't give up, understand?
Don't worry, I won't give up, for you and for our child.
Honey, you're awesome. I want to reward you. No, you're still coming? Chen Luo was really scared. Even if you let cows plow the fields, you have to let them rest for a while. How can they plow the fields day and night? Room 404, Jiangnan University Girls' Dormitory. Guess who I just met in the cinema? Wu Yutong returned to the dormitory angrily. Who is it? Su Shui came up with some curiosity. That bastard Chen Luo.
Wu Yutong said this, gritting her teeth, as if Chen Luo owed her 5 million.
That's impossible. Why would he, a single guy, go to the cinema alone? Su Shui obviously didn't believe it. Who told you he went alone? If he didn't go alone, who did he go with?
He went there with a woman, and the two of them were very intimate. As soon as Wu Yutong finished speaking, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but stand up.
Impossible, Chen Luo would never do this to me. It is a well-known fact that Chen Luo likes her. Even if she has rejected Chen Luo many times, it is impossible for Chen Luo to fall in love with someone else in a short period of time. How is that impossible? Ruyan, let me tell you, Chen Luo is a complete scumbag. You were right to reject him. Yutong, do you have any evidence to prove what you said? Don't make false accusations against others. Yan Yan also didn't believe that Chen Luo would do such a thing. Who said I didn't have evidence?
I took photos at the time. If you don't believe me, just look at it. Wu Yutong immediately took out her cell phone and looked through the photos she had taken in the cinema.
Oh my god, it's really him. But who is the person next to him and why is he wearing a mask?
Su Shui was the first to be shocked. When Chen Luo was pursuing Lu Ruyan, he promised her that he would be devoted to her and would never fall in love with anyone else. But now, Chen Luo is dating another woman, and it is obvious that Chen Luo has broken his oath. Chen Luo promised that he would pursue Lu Ruyan until she agreed, but Chen Luo changed his mind at the last minute.
This is simply the behavior of a scumbag.
Needless to say, it must be because he is ugly that he dares not show his true face to others.
Wu Yutong made a bold guess.
Looking at her appearance, she shouldn't be that ugly.
Is it possible that this woman is married and she doesn't dare to show her true face because she is afraid of being discovered by her husband when she goes out with Chen Luo?
Su Shui provided another idea.
You know what? It's really possible.
And this woman looks wealthy.
She's wearing branded clothes. She must be a rich woman.
In my opinion, Chen Luo must be kept by this rich woman. It seems that Chen Luo is not only a scumbag, but also a spineless gigolo who is actually being kept by a rich woman. Su Shui and Wu Yutong argued with each other, as if they were trying to hammer Chen Luo to death.
Impossible, Chen Luo is not that kind of person. Lu Ruyan became anxious. She wanted to ask Chen Luo in person what was going on.
Based on her understanding of Chen Luo, it is impossible for Chen Luo to do such a thing.
Ruyan, where are you going?
Before Lu Ruyan could walk out of the dormitory, she was stopped by Su Shui and Wu Yutong.
Get out of the way, I want to ask him if he has changed his mind. Lu Ruyan was almost crying with anxiety.
Chen Luo had clearly promised her that he would only love her in this life.
How could Chen Luo change his heart at this time?
It was obvious that she was about to agree to let Chen Luo be her boyfriend.
She was just testing Chen Luo's sincerity towards her. How could Chen Luo change his mind so easily? Is there any need to ask this? The facts are already before us. A person like him from the lower class must be working hard to climb up.
Once he finds an opportunity, he will do whatever it takes, even selling his body.
Chapter 27 Chen Luo was hung online. I think it's wrong for you to say that.
Before things are clear, it's better not to jump to conclusions so early.
Yang Yan couldn't help but say a good word for Chen Luo.
Yang Yan, I think you have been brainwashed by that scumbag Chen Luo.
You are still speaking for him at this time. Su Shui and Wu Yutong looked at Yang Yan with disdain. They also don't know why Yang Yan likes Chen Luo. Apart from being slightly handsome, Chen Luo is not worth mentioning in other aspects. Jiangda has no shortage of handsome guys. There are many handsome guys like Chen Luo in Jiangda.
Although there are not a lot of them, Chen Luo does not have much advantage compared to other handsome guys.
Being handsome is useless. Money is the key. No matter how handsome Chen Luo is, can he make a living? No, Chen Luo is not that kind of person.
Until now, Lu Ruyan still doesn't believe that Chen Luo would betray her. She and Chen Luo grew up together, and she knew Chen Luo. Chen Luo was not the kind of person who would sell his body for money.
There must be some misunderstanding here. Ruyan, the facts are right in front of you, what else do you not believe?
You can't judge a person by his appearance.
Chen Luo is not as simple as you think.
Maybe he has been secretly hooking up with the rich woman for a long time, but you just haven't discovered it. Su Shui and Wu Yutong continued to speak ill of Chen Luo.
Chen Luo has really changed.
Lu Ruyan collapsed to the ground, as if she had lost all her strength and abilities.
Yes, the facts are right in front of us. Does it really matter whether she believes it or not?
She had only rejected Chen Luo a few times.
Would Chen Luo really need to look for a rich woman? Or maybe Chen Luo's target was not her from the beginning. Ruyan, I've said it before, Chen Luo is a scumbag.
He approached you before, he must have had other intentions.
Think about it, you are the campus beauty of Jiang University. If you can become his girlfriend, he can use your fame to become famous in Jiang University. Maybe he had this idea from the beginning.
Fortunately you rejected him, otherwise he would have stepped on you to get to the top.
Su Shui and Wu Yutong wanted to scold Chen Luo to death. Don't talk nonsense if you have no basis for it. Yang Yan was a little anxious.
She wanted to say something good about Chen Luo, but she didn't know how to say it for a moment. It's too outrageous to say Chen Luo is a scumbag based on just a few photos.
Then tell me, What is the relationship between Chen Luo and this woman? Su Shui and Wu Yutong questioned Yang Yan. Maybe they're just ordinary friends. Yang Yan lowered her head. Ordinary friends? Have you ever seen ordinary friends so close to each other? They are almost hugging each other. Maybe she's his girlfriend. Yang Yan hurriedly explained. That's even more impossible. Chen Luo has always been single. He was still pursuing Ruyan a few days ago. How could he find a new girlfriend so quickly?
What you said reminds us that maybe Chen Luo has been two-timing from the beginning. Even though he is being kept by a rich woman, he still wants Ruyan to be his girlfriend.
Such a person is as scumbag as can be. Yang Yan didn't know what to say anymore.
She was definitely willing to believe Chen Luo, but it was really difficult for her to come forward and explain now.
I don't know the whole story, so I can't comment on it. Perhaps only Chen Luo himself knows the truth of the matter. No wonder he deleted me as a friend and blocked me.
It turns out he has been kept by someone for a long time. I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. It's all my fault for being too stupid and believing his lies so easily. At this time, Lu Ruyan had begun to believe what Su Shui and Wu Yutong said. Although she and Chen Luo were childhood sweethearts, people always change. It was not that she didn't want to believe Chen Luo, but Chen Luo really disappointed her.
Ruyan, don't be angry.
We will help you get revenge and beat Chen Luo, the scumbag, to death. Seeing Lu Ruyan's dazed and dejected look, Su Shui and Wu Yutong decided to help Lu Ruyan get revenge.
What do you want to do? Yang Yan suddenly had a bad feeling. What to do? Of course, it's to ruin his reputation.
We must expose him and make him lose face in front of all the teachers and students of Jiangnan University. Su Shui and Wu Yutong were filled with hatred, and people who didn't know would think that Chen Luo had abandoned them.
Don't do anything rash before things are clarified.
Ruyan, please say something fair for Chen Luo.
Yang Yan wanted to dissuade him.
He has treated me like this, why should I help him?
Lu Ruyan was also angry. She couldn't help but want to scold Chen Luo.
Su Shui and Wu Yutong don't care about all this. They have already posted on major platforms. The contents of the posts are basically the same, all denouncing Chen Luo as a scumbag, and are accompanied by pictures and texts, bluntly saying that Chen Luo is being kept by a rich woman. Once these posts were released, they immediately caused quite a stir on campus. Jiangda is such a small place, it is inevitable that some people would want to take advantage of the situation.
Many people were misled and thought that Chen Luo was a scumbag. I've already said that Chen Luo is a scumbag. You can tell from his appearance. How dare a scumbag like him pursue the beauty of Lu University? I heard that his family is average, no wonder he would look for a rich woman to support him. The rich woman already has a husband, but he still went to seduce her. How shameless. How could Jiang University produce a scum like him? Can he please get out of here? He is almost ruining the reputation of Jiang University. Sisters, quickly push this post up so that more and more people can see the true face of this scumbag Chen Luo. After a night of fermentation, Chen Luo has now become a hot figure in Jiangda. 9 out of 10 posts are discussing Chen Luo. Chen Luo's 3 roommates also learned the news, and they hurried to help Chen Luo clarify the matter. Chen Luo is not what you said at all.
If you don't know the truth, don't talk nonsense here.
It's just a few photos. What does that mean? Going out to the movies with someone means being kept by someone. Do you have to be so outrageous?
When they saw these posts, the 3 of them were so angry that their noses were almost crooked.
They have been roommates with Chen Luo for 4 years. How could they not know what Chen Luo is like?
This is sheer nonsense.
How could Chen Luo be kept by a rich woman?
If Chen Luo wanted to be kept by a rich woman, he would have been kept by her long ago.
Why would he wait until now? You are Chen Luo's friends, right? I can tell from the way you are speaking up for him that he is a scumbag, and you are not good people either. That's right, maybe you guys are just like him and want to be kept by a rich woman. Why don't you take the proper path? Instead, you have to take these crooked ways. Will you die if you work hard? Chapter 28. Call the police and sue. Overnight, Chen Luo became the target of public criticism.
Even though his 3 roommates wanted to speak well of Chen Luo, they were outnumbered.
I'm so angry. What right do these people have to slander my son? It's really fucked up. My son did something wrong, but these people keep slandering him. It's just a few crappy photos. Can you bring that up to make a fuss? The three of them were really angry.
As Chen Luo's roommates, they must believe that Chen Luo is innocent, but it is useless if only they believe it. All major platforms are now scolding Chen Luo, and Chen Luo has even become a hot topic on campus.
All I can say is that Chen Luo is in big trouble this time. Someone must be deliberately slandering Chen Luo, otherwise there wouldn't be so many negative posts flooding in. Forget it, call my son and ask him what's going on.
The three of them made a decision at the same time.
Zhang Yu called Chen Luo personally. The call was connected quickly. Hey, son, what are you doing? I'm sleeping with my wife. Son, daddy doesn't have time to listen to your jokes. You're on the trending search, do you know that? Hot search, what hot search? Chen Luo was a little confused. He was just sleeping peacefully at home, how could he become a hot topic? Go check out the campus forum yourself.
After hearing what Zhang Yu said, Chen Luo immediately logged into the campus forum, and sure enough, it was flooded with posts criticizing him. What is even more outrageous is that these posts seem to be copy and pasted, and their quality is very limited.
But there are so many people who are badmouthing him. Son, what's going on? Are you really being kept by a rich woman? Zhang Yu was impatient. Do you think it's possible? Then you should clarify it quickly. What am I clarifying?
Just to clarify, you are not being kept by a rich woman.
Why should I clarify something that didn't happen? No, you mean, you just let them slander you?
Zhang Yu was also confused by Chen Luo's actions.
Okay, don't worry about this matter, I'll take care of it. Chen Luo hung up the phone in a hurry. Honey, what's wrong with you? Zhang Ro also woke up from her sleep. Wife, I have something to do today, so I may not be able to make breakfast for you. You can eat outside by yourself. Chen Luo changed his clothes hurriedly. Honey, has something happened?
Zhang Ro said with some concern.
It's not a big deal, don't worry. Chen Luo smiled and comforted Zhang Ro. No, you have to tell me what happened so that I can feel at ease. See for yourself.
Chen Luo had no choice but to show Zhang Ro the posts that slandered him. Zhang Ro didn't expect that she just went to see a movie with Chen Luo, but someone actually filmed it and posted it online. It also became a reason to slander Chen Luo.
Come on, she was just going out to see a movie with her husband, is that wrong?
Hubby, how about we announce our marriage and say that the girl in the photo is me?
No, I have a solution.
Chen Luo still didn't plan to announce the news of his marriage to Zhang Ro so early. If he announced the news of his marriage to Zhang Ro at this time, Zhang Ro would probably become the next target of attack. After all, not everyone thinks Zhang Ro is good, especially since Zhang Ro is now the dream goddess of all the boys in the school.
There will definitely be many girls who are hostile to Zhang Ro. Honey, how are you going to solve this?
Zhang Ro was still a little worried.
Call the police and sue.
Chen Luo said with a cold expression.
Regardless of who leaked these photos, taking them without his permission violated his privacy.
Moreover, spreading rumors that he was being kept by a wealthy woman without clear evidence is also illegal.
Spreading rumors will result in legal liability, otherwise the world would have been in chaos long ago. Chen Luo doesn't like people who spread rumors everywhere.
As the saying goes, it takes only one mouth to spread a rumor, but it takes a lot of effort to refute it.
No matter who spread the rumor, he will make the other party pay the price. Honey, I'll go with you then. No, I can handle it on my own. Chen Luo shook his head. He didn't want Zhang Ro to go with him.
In addition to going to the police station to report the case, he also had to go to a law firm to send the person who spread the rumors about him to jail. It was very tiring going back and forth, and it would be very inconvenient for Zhang Ro to follow him.
Hubby, come back early then. Don't worry, I'll cook for you when I come back.
Although Chen Luo was angry, he still did not forget his original intention.
Nothing is more important than his wife eating on time. After he finished everything, he came back to cook for Zhang Ro. Chen Luo quickly left the house and went to the police station to report the case. Coincidentally, the police officers who received him this time were the two people who were on duty yesterday. Little brother, what are you doing at the police station again? Do you have anything to add? Wang Lin looked at Chen Luo with some curiosity. He had dealt with Chen Luo yesterday and he had a good impression of Chen Luo.
Chen Luo was smart and knew to ask them to adjust the surveillance cameras. He also told them the location of the surveillance cameras, which saved them a lot of unnecessary trouble.
Comrade police, I'm here to report a crime.
Chen Luo went straight to the point and stated the purpose of his visit.
Little brother, who are you going to send in this time?
Chen Luo had already sent the guy who tried to flirt with him in jail last time. This time, Chen Luo must have come with the same idea in mind.
Comrade police officer, you misunderstood me. I never intended to send anyone to jail.
Misunderstood you?
Wang Lin didn't say anything.
If Chen Luo hadn't led them to the accurate location of the surveillance last time, the man who was trying to strike up a conversation would not have been administratively detained at all, and Chen Luo even had the nerve to say that he didn't want to send anyone in.
Tell me, what do you want to report? Comrade police, it is like this. Chen Luo told everyone what had happened in detail.
We can only help you identify the suspect now.
As for the follow-up results, you may need to talk to a lawyer.
Wang Lin said in a low voice.
For things like harassing women, the maximum penalty is 7 days of administrative detention.
If what Chen Luo said is true, violating personal privacy and spreading rumors are illegal. As for the subsequent verdict, it may require a court ruling.
They cannot convict the rumormonger.
Both violating personal privacy and spreading rumors fall under the legal category of the criminal law.
If both are punished together, the minimum sentence would be 3 years. Excuse me, officer. Chen Luo was not surprised. He had no intention of letting the police convict the rumormonger. He was only doing this to gather evidence.
Nowadays, everyone uses their real name to go online, and the police have their records on file.
So once we check the IP address, we'll know who sent the message, and we won't be able to deny it. Chapter 29. If you don't apologize, you'll be sued. It's my duty. It's not a big deal.
But they are all students.
Do you really want to send them to prison? Wang Lin was also shocked by Chen Luo's decisiveness. Chen Luo was smart. He knew to go to the police station to report the case first and collect evidence.
Once he had almost completed the identity information of the rumormongers, he could find a lawyer to sue them. When most people encounter this kind of thing, they usually just post a clarification post online, but the effect of such a post is minimal.
The people who have truly wronged you know better than anyone else how wronged you are. It is useless to reason with them. We can only talk about the law.
Only the law can make those rumormongers shut up and apologize.
Comrade police officer, there is something wrong with what you said.
Do not refrain from doing good deeds even if they are small, and do not commit evil deeds even if they are small. Being a student is not a reason for them to break the law and discipline.
That's true, but you are all classmates, and all top students.
They are still young, and it's possible that they have been bewitched by someone.
Why don't you consider giving them a chance to reform? Comrade police officer, I will consider what you said. As for whether I am willing to give them a chance to reform, that depends on their attitude. Wang Lin nodded. Chen Luo doesn't seem like a reckless person. If Chen Luo really sent so many people in, the school would definitely not agree.
After all, it is the school that suffers when something happens. The school will not make a big deal about this matter even if it wants to reduce the heat, otherwise the school's reputation will be ruined. It would not be good if the news got out that a school had produced so many criminals.
I have already found the person for you. Wang Lin quickly identified the suspect.
The first people to post were Su Shui and Wu Yutong, and the photos were also leaked from them.
Currently, the highest number of views and reposts has exceeded 10,000. If Chen Luo really wants to hold them accountable, they will definitely go to jail. Thank you, police comrade. Chen Luo kept thanking Wang Lin. Not long after, Chen Luo also left the police station.
He has a clear mind and knows how to grasp the key points.
He is a good candidate.
If he can enter the judicial system, he will be at least a division-level official in a few years.
But he doesn't seem to be a judicial major, which is a pity. Otherwise, he could be well trained. Looking at Chen Luo's gradually leaving back, Wang Lin couldn't help but praise him.
After leaving the police station, Chen Luo took out his mobile phone, logged into the campus forum, and posted a new message using his own account.
I'm Chen Luo.
The rumor that I'm being kept by a rich woman is pure fabrication. Anyone who has spread the rumor, I'll give you 10 minutes to publicly apologize to me within 10 minutes, or I'll take legal action against you. Also, Su Shui and Wu Yutong, you took photos of me without my permission and published them, which has seriously violated my privacy. You have 5 minutes to delete all the photos, apologize to me in front of all the teachers and students in the school, and record it into a video and post it on the platform.
As soon as Chen Luo's post was published, the forum exploded.
As expected of my son, he is fast. I wonder who dares to make up rumors about my son. Apologize to my son, F King time.
Chen Luo's 3 roommates felt relieved instantly.
While they were still looking for someone to fight against, Chen Luo had already handled everything. On the other hand, they only know how to confront others online, which is completely useless.
But what followed was that more and more people left messages under Chen Luo's post. You are being kept by someone, yet you still have the nerve to sue us? Who gave you the face to do that? A gigolo is a gigolo. Do you think we will be afraid of you just like that? You want to scare us? No way. We are telling the truth. What right do you have to sue us? There were all kinds of vile comments under Chen Luo's post, which made Chen Luo wonder if someone had hired some internet trolls. Even if he was really being kept by someone, he wouldn't be so hated. Or was it that someone wanted to get him? Chen Luo, I'm Su Shui. What I said is all true. You are just being kept by a rich woman. If you want me to delete the post and apologize, no way. I am Wu Yutong. I can take responsibility for what I said. I will never give in. If you have the guts, sue me. Do you really think I am ignorant of the law? Su Shui and Wu Yutong even directly attacked Chen Luo's post.
Chen Luo had not originally intended to make a big deal out of this, but now he had no choice but to do so. He drove to the law firm. Before coming to the law firm, he had already made an appointment with lawyer Zhang San from the firm.
Hello, I'm looking for lawyer Zhang San. Chen Luo stated the purpose of his visit. Excuse me, do you have an appointment? Yes, I have already made an appointment with him on the phone in advance. Okay, please follow me.
Under the guidance of the lady at the front desk, Chen Luo soon met lawyer Zhang San.
Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen Luo Chen?
Zhang San had been waiting in the law firm for a long time.
It's me. Mr. Chen, let me make it short. I understand your intention.
Given your special situation, my suggestion is that you issue a lawyer's letter to warn the other party to stop infringing on your and your wife's reputation. If the other party still does not stop, you can sue them directly.
Zhang San gave Chen Luo an idea.
Chen Luo has just explained what happened on the phone. Although Chen Luo has a high chance of winning the lawsuit, it will take at least 2 or 3 months. If Chen Luo wants to stop this farce as soon as possible, it would be better to issue a lawyer's letter. Lawyer Zhang, then do as you say.
Chen Luo nodded, agreeing with Zhang San's statement. In this regard, Zhang San is professional, and he certainly will not question Zhang San's authority. Okay, Mr. Chen, are you willing to give me full authority to help you handle this matter? Okay, but I have one request. Chen Luo agreed without even thinking about it. He is more trustworthy than Zhang San. After all, he is being paid to do the job. Since he chose Zhang San, it means he believes in Zhang San's professionalism. Okay, Mr. Chen, please go ahead.
I not only want them to apologize to me in person, but also to compensate me for my mental damages.
I understand, Mr. Chen. I will specifically state your request in the lawyer's letter. Then I'll have to trouble lawyer Zhang. It's no problem. The fact that you chose our law firm shows that you trust us. Thank you for your trust in us. After a brief conversation, Chen Luo also left Zhang San law firm. Chapter 30. It's too late to know your mistake now. Zhang San is indeed a professional lawyer.
He quickly drafted the lawyer's letter. Chen Luo had already read the contents of the lawyer's letter, and it was exactly the same as what he had said before. As expected, professional matters should be handled by professionals. This time, it was Su Shui and Wu Yutong's turn to be dumbfounded. They never thought that Chen Luo would actually send them a lawyer's letter, and so quickly. Originally, they thought that Chen Luo was just threatening them. Chen Luo was a college student who had never even fought a lawsuit, so how could he dare to sue them? But when they saw the lawyer's letter, they panicked instantly. They are just college students. How dare they sue Chen Luo? If they lose the case, they will have to go to jail. It's just a lawyer's letter. It has no legal effect. What's there to be afraid of? You want to scare us? No way. Despite this, the two tried their best to calm themselves down. So what if Chen Luo hires a lawyer to sue them? They have money to hire a lawyer. They immediately consulted a professional lawyer and concluded that if they did not have sufficient evidence to prove that Chen Luo was kept by a rich woman, they would definitely lose the lawsuit. What evidence do they have? A few photos can't prove anything.
They posted the photos online just to brag. Moreover, they secretly took photos of Chen Luo and posted the photos of Chen Luo online without his permission, which seriously violated Chen Luo's personal privacy. No matter who tries, it will be useless. They will definitely lose.
Chen Luo, we are willing to delete the post and apologize, please don't sue us.
Yes, Chen Luo, we are all classmates, just apologize and that's it, why do you have to go to court? Su Shui and Wu Yutong immediately chatted privately with Chen Luo. They don't want to go to jail.
If Chen Luo really wants to sue them, they will be finished.
Seeing the messages sent by the two, Chen Luo couldn't help but sneer. You only know how to apologize now, what were you doing before? Weren't you very tough when you apologized? Why aren't you tough now?
If Su Shui and Wu Yutong had been willing to delete the posts and apologize at the beginning, he might have given them a chance to mend their ways because they were alumni.
But now, it's too late. First of all, I don't accept your apology.
I have already given you a chance, but you just didn't know how to cherish it.
Secondly, when you were smearing me just now, didn't you feel very happy? The internet is not a lawless place. Everyone must be responsible for their own actions. Finally, you just have to wait for the court summons.
When Su Shui and Wu Yutong saw the message from Chen Luo, their hearts were broken.
Chen Luo actually planned to sue them? Is this necessary? Chen Luo, we know we were wrong.
As long as you don't sue us, we will cooperate with whatever you ask us to do.
Chen Luo, it was our fault to slander you before. We didn't mean it. Please forgive us. Su Shui and Wu Yutong hurriedly sent a message to Chen Luo. But Chen Luo was too lazy to reply.
The people who are anxious now are not him, but Su Shui and Wu Yutong. These two people are the culprits, and the others are also accomplices. No matter whether it is the culprit or the accomplice, Chen Luo does not intend to let him go.
In addition to Su Shui and Wu Yutong, Chen Luo also sent lawyers' letters to many people.
These people also cursed him a lot under the post, and Chen Luo sent them lawyers' letters one by one. Everyone was shocked when they received the lawyer's letter from Chen Luo.
Chen Luo actually sent them a lawyer's letter.
They originally thought that Chen Luo just wanted to scare them. But when Chen Luo really sent the lawyer's letter, they were all dumbfounded.
In fact, they didn't know the truth of the matter, nor did they care.
They just saw so many people scolding Chen Luo and they enjoyed it so much, so they just scolded him together. Some people are paid to do the job, while others are misled.
But no matter what, Chen Luo sent them a lawyer's letter, which means that Chen Luo is serious. If they don't handle it well, they will all be sued.
They were all college students who knew nothing about the world and had never been to a lawsuit.
Moreover, a lawsuit was time-consuming and laborious, so they simply did not dare to sue Chen Luo. I'm sorry, Chen Luo. We were wrong before. We apologize to you. Please don't sue us, okay? Chen Luo, we were deceived and made inappropriate comments without knowing the truth. We are willing to take back what we said before. As long as you don't sue us, everything is fine. Chen Luo, we really know we were wrong. We promise that from today on, we will never say bad things about you again.
In an instant, Chen Luo's private messages exploded, but Chen Luo did not intend to deal with it now.
You just feel anxious now. Didn't you feel great when you scolded me just now? Not long after, Chen Luo also returned to Zhang Rou's home. Hubby, you are so awesome. You have deleted all those posts. Even Zhang Rou was shocked by Chen Luo. The internet was full of posts criticizing Chen Luo 1 second ago, and the next second all of them were deleted.
It was not deleted by the website staff, but was deleted secretly by the people who posted it. They thought that in this way Chen Luo would not be able to find evidence to discredit him, but they didn't know that Chen Luo had already secured all the evidence. As long as Chen Luo wants, he can hold them accountable for their legal responsibilities at any time.
Wife, you must be hungry. I'll cook for you,
Chen Luo said with a smile. He didn't dare to worry about those who slandered him. He only cared about whether Zhang Rou was hungry.
Hubby, let me do it. You've been tired all day. How can that be possible? You're still pregnant. It's okay, husband. Can you just trust me for once? Wife, how about I help you?
Seeing Zhang Rou so insistent, Chen Luo had no choice but to agree.
He hasn't tasted Zhang Rou's cooking yet.
No, just sit down and rest.
Chen Luo was driven out of the kitchen by Zhang Rou. In fact, Chen Luo was really a little tired.
It would be strange if he wasn't tired after running back and forth like this.
He lay down on the sofa and planned to take a nap. But who knew, he actually fell asleep. "Hubby, get up and eat." Zhang Ro woke Shen Luo up very carefully. She had already prepared the meal. "Wife, you did all this?"
Shen Luo was also a little surprised.
He didn't expect that a young lady like Zhang Ro could actually cook. "What else?"
Zhang Ro felt somewhat proud.
"Wife, I must have a taste of your cooking." Shen Luo was extremely excited. His wife is not only beautiful but also can cook.
In ancient times, she was an example of a woman who could both be a housewife and a cook.
This was worth it. Chapter 31. My wife is the best in the world. Eat quickly.
Zhang Ro smiled slightly. Shen Luo helped her solve these troubles, and she also knew that Shen Luo had been very tired from traveling all the way.
"Then I'll be welcome." Shen Luo started quickly.
It's true that Zhang Ro's cooking skills are pretty good. Although not as delicious as his, it's at least at an acceptable level.
"How about it?" Zhang Ro looked at Shen Luo with anticipation. "Good. Wife, I didn't expect you to be so good at cooking."
You can teach and educate people, and you can also cook for your husband.
"I have no regrets in my life to marry a wife like you." Shen Luo couldn't help but praise.
I used to cook for myself when I was abroad, and my cooking skills were developed during that time, but I still can't compare to yours.
Zhang Ro felt a little embarrassed by Shen Luo's praise.
"Wife, although your cooking skills are not as good as mine, your IQ is higher than mine."
"You are already amazing." Shen Luo was generous with his praise. "I'm not as good as you say." Zhang Ro felt even more embarrassed. "Wife, you are always the best in my eyes." "My wife is the best in the world," Shen Luo said with a smile. "Keep your voice down. If the neighbors next door hear you, they'll laugh at you." Zhang Ro was secretly delighted. How could she not be satisfied to find a husband like Shen Luo? So what if I heard it? What I said is the truth. My wife is the best in the world. Shen Luoka doesn't care about that. Just hear it, what's the big deal?
In his heart, Zhang Ro is indeed the best.
"By the way, husband, do you know who is targeting you?"
Zhang Ro suddenly said.
"Who is it?" Shen Luo frowned. "Yang Wei. So it's his grandson."
Shen Luo was not that surprised. He was saying, how could such a small matter cause such a stir in the city? It turned out that someone was secretly behind the scenes. Yang Wei must have secretly hired a lot of internet trolls, otherwise this matter wouldn't have attracted so much attention.
"Hubby, wasn't there a rumor online that a rich second-generation guy pursued me and I rejected him?" "That rich second-generation guy was Yang Wei." "What, Yang Wei pursued you before?"
Shen Luo was a little surprised.
"So there is this other scene, right? This Yang Wei is really lingering around."
"But I had already seen that this person had evil intentions, but I didn't expect that he was the mastermind behind all this."
Zhang Ro was also angry. Is he really a rich second generation? For the first time, Shen Luo was curious about Yang Wei's identity.
"I don't think I'm a second generation rich, but my family should have some money."
Zhang Ro shook her head and denied that Yang Wei was a rich second generation. She has seen many rich second generations, and Yang Wei does not have the temperament that a rich second generation should have, but it is certain that Yang Wei's family has some money. "I told you, with his appearance, how could he be a rich second generation?" Shen Luo smiled coldly.
The rich second generation on the internet are very high profile and spend money like water, but the rich second generation in real life are generally more low-key.
Who would disclose his identity as a rich second generation for no reason? It's as if he wants everyone to know that he is a rich second generation.
The richer the rich second generation is, the more he likes to keep a low profile.
After all, no one wants to be targeted.
Of course, there are many high-profile rich second generations in real life, but these rich second generations usually have poor family education, or they simply like to show off their wealth.
There are differences between rich second generations.
Some rich second generations like the feeling of being admired by others, while some like to keep a low profile.
For example, Shen Luo's roommate Wang Hao is a rich second generation, but Wang Hao is usually low-key.
Apart from his roommates, few people know that Wang Hao is actually a hidden rich second generation.
Although he knew that Yang Wei was the one behind this matter, Shen Luo also knew that it was not that easy to convict Yang Wei.
Yang Wei only purchased the internet water army, and did not post on the internet, and he did not need to post in person. Yang Wei is not stupid, and it is not easy to get evidence that he purchased the internet water army.
The main culprits are Su Shui and Wu Yutong.
If it weren't for those posts by Su Shui and Wu Yutong, Yang Wei would not have purchased a large number of water armies, so Chen Luo decided to deal with Su Shui and Wu Yutong first.
Honey, are you really going to sue? What else? Chen Luo has made up his mind.
If Su Shui and Wu Yutong had done what he said at the beginning, he might have considered letting them go, but these two people insisted on disgusting him on purpose.
Not only did they not delete the photos and posts, they also posted comments under his posts. He couldn't tolerate this.
Honey, it's not that I object to you suing them, but a lawsuit will take 2 or 3 months at the fastest.
If it's slower, it may take a year or two. And with so many people, you may not be able to prosecute them all.
Zhang Rou said in a low voice.
Wife, I understand what you said.
I don't plan to sue everyone, but there are 2 people I will definitely not let go. Not to mention 1 year, even if it's 3 or 5 years, I will make them pay the corresponding price.
Chen Luo said coldly.
He was simply too busy to sue so many people at once, and these people were either deceived or took money to do the job, so there was not much point in suing them. As long as they are willing to apologize in person and compensate for the mental damage, he will let bygones be bygones.
But he would never let Su Shui and Wu Yutong go no matter what. It's okay, husband. I support you. It's just a lawsuit. I'll fight with you. Zhang Rou held Chen Luo's hand.
Her original intention was not to let Chen Luo go through so much trouble. After all, Chen Luo was about to graduate, and Chen Luo had more important things to do next.
Moreover, Chen Luo had to deal with her parents' difficulties at any time.
She didn't want Chen Luo to live such a hard life.
But if Chen Luo has made up his mind, she will face it with Chen Luo no matter what.
She is not afraid of lawsuits. At most, she can just hire the best lawyer.
She has nothing else, but she still has a lot of money. In fact, she is also a hidden rich second generation, and university professor is just one of her professions. Honey, you're so nice.
Of course.
You should be happy that you married a wife like me. Be good and drink this bowl of soup quickly. Zhang Rou was very considerate and brought Chen Luo a bowl of soup.
Chen Luo took a bite and it tasted really good, but for some reason, Chen Luo felt his body a little hot.
Honey, what kind of soup is this? Chen Luo has become seriously aware that something is wrong. Hubby, this is the tonic soup I made especially for you. Drink it quickly, and then we can go to bed. Chen Luo. Chapter 32. Everyone is waiting for Chen Luo's forgiveness. Towards the afternoon, Chen Luo accompanied Zhang Rou to Zhang University.
Zhang Rou happened to have classes this afternoon, so Chen Luo took the time to go back to the dormitory. As soon as Chen Luo arrived downstairs of the dormitory building, a group of people surrounded him. It was as if a star had arrived.
Chen Luo is here.
No one knew who shouted, but everyone rushed towards Chen Luo.
Are you okay?
Chen Luo was also startled by this sudden scene.
He doesn't seem to be that famous in Jiangnan University, right? Chen Luo, you are finally here. We have been waiting for you for almost a day. If you don't come, we'll go crazy.
You are the first one who can make us wait so long.
Everyone was obviously getting impatient. I didn't seem to ask you to wait, did I? If you don't want to wait, you can go back anytime. I won't stop you. Chen Luo frowned.
He seemed to have understood the intention of these people waiting for him here.
Chen Luo, the way we spoke just now was wrong. Please don't take it personally.
Yeah, we didn't mean to scold you, we were deceived, can you please not sue us? We are willing to apologize to you, please don't sue us. Everyone said hurriedly. The moment they received the lawyer's letter, they were all scared, because Chen Luo was really serious and had already initially grasped all their information. They were just a group of college students and had neither the money nor the energy to sue Chen Luo.
Are you anxious now? When I asked you to delete the post and apologize, weren't you very tough?
Chen Luo was also furious. If he hadn't called the police or hired a lawyer, these people would never have deleted the post and apologized.
They don't know they are wrong, they are just afraid. I'm sorry, Chen Luo, we were also deceived. We really didn't mean it.
We have deleted the post. We sincerely apologize to you here and hope you can forgive our ignorance and recklessness.
Yes, Chen Luo, we are all classmates.
There is no need to make things so ugly, otherwise the school will not agree.
Everyone whispered.
Until now, they still want to use the name of the school to pressure Chen Luo.
The law does not hold everyone responsible. They are all willing to apologize. They don't believe that Chen Luo can do anything else to them. Don't use the school to pressure me. You are already adults and completely independent individuals. The school can't always cover for you. Everyone is responsible for their own actions. The internet is not a lawless place. If you really break the law, do you think the school can save you? Chen Luo was very angry. It seems that these people are not sincerely repentant at all. Chen Luo, we have already apologized to you in person. What else do you want from us? It's not a big deal. We're just classmates. Do you have to make things so chaotic before you stop? Do you know how difficult it is for us to get into Jiang University? Do you want to ruin us? Many people came forward to accuse Chen Luo.
They just cursed Chen Luo a few words, and Chen Luo wouldn't lose a piece of meat.
Is it necessary for Chen Luo to mobilize so many forces to sue them?
From childhood to adulthood, everyone has been scolded a few times. There is no such thing in the world as suing others just because you are scolded.
At worst, Chen Luo can just scold them and come back. It seems that I am still too kind to you. You know that it is useless to use the school to pressure me, so you just use moral blackmail? Whether or not it's easy for you to get into Jiangda has nothing to do with me. Just because it's not easy for you to get into Jiangda, does that mean you can do evil?
If you still have this attitude, I think there is nothing more for us to discuss.
Let's see you in court. Chen Luo turned and left angrily.
I'm sorry, Chen Luo, we were too anxious just now.
We definitely didn't mean to offend you.
We are willing to apologize and provide spiritual compensation.
As long as you are willing to forgive us, we are willing to do nothing.
Yes, Chen Luo, as long as you don't sue us, you can ask us to do anything.
Seeing Chen Luo's firm attitude, everyone quickly changed their attitude. You guys are really willing to do anything? Chen Luo glanced at everyone. Noticing Chen Luo's gaze, everyone's heart couldn't help but skip a beat.
Most of those who cursed Chen Luo were girls. Although there were boys who cursed Chen Luo as well, they were relatively few.
Could it be that Chen Luo was going to do that with them?
Yes, as long as you don't sue us, even if you let us sleep with you.
Many girls gritted their teeth.
Chen Luo is quite handsome. If Chen Luo really took the opportunity to make such excessive demands, they would grit their teeth and accept it.
They have nothing to lose anyway. You think too much. I have no interest in you at all. Chen Luo was a little amused. To be honest, many of these girls are indeed pretty, but no matter how pretty they are, can they be as pretty as his wife?
Having Jiang Ro was enough for her, she didn't need any other girls to warm his bed. These girls are average looking, but they have beautiful thoughts.
So what exactly do you want us to do? Many girls expressed their dissatisfaction with Chen Luo.
They were all willing to go to bed with Chen Luo, but Chen Luo actually looked down on them.
You know, they have quite a few suitors in school, and if we only consider the price, their appearance fees are not low.
I want you to use your own accounts to publicly apologize to me, and each of you to compensate me for mental damages of 1,000 yuan.
Chen Luo said coldly.
The reason why he only asked for 1,000 yuan in compensation for mental damage was because he had no intention of making money from this. 1,000 yuan was the fee for his errands, and if the amount was too high, it might involve extortion.
That's it?
No one expected that Chen Luo's request would be so simple. They originally thought that Chen Luo would take the opportunity to make some excessive demands and use this as a threat to infringe upon them.
My request is as simple as this. If you are unwilling to accept it, then we will see you in court. Chen Luo simply stopped talking.
He has already lowered his demands as much as possible. If these people are unwilling to accept even this little request, he doesn't mind suing everyone in court.
No, we're willing to accept it. Chen Luo, thank you for forgiving us. We misunderstood you before. I didn't expect you to be so easy to talk to. Look at what happened. We spoke rudely to you without knowing it. This $1,000 is our apology to you. Everyone accepted this result very calmly.
Chen Luo only asked them to make a public apology and pay 1,000 yuan in compensation for mental damage.
This was already the best result and they could fully accept it.
If the matter really goes to court, it won't be resolved with an apology and $1,000.
They might even be sent to jail by Chen Luo. Chapter 33 Chen Luo does not accept the apology.
Chen Luo, we are willing to apologize publicly and compensate you.
As long as you don't sue us, everything is fine.
Yes, I will publicly apologize now, and I can transfer the money to your account now. Chenluo, you said this yourself, you must not go back on your words. At this moment, compared to the request made by Chenluo, everyone was more afraid that Chenluo would go back on his word. Some people even took out their phones, logged into their accounts, and posted apologies.
My name is Li Shuiying. I want to publicly apologize to classmate Chenluo. I shouldn't have done that without knowing the truth. My name is Su Kaiyun.
I solemnly apologize to classmate Chenluo because I was ignorant and hurtful to him.
My name is Su Meng. I slandered Chenluo without knowing it.
I sincerely apologize to him here. In an instant, the post apologizing to Chenluo became a hot topic. More and more people posted publicly to apologize to Chenluo. The post that was insulting Chenluo the day before has long disappeared, replaced by one apology post after another, so many that they are too numerous to count. At the same time, a lot of money increased in Chenluo's account. Chenluo specifically requested that mental damages must be noted on these transfers to avoid causing a lot of unnecessary trouble.
Okay, go away. The internet is not a lawless place. Don't curse people online anymore. Chenluo stopped.
Student Chenluo, thank you for giving us a chance to reform.
Don't worry, from today on, I will never slander you again. Student Chenluo, whoever slanders you again in the future will be our enemy.
That's right, classmate Chenluo, from now on we will be your die-hard fans.
If anyone dares to criticize you, we will help you scold them back. Everyone expressed their gratitude to Chenluo. Chenluo was a little amused.
After all this time, he has gained a group of die-hard fans.
What the hell is going on? Soon after, everyone dispersed one after another. Su Shui and Wu Yutong also came out from their hiding corners.
In fact, they had already arrived at the boys' dormitory and were waiting there early in the morning, but they just didn't dare to show up. Seeing that Chenluo had forgiven so many people, they knew that their chance had come. Chenluo, I admit that it was wrong of me to secretly take photos of you, but you can't blame me for that.
Who told you to go out to the movies with a woman at that time? That's right. If you don't go out to the movies with women, we won't have the chance to catch you secretly photographing us.
Su Shui and Wu Yutong spoke as if it was a matter of course, as if Chenluo was the one who did something wrong.
Do I need to inform you guys if I'm going to watch a movie with someone? Chenluo was so angry that he laughed.
It was the first time he had seen someone so shameless. The shamelessness of these two people is almost as thick as Lu Ruyan's.
I just don't know whether they learned to be so thick-skinned from Lu Ruyan, or Lu Ruyan learned it from them.
You don't really need to report to us who you go to the movies with, but it's really inappropriate for you to go to the movies at that time, so you also have some responsibilities. Su Shui and Wu Yutong insisted that it was Chenluo's fault.
After all, they are Lu Ruyan's roommates. For Lu Ruyan's sake, Chenluo would definitely not dare to do anything to them. What are my responsibilities? Of course you have responsibilities. Everyone knows that you are Ruyan's liquor. What do you think Ruyan will think if you go out to watch a movie with other girls at this time? Why does she think it's none of my business? Chenluo, how can you talk like that? Don't forget that we are Ruyan's roommates. Aren't you afraid that we will go back and tell Ruyan that she will ignore you for the rest of her life?
As you please.
Chenluo didn't care at all.
He had made it very clear to Lu Ruyan, and he had already blocked Lu Ruyan a long time ago. It would be better if Lu Ruyan ignored him. What he fears most now is that Lu Ruyan will pester him. If Jiang Ro sees this, she will definitely be jealous. He can be jealous of Jiang Ro, and Jiang Ro can be jealous of him as well.
Love is mutual.
He doesn't want Jiang Ro to be too ambiguous with other boys, and Jiang Ro also doesn't want him to be too ambiguous with other girls. Two people who love each other will not allow the existence of a third person around each other. This is the correct way to get along in marriage.
Okay, Chenluo, stop being so pretentious here.
Although we were wrong in this matter, we will not apologize to you.
At most, we will not say bad things about you in front of Ruyan in the future. That's right. Ruyan is our roommate. If you really sue us, do you think Ruyan will stand by and watch us die?
Su Shui and Wu Yutong still looked indifferent. They had long been certain that Chenluo would not dare to do anything to them. Chenluo sent them a lawyer's letter just to warn them.
It's okay, you don't have to apologize.
Chenluo said with a smile. He had no intention of letting Su Shui and Wu Yutong go. Even if Su Xuan Wu Yutong apologized, it would be useless because he would not accept it. All of this was caused by these two people. If others were accomplices, then Su Xuan Wu Yutong were the masterminds. If Su Xuan Wu Yutong hadn't taken secret photos of him, sent them out, and spread rumors that he was kept by a rich woman, there wouldn't have been so many troubles. As the saying goes, we must start from the source. Su Xuan Wu Yutong are the source of this incident.
So you agree to reconcile?
It would have been better if you had done this earlier.
Why did you have to make such a big fuss and even send us a lawyer's letter? You are incredible. Su Xuan Wu Yutong took the opportunity to express their dissatisfaction with Chen Luo. Reconciliation? I'm afraid you're thinking too much. Just wait for the court summons.
I advise you to find a professional lawyer, so as to avoid losing badly in court.
Chen Luo couldn't help laughing. Chen Luo, what do you mean? Are you really going to sue us? Are you crazy? You are a student. How can you find the time to sue us?
Su Xuan Wu Yutong's expressions changed. It's true that I don't have time, but I think my legal team should have time.
It's okay. I can afford to wait. If I don't send you to jail, I'll take your last name. Chen Luo smiled coldly. Chen Luo, you must be kidding us, right? Yes, Chen Luo, we are all classmates. If there is anything, can't we sit down and talk it out? Why do we have to go to court?
When Su Xuan Wu Yutong heard that Chen Luo was really going to sue them, they became anxious on the spot. They still have to take postgraduate entrance exams and civil service exams. If they are really sent in by Chen Luo, their lives will be over.
Chapter 34 Chen Luo intends to sue to the end. I have nothing to discuss with you. Let's see you in court. Chen Luo was too lazy to waste time talking to these two people. It's not that he didn't give them chances, it's that they didn't know how to cherish them. It's too late to reconcile now. Chen Luo, you can't sue us. We still have to take the postgraduate entrance examination and the civil service examination in the future. If you sue us, how can we take the postgraduate entrance examination and the civil service examination? That's right, you can't be so selfish. It's not a big deal. Do you really need to do that? Su Xuan Wu Yutong were already getting anxious. What if Chen Luo really sued them? Once Chen Luo really sues them, they will most likely be sued, and the possibility of losing is very high. Both invasion of personal privacy and defamation are violations of the criminal law. Once the verdict is handed down, they will most likely go to jail. Whether it is 1 year, 3 years, or 5 years, it is not an outcome they can accept. They were college students who hadn't even graduated yet and hadn't even started looking for a job, but they were already thrown into prison. Their lives are basically ruined. No company or enterprise is willing to recruit criminals with a criminal record, no matter how well they perform. Jiangnan University is a university. Those who can be admitted to Jiangnan University are all outstanding people. It will be relatively easy for them to find jobs in the future. Their future should be bright. But Chen Luo wants to kill all their hopes in the cradle. What's the difference between this and murder? Then you can just think of me as selfish. I have never been a selfless person. If someone respects me a little, I will give him 3 points, but if someone bullies me even a little, I will return it without hesitation. If you have all this time to talk nonsense with me, you might as well go back and think about how to find a more reliable lawyer and reduce your sentence. Chen Luo was extremely indifferent. Chen Luo, we are all classmates. Let's just say we did something wrong. Can you please not sue us? You also know that it was not easy for us to get into Jiang University. My family has been farming for generations, and it was not easy to produce a college student like me. Do you have the heart to let me go to jail? Chen Luo, if we go to jail, our lives will be ruined. Please be kind. You're not just ruining us, you're ruining our entire family. Seeing that Chen Luo was really planning to sue them, Su Xuan Wu Yutong started to panic. They didn't want to go to jail, so they could only play the emotional card with Chen Luo. Don't try to blackmail me morally. It's not me who destroyed you, but you. If you could be more restrained, you wouldn't be in this situation now. Chen Luo snorted coldly. He does not accept any moral kidnapping. In this world, everyone has a hard life, but a difficult life is not a reason for you to hurt others, nor is it an excuse for you to break the law. Chen Luo, as long as you don't sue us, you can ask us to do anything. We are willing to apologize and compensate you for your losses. If you still feel unsatisfied, we are willing to be your women. You can play with us anytime you want.
Su Shui and Wu Yutong knelt down at Chen Luo's feet. In order to prevent Chen Luo from suing them, they are willing to sell their bodies. They think they are pretty good looking.
Although not as good as Lu Ruyan, their looks are above average.
Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people pursuing them.
Don't disgust me. I'm not interested in your bodies. Chen Luo was about to vomit.
Although Su Shui and Wu Yutong are good looking, they are not his type at all.
Having Jiang Rou is enough for him, and he will not consider other women.
If Su Shui and Wu Yutong could continue to be so tough, he might still look up to them a little, but the fact that Su Shui and Wu Yutong gave in so quickly only made him look down on them even more. Su Shui and Wu Yutong are no longer children.
They have the ability to think independently.
Every adult must be responsible for his or her own actions. If everyone were like Su Shui and Wu Yutong, taking secret photos of whomever they wanted and spreading rumors about whomever they wanted, the world would have been in chaos long ago. Chen Luo, as long as you promise not to sue us, we are willing to help you take down Lu Ruyan.
You have always liked Lu Ruyan, right? With our help, we promise that Lu Ruyan will be devoted to you.
Seeing that Chen Luo was not interested in them, Su Shui and Wu Yutong had to change their strategy.
I am even less interested in Lu Ruyan.
You have made a wrong calculation.
After saying this, Chen Luo turned and walked into the boys' dormitory. Chen Luo, you can't leave.
Chen Luo, we really know we are wrong, please let us go. Su Shui and Wu Yutong hurriedly tried to stop them.
But Chen Luo was too lazy to pay attention to them. What to do? Now it was Su Shui and Wu Yutong's turn to have a headache.
They originally thought that because they were Lu Ruyan's roommates, Chen Luo would not dare to do anything to them, but Chen Luo didn't buy their tricks at all.
Do they really have to hire a lawyer and meet Chen Luo in court? This damn Chen Luo, does she have to destroy us before she will stop? Su Shui and Wu Yutong were both extremely angry.
They had clearly come to Chen Luo in person to reconcile, so why was Chen Luo still unwilling to forgive them?
They are not the only ones who scold Chen Luo. Chen Luo is willing to forgive others, so why is he only holding on to them? Is it because Chen Luo thinks they are the easiest to bully?
Su Shui and Wu Yutong were very worried and had to go back to ask Lu Ruyan for help.
Lu Ruyan is Chen Luo's childhood sweetheart. They grew up together. If Lu Ruyan speaks up, Chen Luo should give her face. Ruyan, only you can help us now.
Yes, Ruyan, we posted this just to help you vent your anger.
You can't just ignore us.
Su Shui and Wu Yutong said this in front of Lu Ruyan. Don't worry, I will definitely not ignore this matter.
Lu Ruyan sighed.
Su Shui and Wu Yutong have been her roommates for 4 years, so they still have some feelings for each other. Now that Su Shui and Wu Yutong are in some trouble, she definitely can't just stand by and watch. What's more, Su Shui and Wu Yutong caused all this trouble just to help her vent her anger. It would be unreasonable for her to ignore it. Ruyan, we feel relieved with your words. After hearing Lu Ruyan's answer, Su Shui and Wu Yutong finally felt relieved.
As long as Lu Ruyan comes forward in person, this matter will most likely be settled. Everyone in Jiang University knows that Chen Luo is obedient to Lu Ruyan. As long as Lu Ruyan says a word, Chen Luo will be willing to eat shit. Without further delay, I will go to the boys' dormitory to find him now. Lu Ruyan made a decision quickly. Chapter 35 Chen Luo is unwilling to see Lu Ruyan. Room 303, male dormitory of Jiangnan University. Son, you are amazing. How did you do it? Seeing that the forum was full of posts apologizing to Chen Luo's 3 roommates surrounded Chen Luo. Isn't this the most basic operation? Chen Luo smiled slightly and didn't explain too much. By the way, son, who was that girl you watched the movie with? The 3 of them took turns questioning Chen Luo. Of course it's my wife, who else could it be? Chen Luo answered truthfully. Don't come on, kid. I installed it for you, right? You are such a fool, but you can still have a wife. Are you really being kept by a rich woman? The 3 of them obviously didn't believe it. Do I look like I'm being kept by a rich woman? Chen Luo shook his head helplessly. To say that he is being kept by a rich woman is not the case. Although Jiang Rou can barely be considered a wealthy woman, he is not being kept by Jiang Rou. He is blatantly living off her, which is somewhat different from being kept by her. He is Jiang Rou's husband now, so it is natural for him to spend his wife's money, and it cannot be considered as supporting her.
Generally speaking, only a mistress can be called a kept woman.
For example, some big bosses keep a secret lover.
The mistress is willing to be the big boss's lover even though she knows that the big boss has a wife.
This can indeed be considered as a kept woman.
But Jiang Ro is not such a big boss, and he and Jiang Ro are a legal couple. You can say that he is a gigolo, but you can't say that he is being kept by someone. It's true that she doesn't look like him, but you are quite capable.
This woman looks like a rich woman. It's a blessing for you to be supported by her.
But you know what, this woman's figure does look a lot like Professor Jiang from our school. The three of them burst into laughter.
Is it possible that this is Professor Jiang?
Of course Chen Luo knew that they were deliberately joking with him, so he was not very angry.
Impossible, how could Professor Jiang go out to watch a movie with you?
You don't think that just because you got a fake marriage certificate, Professor Jiang will really become your wife, right? Come on, even though Professor Jiang said she was married, anyone with a discerning eye knows that she just said that on purpose.
No one would believe it. It must be because you are too immersed in the role that you think Professor Jiang is your wife.
The three of them looked at Chen Luo with strange eyes.
Chen Luo wants to marry Professor Jiang? Who in the entire Jiang University doesn't want this?
It's not just Chen Luo who thinks this way, but Professor Jiang has never accepted anyone's confession. As far as they know, Professor Jiang has been solo since birth and doesn't even have an ex-boyfriend, let alone a husband who suddenly appears.
Forget it if you don't believe me. You will believe me when I hold my wedding banquet someday. Chen Luo was not angry either.
The IQs of his three roommates are indeed worrying, and it is unknown how they were able to get into Jiangnan University. But no matter what, he was still grateful that his three roommates were willing to stand up and speak well of him when he was being slandered by everyone.
Chen Luo, someone is looking for you downstairs.
Just then, someone suddenly came over and told Chen Luo the news.
Who is it? Could it be Su Shui and Wu Yutong? Son, these two people have been spreading rumors about you on the school forum. You can't be soft-hearted.
Yes, son. If you show mercy today, they might just get worse.
The three of them tried various ways to persuade Chen Luo.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
Chen Luo patted their shoulders. Excuse me, classmate, who is looking for me? Lu Ruyan, the campus beauty of Lu University.
Why is it her? Chen Luo was also a little surprised.
Did Lu Ruyan come to find him downstairs in the dormitory to act as a lobbyist?
But he soon calmed down. No matter what Lu Ruyan's purpose was in looking for him, he had no intention of meeting Lu Ruyan.
His relationship with Lu Ruyan had ended long ago.
Although the relationship between their two families is rather special, it does not mean that he must meet Lu Ruyan in person if she needs help. He also wants to save face.
Zhang Yu, please do Dad a favor. Fuck, don't look at me like that. Zhang Yu instantly had a feeling that something was wrong. Just tell me whether you will help or not. Chen Luo also got angry.
There was no need for him to be too polite to his three sons. The three of them had asked him for help all the time. Now that he was in trouble, it would be a bit unreasonable for them not to help.
Okay, tell me what you want Dad to help you with.
Zhang Yu gritted his teeth. He can help with anything else as long as Chen Luo doesn't let him sell his body. Go down and tell Lu Ruyan that I don't want to see her right now, and ask her to hurry back.
That's it? What else? That's fine, but what if she doesn't want to go back? Then there's nothing we can do.
If she likes to wait, let her wait.
Chen Luo had a blank expression on his face.
If it weren't for the relationship between the two families, he would never have let Zhang Yu go down to pass on the message. Of course, if Lu Ruyan insisted on waiting until death, there was nothing he could do.
Okay, I get it. You just know how to entertain me.
Zhang Yu packed up and prepared to go downstairs.
Son, you really don't plan to go down and meet him?
Yes, son. The campus beauty of Lu University came to the dormitory to look for you personally.
This is something many people dream of. If you go down now, it might become a good story.
Zhang Yang and Wang Hao smiled, with some ill intentions in their eyes.
How about you guys go down and tell Zhang Yu to come back?
Then let Zhang Yu go down.
The two of them were disappointed and didn't say anything else. But they really admired Chen Luo. Lu Ruyan came downstairs to look for her in person, but Chen Luo could resist the urge to go downstairs.
If it were them, they would have rushed downstairs long ago.
It seems that Chen Luo has really given up on Lu Ruyan. Not long after, Zhang Yu finally came downstairs. Zhangyu, why is it you? Where is Chen Luo?
Lu Ruyan was also a little surprised.
Zhangyu is Chen Luo's roommate, so of course she knows Zhangyu too. Chen Luo doesn't want to see you, so he asked me to come down and tell you to go back quickly.
Are you sure these are his exact words? After hearing Zhang Yu's words, Lu Ruyan's face obviously turned bad. I'm sure those were his exact words. Zhang Yu was also a little helpless. Chen Luo refused to come down himself, and insisted that he come down to pass on the message. If Lu Ruyan was made to cry, he would have to take the blame. Then go up and tell him for me that I won't leave unless I see him today. Lu Ruyan also made up her mind.
She just didn't believe it. Did Chen Luo really want to let her wait for so long downstairs of the boys' dormitory? Lu de Campus Bell, why are you doing this?
Zhang Yu looked distressed.
Chapter 36, Lu Ruyan was rejected. Lu Ruyan didn't say anything.
Zhang Yu also knew that Lu Ruyan was stubborn and it would be useless no matter how much he tried to persuade her.
Chen Luo's behavior was indeed not fair.
Lu Ruyan even came to the dormitory building to look for him in person, but he closed the door and refused to see her. It would have been fine if he just stayed away from the meeting, but Chen Luo also asked him to go downstairs to pass a message to Lu Ruyan.
Isn't this pure nonsense? Why don't you come down and explain it to Lu Ruyan yourself, but instead ask me to pass on the message? Having said that, Zhang Yu didn't say anything. After a while, Zhang Yu returned to room 303. Well, is she gone? Before Chen Luo could speak, Wang Hao and Zhang Yang couldn't help but ask. Without. From the looks of it, I think he's going to have a fight with Chen Luo.
She also said that she would not leave if she couldn't see Chen Luo today.
Zhang Yu shook his head. No way, the campus beauty of Lu University really fell in love with Chen Luo? Wang Hao and Zhang Yang were a little dumbfounded. If Lu Ruyan didn't like Chen Luo, why did she have to meet Chen Luo before she would give up? That's not clear. But judging from her expression, she must be serious.
Zhang Yu also expressed his incomprehension.
Son, you really don't want to go down and take a look?
The campus beauty of Lu University came to the dormitory to look for you personally.
How could you bear to shut the door and not see her?
I am the campus beauty of Jiang University after all. I have been waiting for you for so long downstairs of the boys' dormitory.
Don't I have any dignity? Wang Hao and Jiang Yang couldn't help but say.
If she really wants to save face, she will leave.
Chen Luo remained unmoved.
Well, it looks like Chen Luo really doesn't plan to go down.
But it's okay this way. It is impossible to cut off the problem and it is still a mess.
It is better to ignore things that have no results.
What are you guys planning to eat today? Wang Hao took the lead in creating an atmosphere. Small hot pot? I'm tired of eating.
Wang Hao shook his head.
Let's go barbecue? It's boring.
Wang Hao shook his head again.
What the hell do you want to eat?
Zhang Yang and Zhang Yu really couldn't stand it anymore.
Son, how about you decide? Don't tell us that you have to go home to cook for your wife. You didn't go to the last dormitory dinner. You can't be absent this time no matter what. Wang Hao looked at Chen Luo who was studying quietly on the side.
I remember there's a barbecue restaurant near the school. I heard their steaks are pretty good.
Why, you want to eat beef? No, my wife likes it.
Chen Luo said with a smile.
You're here again, kid. Are you addicted to pretending? You keep mentioning your wife. You feel uncomfortable if I don't mention your wife for a day, right? Even if Professor Jiang is really your wife, you can't mention her every day. The three expressed strong dissatisfaction.
I may mention it more often in the future, you guys should get used to it.
Chen Luo laughed. I think you deserve a beating. You pretend to have a wife even though you don't have one. You keep talking about your wife. Are you afraid that others don't know you don't have a wife? You're not tired of hearing it, but we are all tired of hearing it. The three of them couldn't help but complain. Let's just go with this one. It's my treat today. Chen Luo made up his mind.
It's a rare occasion that you treat us, so we have to treat you well today.
You're treating me, so what else can I say? Of course, you have the final say. Son, why did you suddenly think of inviting the dads to dinner today?
When they heard that Chen Luo was going to treat them to a meal, the three of them's eyes lit up instantly.
I made a lot of money today, so I can treat you to a meal. Thank you for your kind words. Chen Luo's answer was as cold as ever. What's the big deal? You are our son. Can we let outsiders bully you?
The three of them smiled knowingly.
Chen Luo took out his cell phone and spoke to Jiang Ro. Honey, we may have to go home late today. My roommates and I are going out to eat together.
Okay.
Jiang Ro replied immediately.
So the four of them packed up and prepared to go downstairs.
As soon as I went downstairs, I saw Lu Ruyan still waiting downstairs. No, she really doesn't plan to leave?
Wang Hao and the other two were a little surprised. They originally thought that Lu Ruyan would leave if she couldn't wait for Chen Luo, but Lu Ruyan was still waiting here foolishly.
Son, you really don't plan to tell her? What did I say? You can say anything you want. We can't keep her waiting like this. Don't worry about her. She likes to wait. Let her wait slowly. We will leave through the back door. Chen Luo doesn't bother with these.
If he hadn't forced Lu Ruyan to wait, her legs were on her body and he had no right to care where Lu Ruyan wanted to go.
Son, you are really heartless. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. If she finds us, we won't be able to leave.
Chen Luo urged the three to leave quickly through the back door. There are two doors in the boys' dormitory, one is the front door and the other is the back door. Lu Ruyan was guarding the front door, so she would not even know if they left through the back door. I guess the campus beauty of Lu University would never have thought that we had already left through the back door.
Wang Hao chuckled. Who would go through the back door instead of the front door? Only Chen Luo could think of this.
In order to avoid Lu Ruyan, Chen Luo took great pains.
In the past, Chen Luo tried every possible way to see Lu Ruyan, and Lu Ruyan also racked her brains to avoid Chen Luo. Now it's just the opposite. Stop talking nonsense and leave now. Chen Luo kept urging. Lu Ruyan waited downstairs of the boys' dormitory until the evening, but still did not see Chen Luo. At this time, she was already a little impatient. Isn't that the campus beauty of Lu University? What is she doing downstairs of our boys' dormitory? I guess he's here to look for someone.
I see she has been standing here for quite a while. Who is so proud that he dares to make us, the campus beauty of Lu University, wait for so long? I heard that it was to wait for Chen Luo.
So it was him, no wonder.
When everyone heard Chen Luo, they were not unfamiliar with him. The main reason is that Chen Luo has been quite popular recently, and it's hard for them not to know about it.
But as far as they know, isn't Chen Luo Lu Ruyan's bootlicker? Why do they feel that Lu Ruyan is more like Chen Luo's bootlicker?
Listening to everyone's pointing and criticizing, Lu Ruyan couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. After all, she was a girl, and the campus belle of Jiangnan University. She had been waiting for Chen Luo for so long downstairs of the boys' dormitory, but Chen Luo was unwilling to even show his face.
Does Chen Luo really hate her to that extent?
She is not a vicious person who kills people or burns things.
Why would Chen Luo treat her like this?
After all, she and Chen Luo were childhood sweethearts and grew up together. Even if Chen Luo no longer liked her, there was no need for him to leave her alone like this.
Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan became furious. Chapter 37. Get ready, my wife is coming over. Senior Ruyan, why are you here?
Just when Lu Ruyan was about to lose her temper, Yang Wei suddenly came down from upstairs.
Young Master Yang Wei, can I trouble you for something? Senior Ruyan, if this is troublesome or not, just tell me. Can you help me go to dormitory 303 and call Chen Luo? Senior Ruyan, I just happened to pass by 303 when I was going downstairs. You may not know that there is no one in dormitory 303 for a long time. What did you say? No one is in room 303 anymore? Lu Ruyan's expression suddenly changed.
Yes, the lights in their dormitory were off and the door was closed. They must have been gone for quite some time.
Didn't you know? That's impossible.
I was clearly guarding downstairs the whole time.
If Chen Luo came downstairs, there's no reason why I wouldn't notice him. Lu Ruyan's face turned dark. Senior Ruyan, is it possible that they left through the back door? Hearing this, Lu Ruyan's face became even worse.
Chen Luo knew that she was guarding the front door, so he left through the back door, making it clear that Chen Luo didn't want to see her. But she had no idea what she had done wrong, and she didn't do anything to Chen Luo.
It would have been fine if Chen Luo had just deleted her as a friend and blocked her, but now he refused to even see her? Senior Ruyan, why don't you go back first? They might have gone out for dinner together. I'll let you know when they come back. It's useless to wait like this. No thanks, junior brother Yang Wei, thank you for telling me this.
Although Lu Ruyan was angry, her reason told her that she needed to be polite.
Chen Luo didn't want to see her, so what even if she knew when Chen Luo would come back? Could she run into the boys' dormitory and pull Chen Luo out? Senior Ruyan, how about I take you back to the dormitory? No, I'll wait a little longer. I don't believe he won't come back to the dormitory. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth.
Chen Luo can hide from her for a while, but he can't hide from her forever.
As long as Chen Luo is still in Jiangda, she will always find a way to find Chen Luo. Senior Ruyan, how about I wait with you?
No, just go and do your own thing.
Lu Ruyan quickly refused.
In fact, she didn't mind Yang Wei waiting with her, but she was afraid that Chen Luo would misunderstand her. Besides, there were so many people coming and going in the boys' dormitory building, and it would not be good if Yang Wei waited with her.
Yang Wei didn't continue to pester him.
He could see that Chen Luo and Lu Ruyan were drifting apart, and that was when his chance came.
The more this happens, the more you cannot be anxious, otherwise all your efforts will be wasted.
In fact, the person he wanted to pursue more was Zhang Ro, but Zhang Ro was too cold and didn't give him any chance, so he could only settle for the second best and come to pursue Lu Ruyan.
Lu Ruyan's attitude towards him was relatively friendly, but Chen Luo next to Lu Ruyan was rather annoying, so he tried every means to alienate the relationship between Chen Luo and Lu Ruyan.
At the same time, in the barbecue restaurant, Chen Luo and his 3 companions had already started eating. Chen Luo was holding his phone and chatting.
Son, who are you talking to again? Wang Hao and the other 2 expressed great dissatisfaction.
In order to go out for dinner with Chen Luo, they didn't even reply to their girlfriend's messages. Chen Luo, on the other hand, kept checking his phone.
Did he really ignore them?
I was talking to my wife, of course.
Chen Luo replied with a smile. You're here again. You don't even have a girlfriend, but you're thinking about having a wife. If that doesn't work, I'll just lend you my girlfriend. That's right.
If you keep fantasizing like this, you'll never find a girlfriend in your life.
The 3 of them couldn't help but give Chen Luo a cold look. What is a girlfriend? I don't need one. I have only one wife, which is enough for me. Chen Luo didn't care. You keep calling her your wife. If you have the guts, why don't you call her out so we can meet her? You're right. You just talk nonsense in front of us all day long. If you really have a wife, write my name backwards.
Son, if it really doesn't work, go see a psychiatrist.
I think you are seriously ill.
The 3 of them shook their heads at the same time. This was not the first time they had seen Chen Luo suffer from symptoms like this. Some people are born fantasists, and some even imagine themselves to be the masters of the universe, but in reality they are nothing. Chen Luo's symptoms are relatively mild, but if left untreated, problems will arise sooner or later.
Honey, I'm done. Where are you? I'll come find you now.
As he was speaking, Zhang Ro suddenly received this message back. My roommate and I are having dinner at a barbecue restaurant near the school.
Are you sure you want to come? In fact, Chen Luo was not against Zhang Ro coming to have dinner with them.
The main reason was that once Zhang Ro came, his relationship with Zhang Ro would no longer be hidden. But it's okay, these 3 people are his roommates, even if they know about his relationship with Zhang Ro, they won't tell anyone.
It's okay, husband. We're going to meet each other eventually. It doesn't matter whether we meet sooner or later. Then come over, I ordered your favorite steak. After sending this message, Chen Luo put down his phone. Why, have you finished talking to your wife? When will your wife come over? You don't dare to come, do you? The 3 of them kept teasing Chen Luo.
On the contrary, my wife said she would come over later.
Chen Luo chuckled. You like to make fun of me. When my wife comes, you will be surprised. Okay, I want to see what your wife looks like. Don't tell us your wife can't come because of something. We won't buy it. If your wife can come today, you can ask me to do anything in the future. The 3 still didn't believe it. Chen Luo didn't explain anything. The answer to whether it is right or wrong will be revealed in a moment. In fact, Chen Luo still wanted to maintain some mystery, but his 3 roommates were all idiots.
He had made it so obvious, and his 3 roommates didn't believe that he could do anything.
Honey, I'm at the barbecue restaurant, where are you?
At this moment, Chen Luo's cell phone suddenly lit up.
I'll be right out to pick you up now. Chen Luo replied, and then he was ready to stand up. Why, you want to run away? I'm telling you, no one can escape today. Didn't you say your wife was coming soon? Where is she?
The three of them stared at Chen Luo, fearing that Chen Luo would sneak away when they were not paying attention.
You guys get ready. What are you preparing for? My wife will be here soon. I'll go out to greet her. Is this true? You are not going to go out under the pretext of welcoming them and then sneak away, right? Is Dad that kind of person? What are you thinking? Whoever runs away will be the grandson.
Seeing how naturally Chen Luo spoke, the three of them stopped trying to stop him. In fact, they also wanted to see who this wife Chen Luo was talking about.
It can't really be Jiang Ro, right?
If it really was Jiang Ro, that would be truly incredible, but after thinking about it, they felt that it was unlikely.
How could Jiang Ro be Chen Luo's wife? Just think about it and you will know it is impossible. How could Chen Luo be so lucky to find Jiang Ro as his wife? Chapter 38. Chen Luo's wife is actually Jiang Ro.
The longer Chen Luo was away, the more nervous the three of them became.
Finally, Chen Luo found Jiang Ro. Honey, I'm here. Chen Luo waved towards Jiang Ro. Jiang Ro walked towards Chen Luo quickly. Honey, you've worked hard today.
Chen Luo was very considerate and helped Jiang Ro carry the bag.
With my husband here, this little hardship is nothing. Where are your roommates? Take me to see them. Jiang Ro was a little impatient.
Wife, they might be quite surprised in a while. I hope you can forgive me then.
Didn't you tell them about our relationship? I did, but they didn't believe I could do anything about it.
They even made a bet with me that if you were really my wife, they would be willing to do anything I asked them to do, even asking them to eat shit.
Chen Luo expressed helplessly.
He has said more than once that Jiang Ro is his wife, but his three roommates are not very smart and don't believe anything he says.
In fact, we can't blame his three roommates entirely.
If it were him, he probably wouldn't believe it either.
Jiang Ro is indeed known for being aloof.
Who would have thought that Jiang Ro would get married so early, and that her husband would be an ordinary college student? But that was the fact, and they had no choice but to believe it.
Okay, leave this to me. Jiang Ro didn't know why she couldn't believe it. Wasn't it normal for her to choose Chen Luo as her husband? After all, Chen Luo was so outstanding. After a while, Chen Luo led Jiang Ro into the box. After all, this place is near the school, and there are students from Jiangnan University in the barbecue restaurant. In order to prevent being recognized on the street, Jiang Ro deliberately put on a mask. Great, Chen Luo. Where did you find this actor? You know what, he does look a lot like Professor Jiang. Your appearance fee as an actor must be very expensive.
You have gone to great lengths to make us believe you.
Okay, there's no one here, take off your mask quickly and let the brothers see your true face. Wang Hao and the other two were talking, vying to take off Jiang Ro's mask. Chen Luo didn't have time to stop it. Jiang. Professor Jiang, is it really you?
But when they really took off Jiang Ro's mask, they were stunned. Originally, they thought Jiang Ro was an actor hired by Chen Luo at a great price, but who would have thought that Jiang Ro was actually Chen Luo's wife?
Who else could it be if not me? Did Chen Luo tell you that he has another wife? Jiang Ro suddenly became aloof and cold, full of oppression. This is the Professor Jiang they are familiar with. Wife, it's unfair. I keep telling them that you are my wife, but they don't believe me. Chen Luo smiled bitterly. Why don't you believe that Chen Luo is my husband? Do you think he is not worthy of me or I am not worthy of him? Jiang Ro asked seriously.
Wang Hao and the other two suddenly felt like they were sitting on pins and needles.
Their hands have begun to shake.
The reason for this incident was that Chen Luo had indeed said before that Jiang Ro was his wife, and he had shown them the marriage certificate, but they always thought that Chen Luo was pretending. Who would have thought that Jiang Ro was really Chen Luo's wife?
Speak, are you dumb?
There was a captivating light in Jiang Ro's eyes.
Okay, honey, stop scaring them.
Seeing the three people trembling, Chen Luo quickly stepped forward to stop them.
I was just joking with you guys, I hope you don't mind. Hello, my name is Jiang Ro, and I'm Chen Luo's wife.
I think you should be familiar with me, so I won't introduce myself. Jiang Ro instantly changed her expression and became very kind and friendly.
The three of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Come on, wife, have a piece of your favorite steak. Chen Luo fed the cut steak into Jiang Ro's mouth. Thank you, husband.
Zhang Ro said shyly, wishing she could bury her head in Chen Luo's arms. Seeing this scene, the three of them were even more dumbfounded.
Professor Jiang, who was so high and mighty in the previous second, turned into Chen Luo's little wife in the next second. Who can stand this? Although everyone here has a girlfriend, their girlfriends are not as good at acting coquettish and cute as Zhang Ro.
Many times, they can only do what their girlfriends ask. Unlike Chen Luo, it would be fine if he found a good wife like Zhang Ro, but the key is that Zhang Ro is very obedient to Chen Luo and very clingy.
Comparing yourself with others will really make you angry. What are you guys standing there for? Come eat, wait for me to serve you some food. Chen Luo knocked on the table. The three of them woke up as if from a dream. This Chen Luo really gave them a warning today.
If they had known Zhang Ro was coming, they would have insisted on giving her a nearly perfect hairstyle. Even if Zhang Ro doesn't like him, at least he can leave a particularly good impression on her.
This Chen Luo is really harmful to others. Not only does he have such a beautiful wife, but he also makes them lose face in front of Zhang Ro. Professor Jiang, we'd like to toast you. Yes, Professor Jiang, we didn't know you were Chen Luo's wife before. We apologize for any offense. Professor Jiang, I won't say anything more. My son.
No, we are very happy for Chen Luo to have found such a beautiful wife like you. The three raised their glasses and prepared to toast.
I won't drink. Let my husband drink with you. I have to drive him home later.
Zhang Ro refused the three people's request for a toast. It wasn't that she was pretending to be aloof, but because she really wanted to drive Chen Luo back.
After all, Chen Luo was drunk, so someone had to drive. Chen Luo, let us toast you. You are so lucky.
Yes, it's worth your life to find a beauty like Professor Jiang as your wife.
Chen Luo, tell me quickly, how did you catch up with Professor Jiang? The three of them looked at Chen Luo with envy. I think you may have misunderstood. Chen Luo didn't pursue me.
I took the initiative to ask him to marry me. Before Chen Luo could speak, Zhang Ro helped to explain.
No, why?
The three of them were a little hard to understand.
We are both college students, so why can Chen Luo eat so well? Is it because Chen Luo is a good person?
Zhang Ro took the initiative to ask Chen Luo to marry her, so they could understand that Zhang Ro took the initiative to pursue Chen Luo.
Why is Chen Luo so outstanding, even though he also received 16 years of education? What exactly does Chen Luo have more than them? Of course I like him, what else could it be?
Zhang Ro couldn't help but roll her eyes.
Professor Jiang, may we ask you what it is that you like about Chen Luo?
The three of them were still a little unconvinced. Apart from being slightly more handsome than them, there is nothing particularly outstanding about Chen Luo in other aspects. They think they are no worse than Chen Luo.
Why did Zhang Ro only like Chen Luo and not them? How were they worse than Chen Luo? Chapter 39 Gentle and Considerate Zhang Ro. There are so many things I like about him.
If I had to talk about them, I probably wouldn't be able to finish in 3 days and 3 nights. Zhang Ro smiled sweetly, and Wang Hao and the other two were stunned. A goddess of this level can captivate people with every frown and smile. It's really a good deal for a bad boy like Chen Luo. Why doesn't Zhang Ro like themselves? In an instant, the same thought popped up in the minds of the three people. They were envious, but they were not jealous. There is no way, after all Chen Luo is their son. The better Chen Luo lives, the more they will bless him instead of being jealous. Professor Jiang, we still want to ask you, when do you and Chen Luo plan to hold your wedding? The three of them couldn't help but say something more. Although Chen Luo and Zhang Ro are already married, they did not hold a wedding. A marriage without a wedding is incomplete. I don't know yet. It may depend on the arrangements of the two families. Also, don't call me Professor Jiang. It sounds weird. If you don't mind, just call me sister-in-law. Of course, I can only call you sister-in-law when there are no outsiders around. Chen Luo and I are not planning to make our marriage public for the time being. I hope you can keep it a secret for us. Zhang Ro said with a serious face. Don't worry, sister-in-law. We understand this and we promise not to tell anyone. Sister-in-law, from what you said, your marriage to Chen Luo was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and you haven't discussed it with your family yet. The three were shocked. If the two families had already discussed it, the wedding date would have been set long ago, but from what Zhang Ro said, they thought Chen Luo and Zhang Ro must have had a flash marriage, so they didn't have time to discuss it with their families. You guessed right.
Chen Luo and I got married in a flash marriage. I haven't had time to discuss it with my family yet. But I think it won't be long.
You must come to attend my wedding with Chen Luo then.
Jiang Ro explained. That's easy. We'll be your best men then.
The three of them sighed. Chen Luo was the last one in their dormitory to get married, but he turned out to be the first one to get married. His speed was as fast as a rocket.
What's more important is that Chen Luo is only 22 this year. He got married at the age of 22. Most girls would not choose to marry a boy of this age.
One reason is that boys at this stage are not mature enough, and the other reason is that boys at this stage have nothing.
Dating and getting married are two different concepts.
You can change your partner at any time, but your wife is the one who will accompany you for the rest of your life, so you can't just change her at will.
Chen Luo is just lucky.
He found such a good wife like Jiang Ro, so he doesn't have to struggle at such a young age. Unlike them, they may have to work hard for 2 or 3 years.
Okay, then you will be the best man. Chen Luo also made up his mind.
Chen Luo, you son of a bitch, you didn't even tell us in advance that you were getting married.
Didn't I say that?
The three were speechless. Chen Luo did say that they didn't believe there was any solution. And I remember some people saying that if I really married Professor Jiang, I would have to wash my socks for a month. Some people even said that I would have to eat shit in public.
Is that true?
Chen Luo looked at the three people coldly. It's okay to wash socks for a month, but forget about eating shit in public.
The three of them were as embarrassed as they could be.
Okay, my wife will wash my socks for me. Just be respectful to me in the dormitory from now on.
Chen Luo said coldly. Chen Luo, from today on, you are the big brother of our dormitory. Once you are the big brother, you will be the big brother forever.
Big brother, please accept the greetings of your younger brothers. The three of them looked at Chen Luo with eyes full of admiration.
Don't give me that shit, I'm your father, why are you lowering my generation? Godfather, please accept my greetings.
The three of them are shameless.
Jiang Ro was also amused by the three people's actions.
It has to be said that Chen Luo has a very good relationship with his three roommates, so good that she is a little envious. He is indeed the man she likes. Seeing the performance of the three people, Chen Luo also showed a gratified smile.
I guess from today on, these three people won't dare to bully him anymore. Where's my lighter?
Chen Luo just took out a cigarette and nodded, but suddenly found that the lighter was missing.
Damn, which grandson took it away again? Godfather, let me do it.
The three of them scrambled to light Chen Luo's cigarette.
Let me do it. Jiang Ro couldn't bear it anymore and took the initiative to light a cigarette for Chen Luo. When did you buy the lighter?
Chen Luo was also confused. He remembered that Jiang Ro didn't smoke either.
Prepared especially for you. Jiang Ro explained with a smile.
Seeing this scene, Wang Hao and the other two almost gnashed their teeth. Damn it, Jiang Ro actually took the initiative to help Chen Luo light a cigarette.
This kind of treatment is not available to ordinary people. Their girlfriends would never take the initiative to light cigarettes for them. Compared to this, their girlfriends are simply weak.
Chen Luo and three others were talking and laughing in the box, while Jiang Ro took the opportunity to go to the bathroom. After returning, she took the initiative to pay the bill.
When they were almost done eating, Chen Luo finally remembered to pay the bill. Honey, I actually bought it just now.
Oh, really?
When did you buy it?
Just now when I was in the bathroom.
Jiang Ro explained in a low voice. Chen Luo didn't mean to blame Jiang Ro for acting on her own. In fact, he arranged for Jiang Ro to meet his three roommates today so that his three roommates could be prepared in advance to avoid being too surprised.
Let us see if they dare to say that he has no wife again.
It's almost time, let's all go home.
Seeing that they had almost finished eating, the five people walked out of the box. Jiang Ro still wore a mask as usual. Sister-in-law, please drive slowly and be careful on the road.
Okay, you too. Jiang Ro nodded, then helped Chen Luo into the car.
Chen Luo drank a little too much today, mainly because Chen Luo was really happy today, and it was rare for her to see Chen Luo so happy, so she didn't care.
Honey, do you feel uncomfortable?
Wife, I feel so uncomfortable, please let me hug you.
Well, why don't you take a nap first? We'll be home soon. When we get home, I'll make you a bowl of hangover soup.
Chen Luo hugged Jiang Ro tightly, and Jiang Ro also let Chen Luo hold her like this. Seeing this scene, the three of them were almost dying of envy. They haven't even got home yet, but Chen Luo and Zhang Ro have already started to get close to each other.
What will happen if they get home?
The three of them watched Zhang Ro drive Chen Luo back, and then they also returned to the boys' dormitory.
As soon as they arrived downstairs of the boys' dormitory, they saw Lu Ruyan still waiting downstairs. No, why hasn't she left yet? All three of them were a little confused. It was already this late, and Lu Ruyan should have gone home. But who would have thought that she was still waiting foolishly downstairs of the boys' dormitory? At this time, Lu Ruyan also discovered the three people who had just returned. It was too late for the three of them to take the back door at this time. Lu Ruyan walked towards them quickly. Why are there only three of you back? Where is Chen Luo? Where did he go to fool around again? Lu Ruyan frowned. The three of them didn't know how to answer for a moment. We can't let them tell Lu Ruyan that Chen Luo didn't go out to fool around, but went home to sleep with his wife, right? If they said so, Lu Ruyan would definitely ask who Chen Luo's wife was. Did they want to give Zhang Ro up? They had promised Zhang Ro that they would not easily reveal the relationship between Chen Luo and Zhang Ro. Well, Chen Luo has something to do tonight, so he might not be back.
The three of them spoke hesitantly.
He's not coming back. Doesn't he know that I've been waiting for him downstairs in the dormitory? Lu Ruyan was almost going crazy.
She had already promised Su Shui and Wu Yutong that she would help them settle the matter no matter what, but now she couldn't even meet Chen Luo, so how could she settle it?
Chen Luo didn't want to see her at all.
It could even be said that he was avoiding her on purpose.
His excuse for not coming back tonight was just an excuse.
Boys like to find all kinds of excuses.
In fact, there are not so many excuses. It's just the difference between wanting to do something and not wanting to do it. If Chen Luo wanted to come out to see her, he would have come out long ago and would not have to wait until now. Lu de Campus Beauty, Chen Luo really has something to do and won't be back tonight, so why don't you go back early?
The three didn't know what to say, so they could only persuade Lu Ruyan to go back quickly. The trouble was caused by Chen Luo, but they have to clean up the mess.
The key is that they have no choice but to clean it up. Is he really not coming back for something? Lu Ruyan still didn't believe it. The three could only nod. Then you should have a way to contact him, right? Chapter 40 Lu Ruyan returns empty-handed. What do you want to do? The three of them looked at Lu Ruyan with vigilance.
Please contact him for me, he has something to say to him.
Lu Ruyan had a cold face. Why don't you contact him yourself? The three of them were obviously reluctant. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan's face became even uglier. If she had a way to contact Chen Luo, would she still need to ask others for help? At this time, the three of them also remembered that Lu Ruyan was blocked by Chen Luo. However, Lu Ruyan asked them to help contact Chen Luo. If Chen Luo found out, they would be in trouble. I can't help with this. Will you help or not? Lu Ruyan was already getting a little impatient. Lu de Campus Beauty, we can't help you with this. All three refused.
If it was other favors they could still help, but they wouldn't dare to help casually with this favor.
Aren't you afraid that I will report him for staying out all night? Lu Ruyan said coldly.
The university also has a curfew.
You are not allowed to return to the dormitory after the specified time. If you are caught not returning to the dormitory at night, you will be punished. Of course, not everyone has to live in the dormitory.
You can also apply for off-campus accommodation, but it must be reviewed by the school.
If the Beauty of Lu University insists on reporting it, there is nothing we can do. The three of them did not panic at all.
Staying out all night is actually not a big deal in college. The supervision is relatively strict in the first and second years, but basically no supervision is done in the third and fourth years.
Even if Lu Ruyan reported to the school, it would be useless. Forget it. Tell him for me that I will come to find him again. He can hide for a while, but he can't hide forever. Lu Ruyan snorted coldly, then turned and left. Report Chen Luo for not returning to bed at night? She doesn't have the time for that. When Lu Ruyan left the boys' dormitory, the three of them couldn't help but take a deep breath. The matter was finally settled. Lu Ruyan was indeed difficult to deal with. Although they successfully fooled her today, they still broke into a cold sweat for Chen Luo. Lu Ruyan obviously will not give up. If Chen Luo does not find a way to solve the problem sooner, he will still be targeted by Lu Ruyan. Of course, they could only silently wish Chen Luo the best in their hearts. After a while, Lu Ruyan had returned to the girls' dormitory. Ruyan, what's going on? Did Chen Luo promise not to hold us responsible?
As soon as Lu Ruyan returned to the dormitory, Su Shuai and Wu Yutong surrounded her impatiently.
Without. Lu Ruyan could only shake her head. Why? We are all willing to apologize, what else does he want? Does he have to let us die in front of him before he will show mercy? Su Shuai and Wu Yutong were very angry.
They have never seen a boy more stingy than Chen Luo.
I didn't see him today. Lu Ruyan looked helpless.
She really wanted to help, but she couldn't even see Chen Luo, so she really couldn't help.
What do we do now? Su Shuai and Wu Yutong were extremely anxious.
If Chen Luo decided to sue them, their lives would be ruined. They are the hope of the whole family. It is not easy for a family to raise a college student, let alone a college student from a prestigious university.
I'll look for him in a few days. Lu Ruyan was helpless.
There was nothing she could do if Chen Luo didn't want to see her now. But Lu Ruyan had to meet her eventually, and she would definitely not let Chen Luo escape.
If Chen Luo doesn't want to see her, then she will take the initiative to find Chen Luo.
She doesn't believe that Chen Luo can hide from her forever. If it really doesn't work, she can also call Chen Luo's parents and let Chen Luo's parents come forward.
Can Chen Luo go against his parents' wishes? Ruyan, we can only rely on you for this matter. You can't just ignore our lives.
Yes, Ruyan, we got into trouble with that bastard Chen Luo because of you.
You must help us no matter what. Su Shuai and Wu Yutong wanted to kowtow to Lu Ruyan. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you if I say so. I always keep my word. It's not a big deal. I can handle it. Don't worry. Lu Ruyan kept comforting Su Shuai and Wu Yutong.
Ruyan, you'd better not get involved in this matter.
At this moment, Yang Yan couldn't help but speak.
Su Shuai and Wu Yutong were wrong in this matter. They spread rumors about Chen Luo without knowing the truth of the matter. They also posted photos of Chen Luo that they had secretly taken on him online to insult him openly. This has seriously infringed upon Chen Luo's rights and interests, and it is reasonable for Chen Luo to sue them. If it were her, she would also sue.
After all, not everyone wants to be slandered.
It takes only one mouth to spread rumors, but it takes a lot of effort to refute them.
Rumormongers should be severely punished by law. Otherwise, where is the majesty of the law? Yang Yan, what do you mean? You wish we would go to jail, right? I just don't understand, how did we offend you that you have to treat us like this? Su Shuai and Wu Yutong were instantly angry. Lu Ruyan finally agreed to help. Why would Yang Yan come out at this time? What if Lu Ruyan suddenly changes her mind?
If they fail to do this properly, they will end up in jail. You really haven't offended me, I'm just telling you the truth. Who told you to make up rumors about others for no reason?
Yang Yan sighed. The environment in their dormitory is not actually harmonious.
Although the relationships among the four people are good, they are mostly superficial. But in this matter, Su Shuai and Wu Yutong did do something wrong. She had previously advised Su Shuai and Wu Yutong not to do this, but Su Shuai and Wu Yutong insisted on doing it.
What could she do? We are all adults now, and adults should bear the corresponding legal responsibilities. We are not minors, so the law can still help protect us.
Yang Yan, we finally understand that you just can't stand seeing us doing well.
Yang Yan, how can you be so mean? We all live in the same dormitory.
It's fine if you don't want to help, but you are still here making sarcastic remarks. Su Shuai and Wu Yutong are almost pissing me off to death.
If you don't want to hear it, I won't tell you. But Ruyan, it's better if you don't help me with this matter. Yang Yan was too lazy to say any more nonsense.
If Su Shuai and Wu Yutong had not spread rumors and caused trouble in the first place, there wouldn't have been so many troubles later. If you can't control your own hands, don't just blame others when something goes wrong.
Ruyan, don't listen to her nonsense. She just can't stand our relationship being better than hers.
Besides, you know she likes Chen Luo.
What if she just doesn't want you to find a chance to get close to Chen Luo so that she can take advantage of the opportunity? Su Shuai and Wu Yutong were almost dying of anxiety.
Yang Yan, thank you for telling me this, but since I have already agreed to something, I can't go back on my word.
Lu Ruyan said coldly. Whatever you want. Yang Yan said nothing more. Chapter 41. Come home with me to see my parents.
At the same time, Chen Luo and Zhang Ro had also returned home.
Hubby, slow down. Jiang Ro kept supporting Chen Luo. Don't worry, honey. I'm fine. Chen Luo smiled slightly. You're still saying it's okay even though you're like this. If you can't drink, just drink less. Jiang Ro felt a little distressed. I know, wife. Where is the bed? Help me get on the bed and sleep. Chen Luo didn't talk back. He must have been happy today, so he drank so much. Normally, he doesn't drink much. Jiang Ro stumbled and helped Chen Luo onto the bed. Hubby, drink some water first. I'll make you a bowl of hangover soup later. Jiang Ro was very considerate and poured a glass of water for Chen Luo. No need, honey. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep. Chen Luo didn't want Jiang Ro to work so hard, so he rejected Jiang Ro's proposal. Hubby, be obedient, it will be fine in a moment. Jiang Ro carefully covered Chen Luo with a blanket to prevent him from catching a cold. Then she went to the kitchen and started cooking sobering soup. Soon, a bowl of sobering soup was ready. Hubby, hurry up and drink the hangover soup. Jiang Ro helped Chen Luo up. Wife, you didn't add anything to the soup, did you? Chen Luo was a little curious. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not Pan Jinlian. Jiang Ro couldn't help but give Chen Luo a blank look. She did add something to the soup, but it was just a little rock sugar to make it taste better. Wife, I would accept you even if you were Pan Jinlian. Chen Luo said this, and then drank the bowl of soup in one gulp, even the soup base was gone. Honey, I want to take a shower. Chen Luo suddenly said. You're still taking a shower? Wife, I smell like alcohol all over me. If you don't believe me, why don't you smell it? I already smell it. That's why I have to take a shower. If I don't, what if I make the bed dirty? The bed is dirty and needs washing. You should go to bed now. Jiang Ro didn't really care about the bed being dirty. Wife, it's great to have you. Chen Luo smiled. Okay, go to sleep. Jiang Ro comforts Chen Luo to sleep. Honey, tell me a story. You're not a child anymore, do you still need to listen to stories before you fall asleep? Jiang Ro was very helpless. She also didn't expect Chen Luo to be so sticky after getting drunk. But you know what, it's quite cute. Usually Chen Luo looks very serious, and she rarely sees Chen Luo letting himself go like this. Wife, I just want to hear your stories. Okay, I'll tell you. Jiang Ro smiled calmly. After all, Chen Luo is her husband. She can only pamper her husband. Once upon a time there was a little girl whose parents were very strict with her. So one day, she couldn't stand it anymore and thought about committing suicide. She ran away from home when her parents weren't paying attention, came to the bridge alone, and jumped off with a plop. The little girl thought she was going to die, but at that moment, a boy on the shore saw the little girl fall into the water and quickly jumped in to save her. The story Jiang Ro told was very vivid, as if it were her own experience. But what was rather disappointing was that Chen Luo had already fallen asleep at this time. Jiang Ro smiled but didn't care. I didn't expect her storytelling could have a hypnotic effect. In fact, the story was her personal experience. She was the little girl who fell into the water, and Chen Luo was the little boy who saved her. She always remembered Chen Luo's appearance, but Chen Luo didn't remember her. But this cannot be blamed on Chen Luo. After all, girls change a lot when they grow up, and Chen Luo just saved someone at that time, but Chen Luo meant something different to her. Chen Luo was the light in her life, the last person she saw when she was about to drown, and it was Chen Luo who saved her from the darkness. It was also from that time that she swore that when she grew up she would marry Chen Luo and give him 8 children. She had recognized Chen Luo since the first time she saw him in college. Originally, her parents planned to let her stay abroad to develop, but she insisted on returning home. Not because of anything else, just because of Chen Luo. No matter what, she must find Chen Luo and marry him. Fortunately, God was quite kind to her and made her dream come true. Hubby, if one day you find out that I've cheated on you, you must not be angry with me. Jiang Ro lay next to Chen Luo. She did not dislike the smell of alcohol on Chen Luo, but hugged Chen Luo tightly. Until falling asleep. The next morning, Chen Luo looked at the beauty lying in his arms, and a smile flashed across his lips. He did not wake Jiang Ro up, but tiptoed out of bed. Then I took a nice bath. He drank a little too much last night, so he still smells a little drunk. After taking a shower, Chen Luo planned to make breakfast for Jiang Ro.
He planned to cook a bowl of lean meat porridge for Jiang Ro to nourish her body.
Not long after, Jiang Ro also woke up.
Not seeing Chen Luo, she quickly got up and looked for him.
Jiang Ro smiled when she saw Chen Luo preparing breakfast for her.
She also took a bath. She slept next to Chen Luo last night, and she also smelled of alcohol. After taking a shower, Jiang Ro decided to wash the sheets and quilt covers as well. It wouldn't matter if she lived alone, but now she lives with Chen Luo, so she has to be careful.
Good morning, wife. As soon as Jiang Ro came down from upstairs, Chen Luo had already prepared breakfast.
Thank you for your hard work, husband.
Jiang Ro hugged Chen Luo from behind. For my wife, I have to work hard. Chen Luo smiled slightly, then quickly asked Jiang Ro to sit down and have breakfast.
Chen Luo's cooking skills have always been very good. Even if it's just an ordinary bowl of lean meat porridge, Jiang Ro can still taste the sweetness.
Honey, do you have any plans for today? Chen Luo suddenly asked. No.
Jiang Ro shook her head. Today is the weekend and she happens to have no classes.
Why don't you come back with me to meet my parents?
Chen Luo said with a smile. Shen's father and mother have been nagging him about this for several days, and he really has no other choice.
Today? Jiang Ro was a little surprised. Is it inconvenient for you? If it's not convenient for you, we can do it another day. Chen Luo didn't force it. No, I'm just nervous. Jiang Ro was a little nervous.
After all, it was her first time meeting Chen Luo's parents.
If she didn't behave well.
Although she and Chen Luo's parents had met in a video before, there was still a certain difference between the video and reality. Don't worry, my parents are easy to get along with, and you are so outstanding, my parents will definitely be very satisfied with you.
Chen Luo smiled and comforted Jiang Ro.
He could see Jiang Ro's worry.
All right then. With Chen Luo's comfort, Jiang Ro finally calmed down. Chapter 42. Chen Luo's parents are coming to visit their daughter-in-law. Honey, which one do you think looks better on me? Jiang Ro has begun to feel conflicted.
After all, it was her first time to formally meet her in-laws, so of course she had to dress nicely and try to make Chen Luo's parents like her.
Honey, you look good in any of them. No, you have to pick one. Then let's go with the purple one. Chen Luo thought about it and finally gave an answer. This one?
Jiang Ro picked up the purple dress and then changed her clothes in front of Chen Luo.
Puff. Chen Luo almost spit out a mouthful of milk. Wife, can you please not change clothes in front of me? I am a normal man after all. What are you afraid of? It's not like you haven't seen me without clothes before. Jiang Ro didn't care much.
After changing her clothes, Jiang Ro instantly became like a different person. Jiang Ro is very versatile and can always give people a brand new feeling when wearing different clothes.
Su Song is right, purple is indeed very charming.
Especially after Jiang Ro put it on, she looked like a full-fledged wife, giving people a sense of a mature queen.
After changing clothes, Jiang Ro started to touch up her makeup. Wife, can you please eat your breakfast first? Chen Luo looked helpless. He made this breakfast specially for Jiang Ro.
If Jiang Ro didn't eat it while it was hot, it would get cold.
It won't taste good if it's cold.
After all, it was his hard work, so Chen Luo certainly hoped that Jiang Ro could eat as much as possible.
I'll eat later.
Jiang Ro had no time to eat breakfast at this moment. She just wanted to put on beautiful makeup. Seeing this, Chen Luo was at a loss as to what to do.
He could only bring the prepared porridge to Jiang Ro.
Jiang Ro was putting on makeup while Chen Luo was feeding her porridge.
Hubby, you're so nice. Of course, my wife is so beautiful. Chen Luo smiled knowingly.
Unconsciously, he seemed to have become Jiang Ro's babysitter, but there didn't seem to be anything wrong with that. After a long time, Jiang Ro finally finished putting on her makeup.
Honey, what do you think of me like this? Jiang Ro asked impatiently. Fine. Chen Luo answered truthfully. Just nice? Jiang Ro was somewhat dissatisfied.
She also wanted Chen Luo to praise her. After all, it was a makeup that she had worked hard to do.
She spent a whole hour on it.
Very beautiful, just like a fairy from heaven. A fairy is no more than this.
No, the fairy is not as pretty as my wife. Wife, how can you be so beautiful?
Even Shangha in heaven would be ashamed of herself.
Chen Luo flattered him. It's not as outrageous as you say. Jiang Ro felt embarrassed by Chen Luo's praise. It's not outrageous at all.
In my eyes, my wife, you are the most beautiful woman in the world.
Although it's a bit exaggerated, women just love it. Jung Ro is no exception.
Well, I believe you. Since you said I'm the most beautiful woman in the world, if you dare to change your mind in the future, I will never forgive you.
How is that possible, honey? You're overthinking.
I've decided to be with you for the rest of my life, and I'll never change my mind even if I'm beaten to death.
Chen Luo made assurances again and again. Jung Ro smiled even more happily. Honey, I'm going to brush my teeth.
Well, go ahead.
Chen Luo nodded.
While Jung Ro was washing her face and brushing her teeth, Chen Luo took out his cell phone and called his mother.
The call was connected quickly. Hey, Mom, my wife and I are planning to go back today. What, Xiaoro is coming? It's me and my wife. Okay, I understand. Xiaoro wants to come home, right? Chen Luo was completely speechless. He is obviously his parents' biological son, but why does it feel like Jung Ro is his parents' biological son? Son, you don't have to come over. Xiaoro is still pregnant.
Running back and forth is not good for the fetus.
I just discussed it with your father. We can just go to your place. How can that be possible? How can I trouble you to make this trip? What's there to be embarrassed about? We are a family, and we should not have different opinions.
Besides, you are about to become a father, and you don't know how much you care for your wife and children. Chen Luo wanted to say something, but Wang Xia was already impatient.
Okay, it's decided. Your dad and I will go there now. Just ask Xiaoro to wait at home obediently. The call was hung up at this point.
At this time, Jung Ro had just finished washing her face and brushing her teeth.
Honey, when are we leaving? Jung Ro said in a low voice.
After all, it was the first time she met Chen Luo's parents, so she had to go to the mall to buy some gifts or something.
We don't have to leave. What do you mean? I did something wrong and made your parents angry, so they don't want us to go back? Jung Ro asked nervously. Wife, you're overthinking it. My parents are on their way. Seeing that Jung Ro misunderstood, Chen Luo hurried to explain. How can that be possible? Jung Ro became anxious. It is etiquette for a daughter-in-law to go back to see her parents-in-law. How can parents-in-law come to see their daughter-in-law? Isn't this breaking the rules? It's okay. My parents are very easy to talk to. They must have their reasons for doing this. Besides, you are pregnant now, so it's really not suitable for you to travel. Chen Luo disagreed.
His parents are very reasonable people, and their family never cares about these red tapes.
Moreover, they live in the suburbs, and it takes an hour or two to commute to the city.
Jung Ro was pregnant, so it was indeed uncomfortable for her to sit in the car for such a long time.
Oh well. After hearing what Chen Luo said, Jung Ro was completely relieved.
In fact, she was not a particularly pampered person, but Chen Luo's parents had already left, and she couldn't ask Chen Luo's parents to go back and wait for her.
Wife, what if your parents don't like me?
Chen Luo's parents hadn't arrived yet, but Jung Ro was already starting to worry.
Don't worry, you're so pretty and smart, there's no way my parents wouldn't like you. What if?
There's no such thing as a chance of that happening.
And even if they don't like you, it doesn't matter. I like you, and that's enough. Chen Luo smiled and hugged Jung Ro in his arms.
I don't know what Jung Ro has to worry about.
He should be the one who is worried now.
After all, ever since he married Jung Ro, his status in his parents' eyes has obviously dropped a level. It is no exaggeration to say that Jung Ro is his parents' biological daughter, but he can only be someone his parents picked up on the roadside.
However, Chen Luo was not angry about this. Jung Ro was his wife. It was normal for his parents to like Jung Ro. He couldn't ask for more.
If his parents don't like Jung Ro, that would be a really bad thing.
Chapter 43 Showing Affection in Front of Parents. Hearing Chen Luo say this, Jung Ro instantly felt very happy. Husband and wife should support each other.
At the most critical moment, one party must always stand up and bear everything for the other. She is very satisfied to find a husband like Chen Luo.
After Jung Ro's unremitting waiting, Chen Luo's parents finally arrived.
Father Chen Zhenghua and Mother Wang Xia are now standing outside the door.
Are you ready? Chen Luo looked at Jung Ro. I'm ready. Jung Ro suddenly became nervous.
Her palms were already beginning to sweat. Despite this, she still faced it calmly. The ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law eventually. Let her die. With Chen Luo around, even if she behaves badly, Chen Luo will help her explain.
Then I'll go open the door. No, I'll go. That's fine. Chen Luo nodded in agreement.
Jiang Ro bravely opened the door.
Dad, Mom.
Before Chen Luo could open his mouth to shout, Jiang Ro shouted with a smile. And the shouting was very natural. People who don't know would think that Jiang Ro is the daughter of Chen Luo's parents. Chen Luo was also confused.
Where's the nervousness?
You don't seem nervous at all, you're clearly trying to compete for my favor.
Well.
Chen Zhenghua and Wang Xia were stunned for a moment, then responded with joy. They thought Jiang Ro would not be used to it at first, and they had no intention of forcing Jiang Ro to call them mom and dad.
Everything has a process.
It is impossible for Jiang Ro to call them mom and dad right away.
They can totally accept this.
But Jiang Ro had already regarded them as her own parents in her heart, and she called them mom and dad without any hesitation. She is now Chen Luo's wife, so Chen Luo's parents are of course her parents.
Mom and Dad, let me do it. Jiang Ro wanted to help Chen Luo's parents carry things.
Chen Luo's parents came in carrying a lot of things. No, let that boy come, he is very strong. Wang Xia shook her head.
Jiang Ro is still pregnant, they can't let Jiang Ro do heavy work, otherwise they would be abusing a pregnant woman. They are not the evil in-laws you see on TV. Hearing this, Chen Luo felt numb.
So since the child is not your biological child, you don't feel sorry for him, right?
No matter what, I am still a 20-something-year-old. There is simply no love. Mom and Dad, let me do it. Chen Luo didn't say anything.
Chen Luo's parents brought a lot of things, most of which were local specialties, and Chen Luo didn't know where they got them from.
Damn it, it's the first time you meet your daughter-in-law, why are you so partial to me? It's obvious that I'm your biological daughter. Mom and Dad, just come if you want to. Why bring so many things? Jiang Ro was a little flattered.
Although they were all local specialties, she did not dislike them.
They are all worthless things, used to replenish your body.
Wang Xia said with a smile.
She was very satisfied with Jiang Ro.
Jiang Ro is not only beautiful, but also has a good family background. More importantly, Jiang Ro has a big and perky butt. As the saying goes, a big butt means good childbearing. If Jiang Ro lived in the countryside, she would definitely be very popular.
Mom and Dad, please sit down first. I'll go make you some food. Chen Luo quickly asked his parents to sit down. Honey, let me help you then.
No, let him do his work alone, you just stay with us and talk to us.
Chen Luo was speechless.
He has now basically confirmed one thing, that he is not his parents' biological son, but Jiang Ro is.
However, Chen Luo was not angry, but went to make lunch obediently.
Chen Luo originally planned to go out to eat with his family, but after thinking about it, he decided there was no need. It's not that he was reluctant to spend money, but he just wanted to enjoy the atmosphere.
It's more atmospheric at home. Chen Luo is now very familiar with the furnishings in his home, and he doesn't need anyone's help. Chen Luo went to make lunch, while Jiang Ro stayed with Chen Luo's parents and chatted. Xiao Ro, when did you get pregnant? Wang Xia asked in a low voice.
All in all, it's been more than a month now.
More than a month, it's not too early, let your dad check your pulse. Dad can take pulses? Jiang Ro couldn't help but be shocked.
I learned it from others before, but it may not be accurate.
Chen Zhengwei rarely spoke. No need, the baby in my belly and I are fine.
Jiang Ro suddenly felt a little flustered.
It's okay. Let him take a good look at you.
Even though he's not a professional, he does have some skills. After Wang Xiao's repeated dissuasion, Jiang Ro had no choice but to let Chen Zhengwei take her pulse.
Chen Zhengwei's expression suddenly became serious.
He had a stern face, as if someone owed him 2 million.
Old Chen, what's going on? Say something. Wang Xia was already getting a little impatient. Jiang Ro also became nervous. Fine. Chen Zhengwei had to speak. No more? No more. Chen Zhengwei shook his head. Wang Xia didn't expect that after Chen Zhengwei took her pulse for a long time, this was the result. She was looking forward to it. She thought Chen Zhengwei could come up with something good.
It's true that quack doctors are harmful to people.
Hearing this, Zhang Ro also couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Chen Zhengwa didn't notice it. Wang Xia didn't say anything. She didn't expect Chen Zhengwei to explain it.
But when Chen Zhengwa took the pulse just now, there was obviously something wrong. Wang Xia continued to chat with Zhang Ro with a smile.
Although Zhang Ro was not a very talkative person, she could basically handle it. Not long after, Chen Luo finally prepared lunch.
Wife, this is the nourishing soup I made especially for you.
Come and try it to see if it tastes good.
Chen Luo brought over the soup that he had prepared in advance.
Thank you, husband. Zhang Ro took it with a smile.
Seeing Chen Luo and Zhang Ro so affectionate, Wang Xia showed a satisfied smile on her face. Chen Luo got married at the age of 22, and she is only in her 40s and has a grandson in her arms. This speed has surpassed 99% of mothers-in-law. The better the relationship between Chen Luo and Zhang Ro is, the more relieved she, as a mother-in-law, will be.
Xiao Ro, I heard from this brat that you are a university professor?
Wang Xia suddenly asked.
Yes, Mom. Then how did you fall in love with this brat?
Wang Xia also found it strange.
Zhang Ro's conditions are not bad, but Chen Luo's conditions are average. Although she is Chen Luo's mother, she cannot create any good conditions for Chen Luo. Mom, I actually think Chen Luo is a good guy. He's really good at taking care of people, and what?
Wang Xia became even more interested.
Chen Luo also came over curiously.
And I've decided on him for my whole life. Zhang Ro said a little embarrassedly. Wang Xia originally wanted to hear Zhang Ro's opinion on Chen Luo, but ended up eating a mouthful of dog food.
Don't you show your affection behind people's backs now? Chapter 44 Zhang Ro gets Wang Xiao's approval. Ahem, wife, let's eat. Chen Luo could only silently pick up food for Zhang Ro.
Although showing affection is not illegal, this is the first time he does it in front of his parents. How should I put it? Gratitude is more exciting than having an affair.
Hubby, you should eat more too. Zhang Ro also kept picking up food for Chen Luo.
The two of them looked like a loving young couple, and Wang Xia and Chen Zhengwa couldn't help but get goosebumps.
Although showing affection is not against the law, can you please restrain yourself a little? Do you really treat us like air?
However, seeing that Chen Luo and Zhang Ro had such a good relationship, Chen Zhengwa and Wang Xia could finally feel relieved.
After dinner, Chen Zhengwa and Wang Xia also decided to leave. Mom and Dad, why do you have to go back so early? Actually, you can stay here for a few more days.
Zhang Ro said with reluctance. Chen Luo's parents are easy to get along with, and she has gradually gotten used to the way they get along.
I wish her parents could be as open-minded as Chen Luo's parents. Forget it, we won't disturb you too.
There are still things waiting for us to deal with at home. Wang Xia refused Zhang Ro's attempt to keep her. In fact, she also wanted to stay and spend more time with Zhang Ro, but Zhang Ro already had someone to accompany her, so if she stayed, she would only be a light bulb. She didn't want her son to look down on her for being a light bulb.
Mom and Dad, please drive slowly. Or let Chen Luo drive you back. Wang Xia was determined to leave, and Zhang Ro couldn't try to keep her.
Chen Luo's parents live in the suburbs, and it would take nearly an hour to drive there. Especially now it is peak season, so taking a taxi might take even longer.
No, it's okay for him to stay with you.
Wang Xia still feels a little sorry for her son. If Chen Luo drove them back, not only would the going back and forth be time-consuming, but if there was a traffic jam on the road, it might take even longer. Instead of wasting time, Chen Luo would be better off staying and spending more time with Zhang Ro.
Zhang Ro needs Chen Luo's company right now. Chen Luo's parents eventually left.
Before leaving, Wang Xia called Zhang Ro over, took off her bracelet and put it on Zhang Ro's hand.
Mom, this bracelet is too valuable. I can't accept it. Zhang Ro wanted to refuse. But Wang Xia's attitude was unusually strong. Just take it. This is what Chen Luo's grandmother left for me. It's a symbol of our Chen family's daughter-in-law. If you don't want it, I'll give it to someone else.
Wang Xia said with a smile.
Yes, yes, yes. Can I just ask for it? Zhang Ro quickly accepted it.
She didn't expect that this bracelet had such great significance. But this bracelet looks quite expensive, no wonder it is regarded as a family heirloom. Now that it has been passed down to her, she must keep it well and try to pass it down to her daughter-in-law.
Wang Xia did not lie.
This bracelet was indeed a family heirloom of the Chen family, but it was passed down to her daughter-in-law.
This is also the most valuable thing left by the Chen family's ancestors.
Even if the Chen family was in poverty, they never thought of pawning it.
Chen Luo personally sent Chen Zhenghua and Wang Xia out of the community.
Son, you have a heavier burden on your shoulders now. You can't just take care of yourself.
Wang Xia kept giving instructions. I know, Mom. Don't worry.
I will take good care of my wife and the baby in her belly.
Chen Luo was getting a little impatient.
He is not a child anymore, and he knows clearly what he can do and what he cannot do.
Just send it here and go back to be with your wife. Chen Zhenghua didn't want Chen Luo to continue sending him off.
Mom and Dad, please be careful on the road and remember to let me know when you get home.
Chen Luo waved and confessed to his parents. Zhang Ro was still waiting for him at home. Zhang Ro can't leave him for a moment now.
Chen Luo went back only after knowing that Chen Zhenghua and Wang Xia had left Mingyue community.
Old Chen, what happened to you today? After leaving Mingyue community, Wang Xia couldn't help but frown.
There was something obviously wrong with Chen Zhenghua today.
Nothing. Chen Zhenghua didn't want to say anything more. Ever since you took Shiro's pulse, I felt something was wrong with you. Why didn't you say a word when I asked you before? Wang Xia expressed her doubts. When Chen Zhenghua was taking Zhang Ro's pulse, Chen Zhenghua's expression was obviously not right, and anyone with a discerning eye could see it. She's not pregnant, what do you want me to say? Chen Zhenghua smiled bitterly. What, Shiro isn't pregnant? Wang Xia's expression changed involuntarily. Not necessarily. It could be that I didn't get it out. Chen Zhenghua was not sure whether Zhang Ro was pregnant or not.
He learned these two tricks from others, so it's not certain whether they are accurate or not.
Old Chen, don't you think she's the kind of liar who specializes in getting married?
Wang Xia was a little anxious.
That may not be the case. Besides, your son has nothing. Why would he be deceived?
It's possible that I really didn't feel it, or her pulse wasn't strong enough. Chen Zhenghua still felt that it was his own problem.
Although traditional Chinese medicine can diagnose happy pulse, it is not necessarily accurate and there are times when misdiagnosis can occur. In ancient times, were there few imperial doctors who were beheaded for misdiagnosis?
Since Zhang Ro said that she is pregnant, there is a high probability that she is pregnant, but she just hasn't shown it yet.
That is true. Wang Xia could finally rest assured. Zhang Ro is good in every way.
Not only is she young and beautiful, but she is also a university professor. Most importantly, she is rich, so there is no need for her to cheat in marriage.
Even if Zhang Ro really cheated in marriage, Chen Luo would not suffer any loss. It is very likely that Chen Zhenghua failed to detect Zhang Ro's pregnancy. Even if Zhang Ro is not pregnant, what does it matter? Not getting pregnant now does not mean she cannot get pregnant in the future. Chen Luo and Zhang Ro are still young, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Chen Zhenghua and Wang Xia left happily. Chen Luo also returned home. Wife, I'm back.
Thank you for your hard work, husband.
Zhang Ro came up and gave Chen Luo a big hug. It's not hard. There's nothing hard about it. By the way, husband, your parents didn't tell you anything, did they? Of course. What did they say? Zhang Ro became visibly nervous. They asked me to take good care of you and the baby in your belly. I see.
Zhang Ro smiled and then began to play with the jade bracelet in her hand.
You know what, the texture is quite good. It is indeed a family heirloom. The more Zhang Ro looked at it, the more she liked it.
This was passed down to her by Chen Luo's mother.
She must keep it well.
If the jade bracelet is lost or destroyed in her hands, she will be the biggest sinner in the Chen family. While Zhang Ro was playing with the jade bracelet, Chen Luo had already started washing the dishes. After I finished washing the dishes, the doorbell suddenly rang.
Could it be that my parents forgot to bring something? Honey, go open the door and take a look. Chapter 45. Zhang Ro's parents returned to China. Chen Luo hurried over to open the door. Mom and Dad, did you leave anything behind?
I saw a middle-aged couple standing outside the door.
Who are you? Chen Luo looked curious. We should be the ones asking you this question. Why did you appear in our daughter's home? The middle-aged woman suddenly became angry. Dad, Mom, why did you come back so suddenly?
Zhang Ro hurriedly walked out of the room. Chen Luo instantly realized the identities of these two people. Strictly speaking, these two people are Zhang Rou's parents, and also his parents. He and Zhang Rou are already married, so Zhang Rou's parents are naturally his parents.
Why, do we need to report to you before we come back? The middle-aged woman's face looked very ugly.
When she found out that Zhang Rou had gotten married with a stranger without consulting them, she wanted to rush back home on a rocket. Zhang Rou was so bold that she even dared to marry them behind their backs. If they don't return home soon, Zhang Rou might even have a child.
Mom and Dad, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that you should tell me when you return home so that I can come pick you up.
Zhang Rou was also a little surprised. She knew her parents had returned home, but she didn't expect them to do so quickly. She was caught off guard.
Mom and Dad, why don't you sit down and talk first?
Chen Luo didn't know what to say, so he could only let Zhang Rou's parents sit down first.
You really think you are the master of this house? Are you worthy? The middle-aged woman snorted coldly. Why is he unworthy?
He is not only the man of this family, but also the father of the baby in my belly.
Zhang Rou stood beside Chen Luo, holding his shoulders.
Although she was also very afraid of her parents, she had to stand up at this time and stand on Chen Luo's side.
What did you just say? What child? Are you pregnant? The middle-aged woman's face turned green. Zhang Rou is actually pregnant.
She rushed in order to stop this marriage, but Zhang Rou became pregnant with someone else's child without their knowledge.
Yes, I am pregnant with my husband's child. Zhang Rou had no fear at all.
If she were alone, she would definitely not dare to confront her parents, but now she has Chen Luo by her side, and for Chen Luo, she dares to do anything.
Even if it means breaking up with your parents.
Zhang Rou, you shameless bitch, you are pregnant with someone else's child, and you have a fiancé.
The middle-aged woman became anxious. What fiancé? He is not my fiancé at all. You appointed him to me, not me. So what? Lin Feng is handsome and rich, isn't he much better than your rag-picking husband? My husband is not a rag-picker. Zhang Rou was really angry. After all, Chen Luo is an excellent student of Jiangnan University. How come she becomes a rag-picker in her mother's mouth? What is he then? The middle-aged woman pressed forward step by step.
Dad, Mom, let me introduce myself first.
My name is Chen Luo. I'm a student at Jiang University and I'm a senior this year.
Chen Luo had no choice but to stand up.
It's better to be a rag picker. The middle-aged woman didn't give Chen Luo a good look. Chen Luo's face also didn't look very good.
He is a student from a prestigious university, but he is said to be worse than a rag picker.
When did students from prestigious universities become so unbearable?
Zhang Rou's mother was obviously too disrespectful. Wife, calm down first.
Arguing won't solve any problems. Young man, let me introduce myself first. My name is Jiang Yuanshan, I am Zhang Rou's father, and this is my lover Lu Shangjuan.
Zhang Rou's father also spoke at this time.
Why are you telling him this? The middle-aged woman was obviously unhappy.
In her opinion, Chen Luo didn't even have the qualifications to know their names. Chen Luo was obviously a little angry at this time, but he did not lose his temper. After all, Zhang Yuanshan and Lu Shangjuan are Zhang Rou's parents, and also his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Chen Luo certainly cannot get angry with his father-in-law and mother-in-law. I don't care who you are, you must divorce my daughter now. Lu Shangjuan spoke directly.
Mom, there's no way my wife and I can get divorced. Chen Luo's answer was very firm. Zhang Rou's parents are indeed difficult to deal with. No wonder Zhang Rou is so worried that he will divorce her. This is not just difficult, it is extremely difficult. Compared to her own parents, Zhang Rou's parents were indeed a bit overbearing. The previous second, Chen Luo was accompanying Zhang Rou to meet his parents, and the next second, he was accompanying Zhang Rou to meet Zhang Rou's parents. This is how life works, you never know what will happen in the next second.
Chen Luo had no choice at this time. No matter how difficult Zhang Rou's parents were, he had no choice but to go ahead with it.
Don't call me mom, you don't deserve it. Lu Shangjuan's mouth was almost twisted with anger.
In her mind, a son-in-law should be a cultured and well-mannered person like Lin Feng, not a good-for-nothing poor boy like Chen Luo.
How can he not be worthy? He is my husband now.
No matter how much you dislike him, he is still my husband.
Zhang Rou still held Chen Luo's hand tightly.
She didn't want Chen Luo to give up on her just like that.
No matter how muddy and tortuous the road ahead is, she will accompany Chen Luo.
As long as Chen Luo doesn't give up, she will never give up first.
Even if Chen Luo gives up first, she will still cling to Chen Luo.
Anyway, she only wants Chen Luo to be her husband, and she doesn't care about anyone else no matter how good he is.
Jiang Yuanshan, look at the daughter you taught yourself. She has even learned to talk back to me. Lu Shangjuan was very annoyed. This was not the impression she had of Zhang Rou.
When Zhang Rou faced her before, she didn't even dare to speak too loudly. Zhang Rou must have been led astray by Chen Luo, otherwise Zhang Rou would not have become what she is now.
Honey, calm down, don't get yourself hurt by being angry. Jiang Yuanshan said quickly. This matter is indeed difficult to handle.
Zhang Rou married herself without discussing it with them.
No wonder Lu Shangjuan was so angry.
He is also very angry now, but he knows that being angry is useless.
The most urgent task now is to solve the problem. It is useless to just get angry. He was also very dissatisfied with his son-in-law Chen Luo.
Chen Luo had no money and no family background, so how could he be worthy of his precious daughter?
Zhang Rou grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth.
They bought her whatever she wanted. It can be said that Zhang Rou has been spoiled by them since she was a child. In their eyes, Zhang Rou is the greatest gift God has given them. Now, Zhang Rou actually married a poor boy who was good for nothing.
No one would agree to this. Chapter 46 Lu Xiangjuan's request for a son-in-law. How can you ask me to calm down? Lu Xiangjuan was very annoyed.
She just went abroad for a trip, but Zhang Rou actually married her. She wanted to stay calm, but Zhang Rou got married without their permission, which was clearly a case of acting without their permission. In Zhang Rou's heart, she doesn't even exist as a mother, otherwise, she would never do such a thing. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, Zhang Rou was coerced by Chen Luo, but looking at Zhang Rou's appearance, it seems that she did it voluntarily. This was what annoyed her the most. Dad, Mom, no matter what, I'm getting married, and we already have a child, don't even think about separating us. Zhang Rou held Chen Luo's hand, buried her body in Chen Luo's chest, and a happy smile appeared on her face.
This scene almost angered Lu Xiangjuan to death.
Zhang Rou is usually a very cold person. Even when facing them, Zhang Rou rarely smiles in front of them. But now, Zhang Rou no longer has the cool and aloof demeanor she used to have.
People who don't know her would think that Zhang Rou was born with this kind of personality. The current Zhang Rou is no longer the same person as before.
She even suspects that Zhang Rou has been possessed by someone, or that something unclean has taken over Zhang Rou's body.
Otherwise, why would Zhang Rou become so clingy? Or has Zhang Rou been completely brainwashed by Chen Luo?
Dad, Mom, Xiao Rou, and I are sincere. I know you are very dissatisfied with me now, but please believe me, I will definitely bring happiness to Zhang Rou.
Chen Luo also spoke.
He didn't want to see Zhang Rou face all this alone. If someone had to come out and bear the anger of Zhang Rou's parents alone, that person could only be him. Only he can help Zhang Rou bear all this.
Shut up, you have no right to speak here. We are teaching our daughter a lesson. When is it your turn as an outsider to interrupt? Lu Xiangjuan said bluntly.
She never considered Chen Luo as her son-in-law at all. It must have been a blessing from her ancestors that Chen Luo could marry Zhang Rou as his wife. Zhang Rou may be silly, but she is not stupid.
There is nothing about Chen Luo that is worthy of Zhang Rou. Zhang Rou is just asking for trouble by marrying Chen Luo.
Even if Zhang Rou and Chen Luo truly love each other, it won't work. She has seen too many examples like this.
In a relationship, love alone is not enough. Marriage is not a joke, nor is it a romance. During a romance, the woman may not care about the man's family background, but marriage is different.
Marriage requires not only love between two people, but also a solid financial foundation. If there is no money, there is no point in getting married. Mom, although you are Shiro's mother, I am also Shiro's husband, so I am not an outsider. How you discipline your daughter is your own business, but as her husband, it is my duty to stand up and protect her.
I hope you can understand. Chen Luo was not at all stage frightened.
Zhang Rou's parents are indeed very difficult to deal with, but who cares if he is Zhang Rou's husband now?
No matter what, he would never give up.
The worst that could happen is that he would get scolded.
I can't understand. You've never been a parent. You'll never understand how I feel right now. Lu Shangjuan was very angry.
Chen Luo was talking without any worries. If one day, Chen Luo had a daughter and her daughter ran away with a poor boy, she didn't believe that Chen Luo would not be anxious. Perhaps Chen Luo could accept this fact. After all, Chen Luo himself was a poor boy, and Chen Luo's requirements for his future son-in-law would definitely not be very high, but she could not accept it. Her daughter is rich, beautiful, and a university professor. Zhang Rou could have had many better choices, but she chose a poor boy, which is clearly degrading herself. Even if Lu Shangjuan's son-in-law is not a rich man, he should at least have some real ability.
Chen Luo has nothing. Mom, no matter what, we are a family now.
I know you don't like me now, but it doesn't matter.
When we get to know each other better, I believe your impression of me will change. Chen Luo said calmly. Who are we family members? Stop flattering yourself. You are not qualified to be my son-in-law, Lu Shangjuan. Lu Shangjuan said with disdain. Mom, then tell me what you want from your son-in-law. Chen Luo was not angry at all.
If you want to be my son-in-law, Lu Shangjuan, you must first be rich.
Do you have money? Chen Luo shook his head. How much money can he, a college student who hasn't even graduated yet, have?
The little money he had was not enough for Lu Shangjuan to look after.
Do you have a car? Chen Luo shook his head again. Do you have a room? Chen Luo could only shake his head. Lu Shangjuan asked 3 questions in a row, which confused Chen Luo. You have nothing. What can you use to make your daughter happy? Just use your mouth that can only say nice things? Lu Shangjuan became even more disdainful.
Chen Luo's words were indeed nice, but nice words alone were useless. This society was very realistic. Only if you had a house, a car, and savings could you live a good life.
Chen Luo couldn't even support himself, let alone Zhang Rou. Mom, even though I have nothing now, I can assure you that I will have what you want in the future. Chen Luo immediately issued a military order. Later again. I'm tired of hearing this. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Who can predict what will happen in the future? Lu Shangjuan did not buy into Chen Luo's good attitude.
She has seen many potential stocks, and Chen Luo is not the only one.
Besides, Chen Luo is not a potential stock at all.
Even if it is a potential stock, it may not necessarily succeed.
Who says that a potential stock will definitely succeed?
No one knows what will happen until the last moment. Many potential stocks end up failing, so there is no need for her to gamble. It's not that Zhang Rou really can't find a husband.
Zhang Rou's fiancé is a truly successful man. If Chen Luo hadn't interfered, Zhang Rou might have already married Lin Feng.
Only Lin Feng is the most perfect candidate for son-in-law in her mind. In her heart, Chen Luo is not even as good as a dog on the street. I don't know where Chen Luo got the courage to say that he can give Zhang Rou happiness. Zhang Rou's happiness does not need Chen Luo to give it, and it is not Chen Luo's turn to give it.
Mom, why don't you just tell me what you want? What do you want me to do in order for Xiaoro to marry you? Chen Luo gritted his teeth.
My request is very simple. If you can come up with 5 million now, I will agree to let Xiaoro marry you.
Otherwise, no deal. Lu Shangjuan's attitude was also very firm. She had to break up Chen Luo and Zhang Rou. Chapter 47. Give you 5 million, leave my daughter.
I really can't come up with 5 million.
Chen Luo smiled bitterly.
Let alone 5 million, he could hardly come up with 500,000.
Asking a college student to come up with 5 million is impossible.
It was obvious that Lu Shangjuan was deliberately making things difficult for him.
Of course I know you can't afford it. With your poor appearance, how can you possibly come up with 5 million to marry my daughter? You don't even have 5 million, and you want to marry my daughter, Lu Shangjuan? You must be dreaming. There is 5 million in this card. Consider it a gift from me.
Take the card and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with my daughter to get a divorce. Lu Shangjuan threw a card at Chen Luo. Chen Luo cannot take out 5 million, but she can take out 5 million at any time.
This is the difference between Chen Luo and rich people. The money of rich people is not money.
Chen Luo may never experience the happiness of rich people in his life. 5 million is nothing to her, but it is wealth that Chen Luo cannot accumulate in his entire life. As long as Chen Luo is willing to divorce Zhang Rou, Chen Luo can get 5 million immediately.
She believes that Chen Luo should know how to choose. Is there any need to choose?
Chen Luo will never see so much money in his life, so Chen Luo will definitely choose the latter. With these 5 million, Chen Luo can marry another woman and at the same time have a huge fortune.
Why not do it? Mom, you're going too far.
Zhang Rou's face looked very ugly. She didn't expect that Lu Xiangjuan would actually take out 5 million to force Chen Luo to divorce her.
What if Chen Luo agrees?
Although she believed in Chen Luo's character, not many people could resist the temptation of money.
How many officials have been brought down because they could not resist the temptation of money?
Even those high-ranking officials with great power could not resist it, let alone Chen Luo, who is just a college student. Chen Luo is still young, and it is normal that he is not determined enough.
Lu Xiangjuan should not use money to lure Chen Luo. How did I go too far? I gave him money, what else do you want from me? Lu Xiangjuan said unhappily.
Giving Chen Luo 5 million to get Zhang Rou to divorce was already a very kind thing for her.
In fact, she could have simply not given a penny. Anyway, Chen Luo and Zhang Rou are bound to get a divorce. Chen Luo can still get 5 million after the divorce, so Chen Luo should just be happy.
No one else might be as generous as her.
Hubby, don't listen to my mom. From now on, all the money I earn will be spent on you. Zhang Rou said to Chen Luo. You can see that she is really nervous. What if Chen Luo can't resist the temptation of 5 million and wants to divorce her? With your salary, you can only earn a few dollars. It's better to just take the 5 million. Lu Xiangjuan said coldly.
Zhang Rou's university professor's salary is only more than 10,000 yuan a month, which adds up to more than 100,000 yuan a year. Even if Zhang Rou does not eat or drink, it will take a total of 40 to 50 years to save 5 million.
How many 40 or 50 years can a person have in his life? By that time, Chen Luo will be almost old, and it will be useless even if he has a lot of money. Mom, thank you for thinking of me so much. Chen Luo bent down and picked up the bank card from the ground.
5 million is indeed tempting, but he only has Zhang Rou in his heart.
Even if Lu Xiangjuan gave him more money, he would not divorce Zhang Rou. So you agree? Lu Xiangjuan was delighted. Chen Luo is a smart person and should know how to choose.
She knew that she had not made a mistake in choosing the right person.
Chen Luo is still too young.
Young people all have one characteristic, which is that they love money very much.
Isn't the purpose of Chen Luo marrying Zhang Rou for money?
Now that 5 million is placed in front of Chen Luo, of course Chen Luo chooses money without hesitation.
There is nothing wrong with this.
Chen Luo got the money as she wished, and she also achieved her goal.
Mom, I think you may have misunderstood. I will not divorce Xiao.
Chen Luo held Zhang Rou's hand and calmed her down. The conditions proposed by Lu Xiangjuan were very tempting, but he was not the kind of person who was blinded by money. 5 million is not enough to compare to his love for Zhang Rou, not to mention that Zhang Rou is pregnant with his child.
What did you say? Are you stupid? You don't even want 5 million for free. Do you think you don't have to divorce my daughter if you do this? Lu Xiangjuan's face was extremely gloomy. She gave Chen Luo 5 million to let Chen Luo divorce Zhang Rou, which was enough to give Chen Luo face. If Chen Luo did not accept it, Chen Luo would not get a penny.
Mom, I know you are doing this for Shiro's own good, but I am also doing this for Shiro's own good.
My love for Shiro is no less than yours. Chen Luo still held Zhang Rou's hand and spoke affectionately. You are not worthy to talk about love with me. Do you understand what love is? Lu Xiangjuan clenched her fists. Isn't it ridiculous that Chen Luo, a college student who hasn't even fully grown his hair, is talking about love in front of her?
Mom, I didn't really understand what love was before, but since I met Shiro, I gradually understood what love is.
Chen Luo answered very calmly.
To love someone means to be willing to give everything for her without hesitation, even at the cost of one's own life. He had never had this feeling before, but he had this feeling since he married Zhang Rou. He can give everything for Zhang Rou, and nothing can stop him from being with Zhang Rou.
Oh, it's easy for you to say that, but even if you talk your mouth off, I will never agree to you two being together. Lu Xiangjuan looked at Chen Luo with disdain. She had seen many young people like Chen Luo.
It didn't matter whether he loved her or not.
Chen Luo just wanted their family's money. Zhang Rou was too young, so she was deceived by Chen Luo. But she is not stupid. Chen Luo has nothing, so how can he bring happiness to Zhang Rou? Even if Chen Luo had some success, Zhang Rou's husband must be recognized by them. Chen Luo was not even within their consideration. But we are married and have children. Chen Luo said lightly.
He didn't want to argue with Lu Shangjuan, as quarreling would not solve the problem.
So what?
The marriage can be divorced and the child can be aborted, Lu Shangjuan said in a cold voice.
As long as Zhang Ro divorces Chen Luo and aborts the child, who knows?
If Chen Luo thought that he could rest assured because Zhang Ro was pregnant with his child, he was completely wrong. Mom, according to what you said, if I pay 5 million, you will agree to my marriage with Shiro.
Chen Luo felt a little tired. That's true in principle, but can you come up with 5 million? Lu Shangjuan sneered.
Chen Luo was penniless, and she didn't believe that Chen Luo could come up with 5 million. Chapter 48. Within 3 days, either pay 5 million or divorce my daughter. There is no doubt that Chen Luo is indeed unable to come up with 5 million. But Chen Luo didn't want to give up just like that.
Why are you silent? Do you think you boasted too much just now?
Lu Shangjuan smiled coldly. It was already good enough that Chen Luo could come up with 500,000.
Where could Chen Luo get 5 million? Even if Chen Luo sold himself, he would not be worth 5 million, which is a fortune that many families cannot accumulate in their lifetime. Apart from the second generation of rich people and the second generation of demolition, how many people can come up with 5 million in one go?
It's not that she intended to make things difficult for Chen Luo, but if Chen Luo couldn't even come up with 5 million, he was not worthy of marrying her daughter.
Okay, 5 million is 5 million.
If I can really come up with 5 million, I hope Mom can keep her word.
Chen Luo also made up his mind. Although he also knew that he couldn't come up with 5 million now, what if? If he could come up with 5 million, Lu Shangjuan would probably have nothing to say.
Just because he can't take it out now doesn't mean he can't take it out in the future.
Of course, I'm a man of my word.
If you can really come up with 5 million, I'll marry Shiro to you.
Not only that, I will also hold a very grand wedding for you and Shiro. Wherever I go in the future, I will say that you are my Lu Shangjuan's good son-in-law, but do you have the ability to do so? Lu Shangjuan looked at Chen Luo with disdain.
Others might have this ability, but she firmly believed that Chen Luo definitely did not have this ability.
That's 5 million, not 500 yuan or 5,000 yuan. Where did Chen Luo get so much money?
Mom, have you ever heard the saying, don't despise the young and poor?
Don't despise the poor young man. Do you think you are writing a novel? Lu Shangjuan smiled. Such meaningless words would only appear in novels.
They bullied you because you were poor when you were young.
Will they wait until you become strong before bullying you? Mom, let me tell you the truth.
I really can't take out 5 million now, but I will definitely be able to take it out in the future.
Chen Luo had no intention of hiding anything. If Lu Shangjuan wanted to investigate him, he actually couldn't hide anything. So what you mean is, let's wait until you come back. When is the future? We can't wait until Shiro's father and I die.
Lu Shangjuan snorted coldly.
The delaying tactic won't work with her.
She didn't have time to wait for the future, nor did she want to wait.
Who can predict what will happen in the future?
Especially since Zhang Ro is at the age of youth and beauty right now, if she really waits until later, she will be old and ugly.
Mom, do you think 3 years is okay?
No, 3 years is too long.
Lu Shangjuan directly rejected Chen Luo's proposal.
3 years later, when Zhang Ro and Chen Luo's children were born, it would be even more impossible for her to separate Chen Luo and Zhang Ro. After all this time, it turned out that this was what Chen Luo was thinking about.
What year?
Chen Luo could only shorten the time further. It was extremely difficult for him to save 5 million in a year, and he didn't dare to guarantee it, but for Zhang Ro, he decided to give it a try.
The worst that can happen is that you'll end up owing a lot of high-interest loans. It's still too long. Don't accuse me of bullying you.
I'll give you 3 days. If you can come up with 5 million within 3 days, I'll agree to let Shiro marry you.
3 days? Chen Luo's face suddenly turned gloomy.
He originally thought that he could buy himself a year, and even if he couldn't get a year, he could at least get half a year.
But he didn't expect that Lu Shangjuan only gave him 3 days.
Even if he goes to a loan shark now, it may take more than 3 days to get the money back.
It's clear that Lu Shangjuan wants to kill everyone. Mom, you're going too far. Zhang Ro couldn't bear to listen anymore. Lu Shangjuan only gave Chen Luo 3 days to prepare.
Even if Chen Luo sold everything he had, he would not be able to raise 5 million.
This is just making things difficult for people. Wife, isn't 3 days a bit too fast? Zhang Yuanshan also felt that Lu Shangjuan had gone a bit too far this time. Although he also disagreed with Chen Luo and Zhang Rou being together, it was a bit too much for Lu Shangjuan to only give Chen Luo 3 days. Even if Lu Shangjuan intended to break up Chen Luo and Zhang Rou, shouldn't Lu Shangjuan give Chen Luo a chance to prove himself?
But Lu Shangjuan had no intention of giving Chen Luo any chance to prove himself.
Just 3 days.
If you can come up with 5 million within 3 days, everything I said will still count.
Otherwise, you'd better hurry up and divorce Xiaoro. Lu Shangjuan's attitude was extremely strong. She didn't want to give Chen Luo a chance to breathe at all. Hubby, don't pay attention to her. I will never leave you even if I die. Zhang Rou snuggled in Chen Luo's arms with some heartache.
Zhang Rou, your mother is not dead yet.
As long as I am alive, your marriage will not be decided by you. It's just 3 days.
He has to agree whether he agrees or not.
Lu Shangjuan gave Chen Luo an ultimatum.
She had no intention of discussing it with Chen Luo, and Chen Luo was not in a position to bargain with her.
Okay, 3 days is 3 days. If I can come up with 5 million within 3 days, please keep your promise. Chen Luo also took the risk.
Although he knew that he would most likely not be able to fulfill Lu Shangjuan's request, he always had a glimmer of hope in his heart.
What if he wins the lottery?
It was not like he had not heard of stories of people getting rich overnight, although he also felt that it was a bit fake.
But people always have to have a little fantasy. Very good, remember what you said today. Lu Shangjuan looked very proud. Chen Luo's performance today was worthy of a man.
At least Chen Luo did not just escape, which showed that Chen Luo was still quite responsible.
But being responsible is not enough.
Chen Luo's own conditions do not meet her standards for a son-in-law, so it is useless no matter how responsible Chen Luo is.
Lu Shangjuan left very satisfied. She didn't choose to continue to pester him.
Young man, I advise you to give up as soon as possible.
Zhang Yuanshan patted Chen Luo on the shoulder and didn't say much. He also didn't think highly of Chen Luo. Chen Luo is still too young.
Maybe one day in the future, Chen Luo will become a truly successful person, but now Chen Luo is penniless and has no qualifications to be with Zhang Rou.
Zhang Yuanshan also left.
Originally, he wanted to say something to Zhang Rou, but after thinking about it, he felt that Zhang Rou probably wasn't in the mood to listen to him.
As soon as Lu Shangjuan and Zhang Yuanshan left, Zhang Rou ran into the room and rummaged through the drawers.
She planned to sell all her valuables, maybe she could get a lot of money.
Honey, take these cards. There should be quite a bit of money in them. Zhang Rou took out a pile of bank cards.
Among these bank cards is her salary card, as well as the supplementary card given to her by her parents.
Chapter 49 Where to Get 5 Million. No need, wife. Chen Luo smiled bitterly. Zhang Rou could think of this, and Lu Shangjuan could also think of it.
Most of her bank cards had probably been suspended by Lu Shangjuan, and Zhang Rou's salary alone was not enough. It was still too difficult for him to raise 5 million in 3 days. As the first day was about to end, Chen Luo suddenly felt powerless. Maybe he shouldn't have agreed to Lu Shangjuan's request, but even if he didn't agree, Lu Shangjuan would probably find a way to force him to divorce Zhang Rou.
Hubby, if it really doesn't work, let's sell the house and the car. Zhang Rou made up her mind.
If she sold her house and car, it would probably be worth quite a bit of money. Although I may not be able to raise exactly 5 million, I will try my best to raise as much as I can.
If we sell the house and the car, where will we live in the future? How will you go to work in the future? Chen Luo shook his head.
Zhang Rou's car and house were both bought with the money from her parents. If Zhang Rou sold both the house and the car, her parents would definitely be dissatisfied with her.
Even if Zhang Rou helped him raise 5 million, Zhang Rou's parents still would not acknowledge it.
And he didn't want to rely on Zhang Rou for everything. We can stay at your parents' house, and I can take the bus to work.
Zhang Rou didn't mind at all.
As long as she can help Chen Luo, it doesn't matter even if she has to sell her house and car. She could save up enough money to buy a house and a car later, but she didn't want to lose Chen Luo just like that.
No. Chen Luo decisively refused.
Although Zhang Rou could go back with him to live with his parents lived in the suburbs, which was far away from the city and the transportation was inconvenient. Zhang Rou is pregnant now, so it is not suitable for her to take the bus. He also doesn't have the heart to let Zhang Rou take the bus to go to and from get off work every day.
But where are you going to get 5 million? Zhang Rou was a little anxious. She really considered Chen Luo. Considering Chen Luo's current age, if he wanted to collect 5 million within 3 days, there was only one way, and that was to go out and rob.
But going out to rob is illegal, and Chen Luo definitely cannot do that. Apart from this, the other option is to borrow money at high interest rates, which will compound into interest and is not worth it. Of course, there is one last way, which is to buy a lottery ticket and win the prize, but the probability of this is too low and can basically be ruled out.
There will always be a way. Chen Luo smiled bitterly.
There must be a way out when the car reaches the mountain.
If there is really no way, then he will force his way out.
The only solution Chen Luo can think of at the moment is to borrow money from someone, and there is only one person who can lend him so much money, and that is Wang Hao.
Wang Hao is a genuine second-generation rich. Although Wang Hao is usually relatively low-key, his identity as a second-generation rich is definitely not fake. But the problem is 5 million. Is Wang Hao really willing to lend it to him? Even if Wang Hao is willing to lend him money, what can he use to repay him? Chen Luo's mind was in a mess.
He was indeed too young and impulsively agreed to the conditions proposed by Lu Shangjuan.
If he had refused to agree at that time and continued to waste time with Lu Shangjuan, would the ending have been different? Hubby, if you really can't think of it, then forget about it. At worst, we can just elope. Zhang Rou hugged Chen Luo with some heartache.
If Lu Shangjuan really disagrees with her and Chen Luo being together, then she will run away with Chen Luo to live in another city. As long as Chen Luo is by her side, she is not afraid of anything.
Wife, are you really willing to give up everything and elope with me? Chen Luo looked at Zhang Rou silently. Of course I am willing. Why wouldn't I be willing?
As long as I can be with you, I am not afraid of any hardship or fatigue.
Zhang Rou also looked up at Chen Luo.
The two people looked into each other's eyes, and Chen Luo saw a hint of determination in Zhang Rou's eyes.
Wife, marrying you is the greatest blessing in my life.
Chen Luo hugged Zhang Rou tightly like this, then bent down and kissed Zhang Rou's lips. No words could describe how he felt at the moment.
Silly boy, being able to marry you is the greatest blessing in my life. You will never know how good you are. Zhang Rou also responded to Chen Luo silently.
If Chen Luo hadn't jumped down to save her, she would probably have died by now. It was Chen Luo who gave her a second life, so she was willing to give everything for Chen Luo. In her eyes, Chen Luo is no worse than anyone else. Even if Chen Luo has nothing now, she is willing to follow Chen Luo. Thank you, honey. Chen Luo was extremely moved. Zhang Rou didn't despise his background, nor did she care that he had nothing.
He was indeed lucky to meet such a woman. The child cannot live without a father, and he cannot live without Zhang Rou. Hubby, you are tired today, why don't you go and take a rest first, and I will do the rest of the work. Zhang Rou looked at Chen Luo with some heartache.
Chen Luo had just finished washing the dishes and there were still many things he hadn't had time to clean up. She didn't want Chen Luo to clean up anymore, she could clean up the remaining things by herself.
Honey, I'm not tired. Go sit on the sofa first. I'll be done with the cleaning in a moment. Chen Luo sorted out all the dishes and put them away.
Then she tidied up the kitchen a little.
The kitchen instantly gets a brand new look. After doing all this, Chen Luo decided to give Wang Hao a try. Regardless of whether Wang Hao is willing to lend him 5 million or not, he has to give it a try. Son, why did you suddenly remember to call Dad? Are you in trouble again? Wang Hao quickly answered the call. Godfather, can you lend me 5 million? Chen Luo didn't keep anyone in suspense. You asked me to lend you 5 million right away. Do you really think I'm a rich kid? Isn't it? Wang Hao was suddenly speechless. There was nothing wrong with what Chen Luo said. He really was a rich second generation, and there was nothing he could refute. Why did you borrow so much money? Did you kill someone?
Wang Hao still found it a little difficult to understand. As soon as Chen Luo opened his mouth, he asked him to borrow 5 million. Apart from the fact that so much money was needed to kill someone, he really couldn't think of what Chen Luo needed so much money for. What are you talking about? Do I look like that kind of person? Chen Luo was speechless. He is a good young man and he never does anything illegal. So what do you want 5 million for? If I tell you that I need 5 million to marry Professor Jiang, would you believe it? What do you mean, Professor Zhang's parents asked you for a 5 million yuan betrothal gift? That's about it. Chen Luo told the whole story in detail. When Wang Hao learned about Chen Luo's experience, he felt very sympathetic, but he was also unable to help Chen Luo. It is true that he is a rich second generation, but his money all comes from his parents. It is impossible for his parents to give him 5 million to let him squander it.
Chapter 50. We must find a way to make money.
Son, this matter is really difficult to handle.
It's not that Daddy doesn't want to help you, but Daddy is really powerless. Besides, Dad lent you the money. What if you can't pay it back? Wang Hao said earnestly.
Although he and Chen Luo have a good relationship, feelings are feelings and money is money. Even brothers have to settle accounts clearly, not to mention that he and Chen Luo are not blood brothers.
5 million is not a small sum of money. If he lends the money to Chen Luo may not be able to pay it back.
It's not that he looks down on Chen Luo, but that you can't always think positively about things.
How many people can earn 5 million in their lifetime? What's more, Chen Luo is still a college student.
Even if Chen Luo starts a business after graduation, he may not be successful.
Starting a business is risky, and high returns mean high risks.
Although 5 million is nothing to a family like theirs, it is not yet his time to be the head of the family, and he really cannot take out 5 million now.
If I can't pay you back, I'll give you my life. Chen Luo gritted his teeth.
He is serious, and the only person who can help him at the moment is Wang Hao. Of course, he also knew that Wang Hao had his own difficulties, and he would not blame Wang Hao if Wang Hao really could not borrow the money. No matter what, their relationship will not be affected by such a small matter.
Go to hell, what's the point of me wanting your life? How about this, you come out for a while, and we can have a good discussion.
Wang Hao sighed. He really wanted to help Chen Luo, but he couldn't.
Although he is a rich second generation, not every rich second generation can easily come up with 5 million.
At least he can't do it now, but he should be able to do it in the future.
That's fine. Chen Luo then hung up the phone. Honey, I'm going out for a while. After hanging up the phone, Chen Luo said something to Zhang Ro. Hubby, where are you going? Do you want me to go with you?
Zhang Ro's face was full of worry.
No, I'm going to meet my roommate and will be back soon. Chen Luo smiled.
He didn't want to bring too much pressure to Zhang Ro, he wanted to handle this matter himself.
Then please be careful on the road.
Although Zhang Ro was a little worried about Chen Luo, she didn't know what to say. Chen Luo must be under a lot of pressure now, but he can't show it in front of her, so he can only go out to release the pressure. She understands all of this, she just hopes to be happy and not bear so much pressure.
Well, I will. You stay at home and I will be back to accompany you in a while. Chen Luo kissed Zhang Ro on the cheek and then walked out.
There is a lottery shop nearby the Newlywed community. Although Chen Luo knows that the probability of winning the lottery is very low, he still holds a glimmer of hope in his heart.
What if he really gets lucky?
Although the possibility is not high, as long as there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, it is worth a try. Of course it would be better if you win, but it doesn't matter if you don't. Man proposes, God disposes, and everything depends on luck.
Chen Luo thought his luck was not too bad.
I saw him walk into the lottery shop step by step and then choose a set of numbers.
Not long after, Chen Luo also walked out of the lottery shop.
Then, Chen Luo came to a barbecue stall near the school. Wang Hao and the other two had been waiting here for a long time.
My son is here, please sit down.
The three of them were very tactful and gave up their seats to Chen Luo. Chen Luo sat down without saying a word. Son, this is really difficult to handle. If you want to borrow a few 100,000, Dad can still help you think of a way, but Dad really can't take out 5 million. Wang Hao said with a look of shame.
I see. Chen Luo didn't mean to blame Wang Hao.
It is a favor for Wang Hao to help him, and it is his duty not to help him. He also did not say that Wang Hao must help him.
Son, 5 million is too much. Dad can't help you. If you say 500 yuan, Dad will transfer it to you immediately. Yes, son. Who would have thought that Professor John's parents would ask you for 5 million? Isn't this obviously bullying? Zhang Yu and Zhang Yang also spoke. Wang Hao had already told them about Chen Luo's affairs, and they all thought it was extremely outrageous.
Normal people would ask for a dowry of 200,000 or 300,000 at most, and this was the first time they had seen a dowry of 5 million. Although Zhang Ro was indeed very outstanding, no matter how outstanding she is not worth a dowry of 5 million.
Anyway, they definitely can't come up with 5 million. Understand. Chen Luo couldn't help but smile bitterly.
Zhang Yu and Zhang Yang's family conditions are similar to his, and their parents are not rich, so he has no plans to ask them for help.
Son, I can give you an idea. Wang Hao suddenly said. What's the idea? Hearing what Wang Hao said, Chen Luo immediately became interested. How about you tie me up, then call my dad and ask for 5 million? I think he will give it to you. Wang Hao spoke very seriously and it didn't seem like he was joking. Forget it, I'll think of another way. Chen Luo shook his head.
Kidnapping rich second generations is indeed one of the fastest ways to make money, but the problem is that it is illegal, and Chen Luo still wants to live a few more years. Son, if that doesn't work, I do know a lot of rich women. As long as you're willing to sacrifice your looks, maybe there's a rich woman willing to give you 5 million.
Wang Hao continued. I have my wife and that's enough. Chen Luo shook his head again.
He is not interested in other rich women. The only rich woman who interests him is Zhang Ro.
Why don't you go and start a live broadcast?
Maybe some rich guy will give you a reward of 5 million.
Wang Hao said seriously.
Chen Luo couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. He is not a big internet celebrity with tens of millions of fans. Even if there is a really rich person, it is impossible for him to give him a reward of 5 million. The rich man's money didn't come from the wind, and the internet is too complicated, so he may not be able to grasp it.
That can't be helped.
Wang Hao was helpless.
Forget it, I'll think of another way myself. Chen Luo took a deep breath. Son, why don't you sit down and eat something?
Seeing that Chen Luo was about to leave, the three of them hurriedly tried to keep him.
I've already eaten at home, you guys can enjoy it slowly. Chen Luo shook his head.
He had other things to do and he didn't want to waste time on these boring things.
Son, don't be too anxious. If it really doesn't work, just confront Professor Zhang's parents.
Anyway, you and Professor Jiang have already obtained the marriage certificate.
As long as you refuse to divorce, Professor Zhang's parents can't do anything to you. Yeah, son, don't push yourself too hard. Now that things have come to this, you might as well just give up.
Son, if I were you, I would do nothing and continue to act crazy and stupid.
Anyway, I just don't want a divorce.
Chapter 51 Chen Luo formally sued, Su Shui and Wu Yutong began to panic.
I will consider what you said. Chen Luo sighed.
He also wanted to act crazy, but Zhang Ro's parents were not so easy to fool. If he really couldn't get 5 million, the ending of him and Zhang Ro could be imagined.
In the end, Chen Luo left.
He came to Zhang San law firm. He has already contacted Zhang San and decided to sue Su Shui and Wu Yutong. Upon learning the purpose of Chen Luo's visit, Zhang San quickly invited Chen Luo in.
Mr. Chen, according to your request, we have submitted the complaint to the court.
The court is currently accepting the case, but it may take some time for the trial to begin.
I understand. Thank you for your hard work, Lawyer Zhang. Mr. Chen, what are you talking about? Mr. Chen chose our Zhangsan law firm, which means that Mr. Chen trusts us enough. We certainly cannot disappoint Mr. Chen. Does Mr. Chen have any other requests? I have only one request, and that is that there will be no compromise. I must sue to the end no matter what happens. Okay, Mr. Chen, we understand your request. We will explain your request in detail to the judge. Thank you, Lawyer Zhang. Not long after, Chen Luo also left Zhang San law firm.
It must be said that Zhang San's law firm was indeed fast.
As soon as Chen Luo told Zhang San his request, Zhang San had already submitted Chen Luo's South appeal to the court.
At the same time, Su Shui and Wu Yutong also received court summons. The moment they received the court summons, Su Shui and Wu Yutong were stunned. Chen Luo actually sued them and didn't even give them a chance to reconcile.
What to do?
Su Shui and Wu Yutong were visibly panicked.
When Chen Luo sent them the lawyer's letter, they didn't take it seriously.
After all, a lawyer's letter has no legal effect, but a court summons is different.
If they do not appear in court at that time, the court will most likely rule against them. Although they can now hire lawyers to help them with the lawsuit, they don't know any lawyers.
Even if they spend money to hire a lawyer now, it does not necessarily mean that they will win the case. Not only will they lose the case, but they may also be arrested and imprisoned.
If this happens, their lives will be ruined.
They just posted a few photos of Chen Luo that they took secretly and said a few words that they shouldn't have said.
Does Chen Luo have to sue them?
Moreover, they have deleted all posts related to Chen Luo, and they are willing to apologize to Chen Luo.
Does Chen Luo have to be so ruthless? Ruyan, you must save us this time. Su Shui and Wu Yutong came to Lu Ruyan again to cry.
Chen Luo has now started to sue them.
He is not just talking, but taking action.
If they don't want to sue Chen Luo, they must obtain Chen Luo's forgiveness, only then will Chen Luo withdraw the lawsuit.
What happened to you guys again? Lu Ruyan also felt a little puzzled.
Su Shui and Wu Yutong had caused such a big mess, and she had already agreed to help settle it.
What else did Su Shui and Wu Yutong want from her?
Ruyan, something terrible has happened.
Chen Luo has already started suing us. Su Shui and Wu Yutong looked anxious. That's impossible. Lu Ruyan found it a little unbelievable.
Even if Chen Luo really intended to sue Su Shui and Wu Yutong, he wouldn't act so quickly.
It's true. Su Shui and Wu Yutong quickly took out the court subpoena and showed it to Lu Ruyan.
The moment she saw the court summons, Lu Ruyan realized the seriousness of the matter.
This time, Chen Luo might really be serious about it.
Although this matter had nothing to do with her, Su Shui and Wu Yutong were her roommates after all, and Su Shui and Wu Yutong provoked Chen Luo just to vent her anger. More importantly, she had promised Su Shui and Wu Yutong that she would help them settle the matter.
If she can't do it, where will she put her face?
Chen Luo is going to sue now, which is obviously intended to embarrass her in front of Su Shui and Wu Yutong.
She had already made a promise to the two of them, so isn't Chen Luo just slapping her in the face? Don't worry. Even though he has sued you now, you still have a chance before the court session. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath.
Before the trial, as long as the two parties reach a settlement, the plaintiff can actually withdraw the lawsuit. Even if the trial has already begun, the plaintiff and the defendant can still reach a settlement in court. There is still a long time before the trial begins. As long as Chen Luo withdraws the lawsuit within this period of time, nothing will happen to Su Shui and Wu Yutong. If Chen Luo insists on not withdrawing the lawsuit, Su Shui and Wu Yutong will be in danger. Then go talk to him and ask him to go to court to withdraw the lawsuit.
Su Shui and Wu Yutong were very anxious.
Since Lu Ruyan promised them that she would help them settle the matter, Lu Ruyan should do what she said.
Who made Lu Ruyan promise them?
Don't worry, let me think about this matter carefully.
Lu Ruyan was also getting impatient with the two people's urging.
She really wanted to ask Chen Luo for help, but the problem was that it was difficult for her to even see Chen Luo now.
Then we won't care.
You promised us, so you can't just ignore us. Su Shui and Wu Yutong said coldly.
Don't worry, since I promised you, I will definitely do what I said. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth.
She somewhat regretted agreeing to help. It would have been fine if Su Shui and Wu Yutong were not grateful at all, they kept urging her. She also wanted to resolve the matter as soon as possible, but the problem was that she had to meet Chen Luo.
Go wait for Chen Luo downstairs in the boys' dormitory?
She had tried this method before and it didn't work.
There are two doors downstairs in the boys' dormitory, and she has no idea which door Chen Luo will leave from.
Moreover, Chen Luo rarely returned to the dormitory during this period, so this method definitely wouldn't work. Then the only thing left to do was to block Chen Luo at the classroom door. She knew all of Chen Luo's course schedules.
Nowadays, university courses are basically open to the public, and you can find out by just checking on your mobile phone.
But it's the weekend now, and Chen Luo doesn't have classes on the weekend, so he has to wait until at least Monday. Chen Luo happened to have a class on Monday, and she knew where the class was.
As long as she blocked Chen Luo at the classroom door, Chen Luo would have to see her. Ruyan, this is what you said. You must help us settle this matter no matter what.
Although Su Shui and Wu Yutong were anxious at this moment, they also knew that it was useless for them to be anxious now.
We can only wait for Lu Ruyan to take action personally.
Given Chen Luo's feelings for Lu Ruyan, as long as Chen Luo still has a trace of old friendship, Chen Luo will most likely withdraw the lawsuit.